ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜಗಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಯುಗಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಹೆಸರು ಬೇಕು, ನಗೆಗೊಂದು ಬಗೆಗೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಕುಸುರು ಬೇಕು. ಹೊಸತನವೇ ಜೀವನದ ಮೈಸಿರಿಯ ಲಾಸ್ಯ, ಹೊಸತನವೇ ಮನುಜತೆಯ ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ರಹಸ್ಯ ಎನ್ನುವ ಮಾತಿನಂತೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಒಳ ಹೊರಗನ್ನ ಹೊಸ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಹೊಸ ಬಗೆಯ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿ ಮತಿಸಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಾಸಕ್ತರಿಗೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲ್ಪಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
A very good morning, esteemed guests and literary enthusiasts. It is my privilege to welcome you to the 7th edition of the Mangaluru Lit Fest, a distinguished gathering of minds and ideas organized by the Bharat Foundation, Knowledge Partners, Mythic Society, Nitte, Manipal, and MRPL. This festival stands as a beacon of intellectual exploration, celebrating the transformative power of literature. Over the next 2 days, January 11th and January 12th, 2025, we will delve into the stories, dialogues, and perspectives that transcends time and borders, all within the vibrant cultural fabric of Mangalore. With a stellar lineup of authors, poets, and thinkers, this year's edition promises to inspire, challenge, and ignite the imagination. Let us embark on this journey of discovery and dialogue, making this festival a cherished memory in the world of literature.
2025ರ ಈ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಸಭಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಾಗೂ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುವಂಥ ಸಮಯ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ನಾಡಿನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಸಮ್ಮಾನ್ ಪುರಸ್ಕೃತ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವ ಅಂತ ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಇದರ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರವಿ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದು ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ವೇದಿಕೆ.
A warm welcome is the first step towards creating a space where all feel valued, where every voice is heard and every connections flourish. With that sentiment in the mind, it is my honor to call upon Mr. Sunil Kulkarni, trustee of Bharat Foundation, who will graciously extend a warm welcome to our gathering today.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಆಸಕ್ತರು ಬಂದು, ಹಿರಿಯರ ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುವಂತಹ ಸಮಯವಿದು. ನಾಡಿನ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂತಹ ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾದಂತಹ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥವರು. ಅನೇಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ, ಕಥೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಅಧ್ಯಯನವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಆಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ ಬರೆಯುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಾಡಿಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಲೋಕವನ್ನೇ ತೆರೆದಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರು. ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವಾರ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರೊಂದು ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಮಾತು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇಷ್ಟು ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಮಾತು ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೆಯೋದನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಇನ್ನೇನಾದರೂ ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ 2 ದಿನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇಷ್ಟು ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವ ಇದು. ಅಂತಹ ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಇವತ್ತು 2 ದಿನ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆಯ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಸ್ ಎಲ್ ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಅವರನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿಗಳು, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅವರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರವಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಪರಿಚಯದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪರಿಚಯಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 100ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಇವುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಮಹಾನ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ನಿರಂತರ ಅಂದರೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಎಪಿಸೋಡ್ನಿಂದ, ಮೊದಲನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ, ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಮುಂದೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಂತಹ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್. ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರವಿ ಅವರು, ಅದರ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು HALನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ ನಂತರ BEML ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಅವರದ್ದು ಸೈನ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಯಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಅವರು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆನಂತರ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಷ್ಯ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಂಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಂತಹ ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 7 ಎಪಿಸೋಡ್ಗಳು ಅಥವಾ 7 ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗಳು ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಬೇಕು, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೇಳುಗರು ಬೇಕು. ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಪೂರೈಸ್ತಾ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಜನತೆ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಂದ ಆಸಕ್ತ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಂದ ಪ್ರಮುಖರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾಡಿನ, ರಾಜ್ಯದ, ದೇಶದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗಳಿಂದ ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಅನೇಕರು ಈ 2 ದಿನ ನಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಇರುವಂತೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿಗಳು, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ, ಇವತ್ತು 2 ದಿನ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ ನಂತರ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಜನಮಾನಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ನಿರಂತರ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸ್ತವೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮಿತ್ರರು ಇದನ್ನು ನಾಡಿನುದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಪಸರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರು, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಚಯದ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ಸಮಯ. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಾಸಕ್ತರೆ, ನಾವು ದೀಪವನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತೇವೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಆರಾಧಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಾವು ದೀಪವನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ದೀಪದಿಂದಾಗಿ, ಬೆಳಕಿನಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ. ಹೌದು, ದೀಪದ ಬೆಳಕಿನಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬೆಳಗಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಆಶಯದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ದೀಪವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 2025ರ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿ ನಾಡು ತಂದ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಸಮ್ಮಾನ ಪುರಸ್ಕೃತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಸ್ ಎಲ್ ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಗಳ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರವಿ ಅವರು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೀಪದ ಬೆಳಕಿನಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಬೆಳಗಲಿ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗಳು ಹೀಗೆಯೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಆಶಯದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾ, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಾಸಕ್ತ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ನುಡಿನಮನ ನಾವು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡು ಕಂಡಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಖ್ಯಾತ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳು, ತನ್ನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನೇ ಮೂಲವಾಗಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಪರಿಸರದ ಕಾಳಜಿಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜ್ ಅವರು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಗಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಸಂಬಂಧ. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೋಗೋರು, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವರ ಕೊನೆಯ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನುಡಿ ನಮನ ಭಾವಪೂರ್ಣ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾಂಜಲಿಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಈ ಸಮಯ, ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನುಡಿಚಿತ್ರ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಪ್ರಸಾರವಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾರ್ಬರ್ಟ್ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಕತೆ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದವರು ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಭಾಷಾಂಧರಾಗುವ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಿ ಸಾಕು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಕವಿ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಐ ಲವ್ ಮೈ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಬಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೈನ್. ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಮಾನ.
ಪರಿಸರ ನಾಶವೇ ಮಾನವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ವಿನಾಶದ ಮೂಲ. ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನುಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಾಳಿದರೆ ಮಾನವನ ಬಾಳು ಸಂತುಷ್ಟ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪಿಸಿದವರು. ಸುಮಾರು 5 ದಶಕಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಅಪಾರ. ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಸಾಗರದಲ್ಲಿ 1937ರಂದು ಜನಿಸಿದರು. ತಂದೆ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲಾ ಮುಖ್ಯೋಪಾಧ್ಯಾಯರಾದ್ದರಿಂದ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಮೊಳಕೆಯೊಡೆಯಿತು. ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸಿದರು. ಲೋಕೋಪಯೋಗಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದರು. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗೆ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೀತಿದ್ದಂಥ ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರು ಮುಂದೆ ಕತೆ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿ, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಬರೀತಾ ಹೋದರು. ಹೀಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 95ರಷ್ಟು ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಾಸಕ್ತರಿಗೆ ನೀಡಿದವರು ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರು. ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ವಿದ್ಯುಚ್ಛಕ್ತಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಬದುಕು ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಗಿ ಹೋಗುವ ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಮೂಲವಾಗಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಬರೆದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಮುಳುಗಡೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಿತು. ಇವರ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಸಿನೆಮಾಗಳಾಗಿ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿವೆ. ಸುರೇಶ್ ಹೆಬ್ಳೀಕರ್ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನದ ಕಾಡಿನ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಚಿತ್ರ ರಜತ ಕಮಲ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು, ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾಸರವಳ್ಳಿಯವರ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನದ ದ್ವೀಪ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಸ್ವರ್ಣಕಮಲ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಿದೆ. ಹಲವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ರೂಪಾಂತರವಾದರೆ ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವು ದೂರದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಧಾರಾವಾಹಿ ಕತೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಮೂಡಿಬಂದಿವೆ. ಮುಳುಗಡೆ, ಕೊಳಗ, ಒಳಿತನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ಬಂದವರು, ಬಣ್ಣ ಇಂತಹ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಠ್ಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಕೊಂಕಣಿ, ಮಲಯಾಳಂ, ತೆಲುಗು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ, ಹಿಂದಿ ಭಾಷೆಗೂ ಅನುವಾದಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಗೌರವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ನುಡಿಸಿರಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ಅವೆಷ್ಟೋ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರ ಮುಡಿಗೇರಿತ್ತು. ಕೊಡಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ 80ನೇ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂದಿತ್ತು. ಹೀಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾರಸ್ವತ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾ ಡಿಸೋಜಾ ಅವರು ಜನವರಿ 5, 2025ರಂದು ಇಹಲೋಕವನ್ನು ತ್ಯಜಿಸಿದರು. ನಾಡು ಕಂಡ ಈ ಮೇರು ಸಾಹಿತಿಗೆ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ನುಡಿ ನಮನವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
And yes, it is with great honor that we will always remember Mr. Na D'Souza for his exemplary work. A huge round of applause as we remember him today. The pen is mightier than the sword, reminding us of all the enduring power of words and ideas. With this in mind, it is with great honor and anticipation that now I would like to call upon Dr. Ravi, Honorary Secretary of Mythic Society, we are eagerly await your words of wisdom and inspiration, sir.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ನೆರವೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅತಿಥಿ ಮಹೋದಯರೇ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ ತುಂಬ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನೆರವೇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಈ ಜನಸ್ತೋಮ, ಈ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು, ತಜ್ಞರು, ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು, ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಣಿತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದವರು, ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವದ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇದರ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಕಳೆದ 6 ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ದಾಪುಗಾಲು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಬಹುದು. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಲಿಟ್ರರಿ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ಸ್ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಈ ಉತ್ಸವ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಯುವಕ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರಗಳ ಮಂಡನೆ, ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇದು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ, ಕಲಾಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ, ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ, ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯತೆಯ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಂಥನದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಯುವಕ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಒಂದು ಗಹನವಾದ, ಗಂಭೀರವಾದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಎಂಬತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಮೊದಲ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯು ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ತಂದಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ. ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯು ಸುಮಾರು 115 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಇದನ್ನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯರು. ಸುಮಾರು 115 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಪುರಾತತ್ವ, ಭಾರತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ಪರಂಪರೆ, ಕಲೆ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ, ಆಳವಾದ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಡೀತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಕಲ್ಪಗಳು ಇದರ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವದ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರ ಭಂಡಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸನಗಳನ್ನು 3D 3 ಡೈಮೆನ್ಷನಲ್ನ ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಶಾಸನಗಳನ್ನು ಓದ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನು, ಒಂದು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಕ್ಷರ ಭಂಡಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ನ ನಾವು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 5ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು 18ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದವರೆಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಶಾಸನಗಳ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರ ಭಂಡಾರವನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿ, ಯಾವ ವರ್ಷದ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹಳೆಗನ್ನಡದ ಲಿಪಿಲಿ ಇರಬಹುದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಪುರಾತತ್ವದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಶಾಸನಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಪುನರ್ ರಚಿಸಲು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಒಂದು ಪುರಾತತ್ವದ ಉತ್ಖನನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆಯೋಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪುರಾತತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಗುರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬವಾದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮೊದಲಿಂದಲೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹಯೋಗ ಇದೆ. ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವದ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷವೂ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿ ಅಂತ ಆಶಯಿಸ್ತಾ ನನಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ವಂದನೆಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರವಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೇಳುವಂಥ ಸಮಯ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಅವರ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಖಕ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಬರಿತಾನೆ. 90 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಬದುಕು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 60 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಬರವಣಿಗೆಯ ಇಡೀ ಪರ್ವವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಲೇಖನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡುವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಮಿಂಚು ಹುಳವನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದು ಗಾಜಿನ ಬಾಟಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ನಾನು ಸೂರ್ಯನನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿದೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿದಂತಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಈ ಮಾತು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಒಂದೇ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ, ಬಲ್ಲವರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರವೇ ಬೆಲ್ಲವಾಗುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಸಂತೋಷ ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರ ಮಾತಿಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಶಿಸ್ತಂದರೆ ಶಿಸ್ತು. ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಎತ್ತೆತ್ಲೋಗೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಇವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಓದ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ನನ್ನ 7ನೆಯ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಆಚರಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ವರ್ಷ 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿ ನಾನು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನವರು ಏನನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟು, ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ಉದ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆಸುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ, ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ವೈದ್ಯರು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಜ್ಞ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನೂ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಶಿವರಾಮ ಕಾರಂತರು, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಪೈ, ಪಂಜೆ ಮಂಗೇಶರಾಯರು, ಸೇಡಿಯಾಪು ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಭಟ್ಟರು, ವ್ಯಾಸರಾಯ ಬಲ್ಲಾಳರು, ಯಶವಂತ ಚಿತ್ತಾಲರು, ಹೀಗೆ ಹೆಸರುತ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯೇ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಿವರಾಮ ಕಾರಂತರಂತೂ ತುರ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪದ್ಮಭೂಷಣವನ್ನು ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿಸುವುದನ್ನು ಮರೆಯಲಾದೀತೆ. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ರಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಹಿತ ಐಕ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಧಾನ್ಯ ನೀಡಿದವರು ಕಾರಂತರು. ಅಂಥ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ನೀವು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಗುರಿಯನ್ನಿರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಎಂಬುದು ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿಯೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷವೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪವಾಗಿ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ತಲುಪುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಎಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ದೇಶದ ಮೂಲೆ ಮೂಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತರನ್ನು ಸಾಧಕರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಲವು ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳನ್ನು ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ಸಾಹಸ ನಿಜ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚಿಸಲ್ಪಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ತಲುಪಬೇಕಾಗದವರನ್ನು ತಲುಪುತ್ತಿವೆಯೇ, ನೀವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆಯೇ ಎಂಬ ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸವು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಅದಿಲ್ಲವಾದರೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಂದಾವರ್ತಿ ನಡೆಸಲೇಬೇಕಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವಾಗಿ ಇದು ಯಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆಗೆ ತಿರುಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಯಾಂತ್ರಿಕವಾದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಮೂಡಲು ಆಸ್ಪದವಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳಿಂದ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಸತೇನನ್ನೂ ನೀಡಲಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವವನ್ನು ವರ್ಷ ನಡೆಸಿಯೂ ಹೊಸತನವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ತಲುಪುವ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಲುಪುತ್ತೀರೆ ಎಂಬ ಭರವಸೆ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಲೇ ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪುನಃ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಲು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ಉತ್ಸವ ಹೊಸ ತಿಳಿವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಾಗಲಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಯುವ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಹಿತದ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ.
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರ ಮಾತುಗಳೇ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕೈಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಗೌರವ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ವಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಸಭಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಗ್ದಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
As we come to an end of this beautiful inauguration program, we set stage for 2 days filled with inspiration, creativity, and the celebration of literature in all forms. Let us look forward to engaging session, thought-provoking discussions, and memorable moments that await us. With that, we officially conclude the inauguration and wish everyone an enriching festival ahead. Thank you, everyone. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to inform everyone that there will be sessions going on in 3 halls, Audi 1, Audi 2, and Haratikatte. Audi 1 at 10:45, the first session, Energy for Survival, Security and Climate Debate. 11:45 a.m., Art and Craft of Building and Dismantling Narratives. At 2 a.m., Sanskritayam. 3 p.m., Process Reforms as Public Policy. 4 p.m., Graduating the Education Policy. 5 p.m., Democracy and Democratic Governance.
ಹಾಗೂ Audi 2 ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ದಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ, ಒಂದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 11:45ಕ್ಕೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೋದ್ಯಮ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಒಂದು ಹರಟೆ, 2:15ಕ್ಕೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುವ ಕಷ್ಟ ಸುಖ, 3:15ಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿನಿಕೀಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 4:15ಕ್ಕೆ ಸೈಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್, 5:15ಕ್ಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಗುರುದತ್ ಬುಕ್ ಲಾಂಚ್, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ನಡೀತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಹರಟೆಕಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು 10:00ವರೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಚಿಲಿಪಿಲಿ, ವಂದನಾ ರೈ ಕಾರ್ಕಳ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ತುಳು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಆಳ ಮತ್ತು ಅಗಲ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತುಕಾರಾಮ್ ಪೂಜಾರಿ ಅವರು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಡಯಾಸ್ಪೋರಾ ವೀಣಾರಾವ್ ಅವರು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಜಾನಪದ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಜಾನಪದ ಗೊಂದಲಿಗರ ಪದಗಳು, ಹಾಡು ಮತ್ತು ಕತೆ, 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕಥಾ ಓದು. ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ, ಯಾವ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೂಡ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅದರ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಬುಕ್ಲೆಟನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಮಗೆ ಒದಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ದಿನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತಮಗೆ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಂದನೆಗಳು.
Hello. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ. ಇದು ಆಡಿ 1 ಸಭಾಂಗಣ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನು ಈಗ ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ವಿಷಯ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್, ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಡಿಬೇಟ್. ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಂದಕಿಶೋರ್ ಅವರು, ಹಾಗೂ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಯ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲಿಯಂ ಮತ್ತು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಅನಿಲ ಖಾತೆ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಹರ್ದೀಪ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಪುರಿ ಅವರು. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರು ಸಭಾಂಗಣಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
You all are encouraged to share your thoughts and ideas on your X handle as well as any other social media handle, that is Instagram, Facebook, and remain active throughout the event by hashtag #MLRLitFest 2025. Also, a reminder to everyone, outside there are book stalls. You can go and visit the book stalls as you please when the program is being held.
ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಹರ್ದೀಪ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಪುರಿ ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. Today's first discussion we are going to start. It is energy for survival, security and climate debate.
We are honored to begin this year's festival with the first session on featuring the esteemed speaker, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. And the moderator for today's first session is Dr. Nanda Kishore MS. Is an Associate Professor at Pondicherry University, coordinating the Center for Gandhian Studies and SAP DRS2. He holds a PhD from Hyderabad Central University and completed postdoctorate research at Leiden University. Sir is a specialist in geopolitics and India's foreign policy. He is the author of Reimagining India in the Geopolitics of the 20th. He's the author of Reimagining India in the Geopolitics of the 21st Century and sought after speaker. He is currently leading an ICSSR sponsored research project. A warm welcome to the speaker and the moderator.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 2025 ಇದರ ಮೊದಲ ದಿನದ ಮೊದಲ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಡಿಬೇಟ್ ಇದೀಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಂದಕಿಶೋರ್ MS to escort our speaker for today, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, onto the stage.
Whatever is you come. Good morning, everyone. As usual, the concept of geopolitics, energy security, environment, sustainability, these have been some of the most important concepts with regard to India's growth and the story of India's growth itself. Now, the speaker of today with whom I'm interacting doesn't require an introduction at all, but nevertheless, just as a customary remark, all of you are aware that Shri Hardeep Singh Puri joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1974 and had a distinguished career of 39 years and retired in 2013. A great patriot, hails from a family of diplomats, and he has been one of the phenomenal speakers. And here, he is not only there with us conversing as a diplomat, but also as a literary person. He has to his credit 3 exemplary books that he has authored, which have been almost setting narrative for India. If you look in the first book that he came up with, it was all about the type of issues that are associated with the UNSC, that's United Nations Security Council. He also spoke about the type of powers that exist in international system and the way certain nations behave and the restructuring, a lot of other things that he spoke about. His second work was largely talking about the Brexit. It was also talking about what are the type of reforms that are required more than anything else, the populist politics that came in international system. And Sir also has a special place with regard to people of the coastal Karnataka. Sir's wife belongs to Murdeshwar, and then subsequently she went on to study, and then that's how we have a connection also with him in the coastal part of this the world. And without wasting much time, I'm sure that all of you are waiting to listen to him. I already introduced the topic as one of the most important one, the vital component of India's energy sector. And there are statistics and other things which we will discuss in the course of action. But before that, I would request Shri Hardeep Singh Puri to make his opening remarks. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the very kind introduction. But the part I liked the most was when you said that my better half belongs to Murdeshwar. Murdeshwar happens to be her family name. For the last 50 years, we have been married, and I think there is if you have to make a connect with a place, I can say with great degree of humility and some joy that I like to identify myself as a son-in-law of Karnataka.
Great, sir, great. No, that's a great thing to hear.
I was invited by my friend, your dynamic member of parliament, to participate in a literary festival, and that's something that I enjoy doing more than, I wouldn't say more than, but I enjoy doing that equally. In a long career which started when I was greatly privileged to serve on the teaching faculty of a Delhi University college, and I spent a year on that teaching faculty. Of all the jobs I've enjoyed, I think that 1 year was the most satisfying in the true sense of the term. Spent 39 years in the Foreign Service, 6 years after that in the international think tanking world, and now 8th year as a member of the Honorable Prime Minister's team in the cabinet. I was asked to speak on energy security, and I'll be very upfront on it. When I was initiated into the world of diplomacy, we used to view security largely in militaristic terms. Foreign and security policy, much of the debate thereafter was on whether you could develop a security framework. Many people who wanted to deny us our rightful place in the world thought that our security had to be viewed in the South Asian context, that is through the India-Pakistan prism. Many of us as young joint secretaries intellectually fought with them and said that India's destiny, at the very least, deserves its security to be viewed on at least a pan-Asian or a larger regional view rather than on the India-Pakistan view. But equally, when it comes to defining security, I think when you've reclaimed your past and your economy is growing, I yesterday during the course of an interaction, 2 days ago during the course of the interaction, I said that the IMF said that India would be the 4th largest economy, and I think they said 2027. But all the statistics I'm looking at here, and my friend Sanjeev Sanyal will know more about that, I think we would be the 4th largest economy much before that. Now, if you look at our trajectory, and I'm only going to spend 30-40 seconds, not more on that. Before the colonial domination of 190 years, our economy's contribution, according to a Cambridge economist, Angus Madison, was about 23 to 25%. That is, India of that day contributed about 23 to 25% of the global GDP. Came 190 years of colonial domination. By the time we became an independent country, that contribution of 25% dwindled down to 3 or 4% of global GDP. When Mr. Modi assumed responsibility at the center, we were broadly categorized amongst the fragile 5 economies. The fragility label easily understood, that handle with care, liable to get damaged in transit. And we moved from there, from the 11th or 10th position to the 5th position. And as I said, this year, according to some statistics I'm seeing, we will be the 4th largest economy. And then surely if our rate of growth remains net of inflation at the current figures, we will be the 3rd largest economy also before too long. The journey to Viksit Bharat or 2047, and I'm concluding my undergraduate history, economic history overview, I come to energy. I don't think the importance of energy security has been better understood or needs to be understood than today. Why am I saying that? We have a 4+ trillion dollar economy. Any economy in the world that you look at, the first thing you should look at to see how it is faring is its energy consumption. I'm not necessarily suggesting that if your energy consumption is going up rapidly, no, you could be satiated, you could have developed alternate forms, but an energy consumption analysis is a fairly good starting point for a lay person like me to understand where the country is headed. I want to startle you with some statistics, if I may. We have a population of 1.4 billion people. On an average, on any given day, 67 million people in India go to the retail outlets, I mean the petrol pumps, to fill up on petrol, diesel, CNG, battery charging. It's 67 million. If you look at the demographic picture in the world, look at how many countries have a population of that. Two things stand out. In the 3 years that I've been associated, 3.5 years I would say now, that I've been associated with this ministry, our daily consumption of crude oil for refining purposes has gone up from 5 million barrels a day to 5.4 million barrels. At the current rates of growth and projection of energy growth, I think it will be 6 to 7 million barrels per day. 6 to 7 million barrels of crude oil will be required per day. I'm not going to go by what I think is important, but if you accept the work and assessments done by international organizations, there is a Paris-based organization called the International Energy Agency. They have forecast that in the time to come, let's say time to come being defined in terms of 20 years, 25% of the growth in energy demand in the world will come from India. So a quarter of the total growth in the next 20 years will come from India. Why do they say that? Since I spent 39 years in the Foreign Service, I'm going to be cautious with my words. It's because some of the large energy guzzlers are plateauing or slowing down. Some others are satiated. Geopolitical turmoil has taken the toll on some other countries. Whereas India, no matter which way you look at it, energy consumption is growing and is likely to grow further. So what does energy security at the very least require? It requires that you must be able to plan not only for your requirements today, but you must be able to plan for a tomorrow, a future, and insulated against possible upheavals and disruptions. So far, the story sounds very good, but let me introduce one or two points which should cause us concern. Our dependence on fossil fuel, and now I'm coming to crude oil, even though our E&P, and I can say with a lot of satisfaction that E&P for the first time after 10, 15 years is growing. We've got some very good finds, it's coming up. But because the economy is growing overall, our dependence on imports for crude oil is over 85%. And that 85% dependence means that till you can extract your own crude in your 3.5 million square kilometers of sedimentary basin, you have to make sure that you have access to that imported crude. What have we done there? I'll come into a minute. On gas, it is about 50%. These are the two slight concerning statistics, but why are we not concerned within inverted commas? One, there is no shortage of crude in the world. When prices go up, they go up because an importer's cartel, if I may, I'll be allowed to use that word, OPEC Plus, chooses to limit the quantity of crude which they make available into the global market. So, till a few months ago, or rather when I just come onto the job, the total amount of crude being made available was 102 million barrels a day. They cut back 5 million barrels, and it is now about 97 or so. But crude is coming from other places, from non-OPEC members. In fact, today, surprisingly, and I'm mentioning this to this audience because it might surprise you, there is more crude coming from non-OPEC suppliers. Why do I say that? Western Hemisphere has a large number of new suppliers. Brazil has 3 million barrels a day of production. They had some new finds. They're bringing another 140,000 barrels a day on it. Along with Brazil, you go to Suriname, Guyana, and Canada, by the way. But more important, the United States. Very few people know, and those of you who have taken the criticism of the climate activists seriously, and many of them originate from the United States or Western Europe. Fact is, the United States puts 13 million barrels of crude oil per day on the market. 13 million. And when I was in Houston for the Gastech, the evening I reached, I was in a meeting, but I'm told the former President of the United States, George W., addressed the gathering, and he said, irrespective of the outcome of that celebration of democracy, this was before the US election, the US will put at least 1 or 2 million barrels additional on the market. So I'm making the point that more oil is coming onto the international market. And my assessment today, quite apart from the actions that the outgoing administration is taking in the last 9-10 days of its thing, when the new president takes over, in addition to the 13 million barrels, I think another 1.5 million barrels minimum will come onto the market. So there is oil available. We have, in order to ensure our security, we have diversified from the 27 sources we used to buy from earlier, and we are now buying from 39 sources. We have also taken other steps, which I don't need to take your time on. What are the challenges that we face on energy security, and what have we done? One, availability. A democratically elected government, not only in India, but anywhere in the world, cannot afford to have a single day or even the remotest area without energy. So when there are torrential rains, my friends in the oil marketing company have their employees carry gas cylinders on their shoulders to deliver in the Northeast. You can see pictures of that. If there is a small shortage somewhere, this social media is such a potent this thing, you will get immediate information, a little bit of troll. When you tell them it's not a shortage, it's something else. I mean, if somebody giraus it and the energy can't go, it's a separate issue. But availability, and I think we have a very good story to tell. Energy availability for the last 10 years, there's never been, 11 years or even earlier, never been a shortage. But more important than the availability is the affordability. Today, India is the only country in the world where prices of energy have come down over a 3-year period. I could easily give you statistics. I mean, it's verifiable and it's well acknowledged. Why did that happen? Because the current government chose on 3 occasions to reduce the amount of excise duty that we charge. And on 2 occasions, November 2021, May 2022, the combined reduction in prices of petrol and diesel as a result of those excise reductions was 13 rupees and 16 rupees cumulatively. And then another 2 rupees came later. More important, the BJP ruled states brought the amount of VAT down also. More important than even the availability and affordability is, and I'm going to conclude with that because as usual, I made the transition from being a civil servant to a politician, so give me a mic and I go on longer than I've been asked to, is the sustainability part, the green trend. Today, we can hold our heads high. Our biofuel blending has increased from 1.4% in 2014 to 19% last month. We have a 20% biofuel target of October 2025, we will achieve that target. The target actually was 20% blending by 2030. We brought it forward to 2025. Our CBG, CNG, everything is going well. But the story which I am most excited about is the green hydrogen story. What is required in green hydrogen? A demonstrated capacity to produce clean solar energy at a low, reasonable cost. We've demonstrated we can do it by bringing the cost of 1 megawatt down from 25 cents to 3 cents. That's what we can do. And you need electrolyzers. And the government included electrolyzers in the PLI scheme, I think 1 or 2 years ago, 19,700 crores. So today, every electrolyzer manufacturer anywhere in the world is present in India. But why will the green hydrogen story succeed in India? Simply because green hydrogen lends itself to success where there is local demand, local production, and local consumption. Because the gas, by definition, doesn't travel. Well, you can make green ammonia and export it, which our companies are doing. But I think we have all the conditions right. And now with the implementation of pump storage, I think the green hydrogen story is ready to take off. And I think the 5 million metric tons target by 2030 is a gross underestimation. The IOCL has floated a tender recently, and now you will see the green hydrogen story developing. So I'm going to conclude by saying energy security, I think we have navigated it well. Climate, where does that leave our climate? My simple thing is that if you are doing the green transition effectively, and I mentioned biofuels 1.4% to 20%, if you are going to set up CBG plants, your UP alone is going to get 100 plants plus. I'm going to suggest to my friends in Karnataka through my dynamic young friend here to encourage the government here to set up CBG plants. CNG, our requirement for gas in the overall energy mix from 6% to 15%. We have to go down that road. But most important, we have to make the transition from where we are today to a green future. And you can only make that transition if you survive the present. Today, we are supplying clean cooking gas to the entire population through LPG cylinders. If you are a beneficiary of the Ujjwala scheme, you pay as little as 5 rupees a day for a family of 4. When Mr. Modi assumed responsibility, we had 14 crore connections. Today, we have 33.3 crore connections. One connection is for one household. If you say that one household has 4 or 5 members, then you can say that the entire population saturated coverage. Even if you're not a beneficiary of the Ujjwala scheme, it comes for 15, 16 rupees a day. If you take that along with the fact that our brothers and sisters who are part of the economically weaker section, they're still getting 3 meals of dry ration free in a day. About 80 crore people are getting that. So that shows the scale at which large parts of the world don't have clean cooking medium. I served in Brazil, which is a pioneer in biofuels, but 30% of the rural countryside in Brazil does not have, they still use firewood and charcoal, etc. So I'm going to conclude this by saying the climate goals are served. We have an overall net zero by 2070, but more than that, our individual oil companies, marketing companies have targets of 2035, 2040, etc. And I think we are one of the few countries which has met its Paris goals. And in spite of the developmental challenges, it is very easy for people to talk about climate adaptation if you don't have to deal with the kind of problems. And as my friend here will tell you, in the last 10 years, we've moved 250 million people out of multidimensional poverty. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. He said this is more of in a layman's language, just for the sake of the audience, some statistics. As he already mentioned, the LPG connections have gone up to gone up from 140 million in 2014 to 330 million in 2025, the early part of it. And he has been part of almost 11 prime ministers in different capacities. That's been the illustrious career he has been. And also, in whatever the story that we have so far as a positive story.
No, but I may have worked with 11 prime ministers, but I was never a member of the Council of Ministers with the other 10. So I can
Absolutely,
speak a
sir.
little more to the point on this,
Yes.
this one.
So even under the whatever that he mentioned about that he being responsible as a minister, as a council minister, India has seen massive increases. Some of the statistics are we have a 103% of refining capacity utilization that has happened, 3% increase in the petroleum products. High-speed diesel accounts to almost 40.9%, whereas the petrol stands at 22.7%. India is powering economies which beyond our borders as well. By 2028, the refining capacity would increase from 256.8 million tons as of now to 309.5 million tons, that is million metric tons per annum, MMTPA. That's the language that we use in energy security. A consumption of the crude oil is 3 times the global average. But despite all these things, India's vision has been expansion is not just for the growth, but for actually energy for the future. Apart from this, there are also, he mentioned that in one of the other forms, 67 million people visit petrol pumps for energy on a daily basis. He also has a very ambitious target of 5,000 plants for the compressed biogas. That's which is hardly 42 as of now. That's an ambitious target that the Prime Minister has given.
It's higher. It's about 78 now.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's 5,000 Satat is a target. And earlier I used to be a little worried, but I think we're getting there now.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just right away go in the next 20-25 minutes. We'll ask some focus questions to the Minister, and then perhaps we will come and we'll utilize 15 minutes for the question answer session from the audience itself. So my opening component has been, which you partially touched in your opening remarks, it's about sustainability. Now, India aspires to become a global economic power, which requires sustainable energy consumption. Now, how does the government balance the need for energy to drive development and higher living standards with the environmental implications of such energy consumption? Sir.
Before I come to your question, I'm so happy that you mentioned refining capacity. Because today we are the 4th largest refiner in the world. Our current capacity is about, I think, 260, 270 million metric tons per annum. And you're absolutely right, by another few years, it'll go to 310. Actually, I have been using somewhat loosely the figure of 400 million metric tons per annum. But I found that in one of the India Energy Week, I think the second one, the Honorable Prime Minister used the figure 450 million metric tons. So I nearly fell off my chair. But a question I'm always asked is by the Prime Minister once that you're increasing your refining capacity with the world changing and you'll have a very few refiners left. What are you going to do with the capacity? Answer is you make petchem. Our consumption per capita on petchem is 1/3 the global average. So as the economy grows, more petchem also. Your question about economic growth, living standards, and sustainability. I think you've captured these 3 very well. Look, the problem just now is that this 250 million people that you have lifted out of multidimensional poverty, you have to go to a different scenario. And with a per capita income where it is now, that part doesn't get solved. You need to raise your per capita income. So I think as you grow from a $4 trillion economy to a $10 trillion economy and onwards to 2047, per capita income will go up. I am not saying that to meet the requirements of what a developed economy is, first of all, that definitional thing, we could have a big seminar on what constitutes. But to provide very good basic facilities, you've done Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, 4 crore, you're doing 3 crore more. You've got Ayushman Bharat, unbelievable. I mean, those states which are 5 lakhs of rupees per day, or you're providing that facility you want to senior people over 70 years of age like me. The fact is you will go to better education, better healthcare, better public transport, all that is coming. And you have to deal with the fact that a developing society also needs to then clamp down when it grows on the polluting segments. Those of us who live in Delhi know that a little better. I mean, we have a government there for the last 10 years, which has allowed the river to have 500 times more pollution than is physically prescribed or allowed, or that the air you choose. My view is that this begins to change. And the digital financial inclusion, all the other steps we are taking, you are moving actually at a very rapid rate in order to be able to provide that ease of living. It will also mean that the middle class and its aspirations will have to be addressed. My friend here will have to ensure that, consumption has to rise. There is a larger debate. I don't think there's a subject here. Yes, you have to control inflation, but you also have to ensure that the benefits of that, salaries have to rise. All that, it's coming as you grow. But even the most cynical of projections about India will say that you've got what is our mean age now, 29 or something like that? You've got a demographic advantage, you've got a hardworking, I'm not getting into how many hours a week you should work. Even with my low salary level, I work much more than 90 hours, but that's not the issue. I'm just having a light-hearted dig at someone, But the issue is India is aspirational. And the aspiration today is no longer going to be measured in terms of a limited set of things. You'll have to do all three. And the climate aspect becomes very important. So as long as I'm clear that on my side, the climate aspect, biofuels, 19% will reach 20%. Brazil, by the way, went up in terms of the basic fuel mix from 27 to 35%. I don't know. We will get Niti Aayog and others to brainstorm. Can we now start talking about 20% onward? Well, some vested interests will say, abhi nahi. The car manufacturers will say, no, we are quite happy. But we are making E100 available too in 400 pumps. So choices will be there. Gas, I think international prices will come down after 26, 27. There's more gas available than, there more people have set up facilities. I would like to see more and more cheaper gas imported. I would like to see more gas extracted. ONGC is going to produce 45,000 barrels. Yesterday I had a brainstorming session here. I said, by when? He said, we're already at 39, 41. No, I keep nudging them. Others are getting more. A country like Japan has largely a gas-based economy. So what we are getting there, and we are being able to do it by ensuring that the green transition is expedited, not undermined.
Thank you, sir. I move on to the next part of it in terms of India's energy security strategy and also the role of diplomacy in energy security. On the one hand, more than 80% of our, we still import crude oil from different countries, and at the same time, we also are dependent on the foreign suppliers. And how are we going to manage this particular scenario with the other component, that is the role of diplomacy in energy security with countries such as West Asia, Russia, and the United States?
No, one thing is clear. I think from day go, I think the line which has been enunciated here is that the primary responsibility of a democratically elected government is to its consumer. That making energy available at all times, at affordable rates, and to ensure the sustainability is what the government is doing. Now, if disruptions occur somewhere along the line, then you have to navigate past them. Somebody asked me, aren't you under pressure? This is a long back. So I said, I work for a prime minister whose head is not wired to feel any pressure, and as a result of it, none of our heads are wired to feel any pressure. I've never felt any pressure. My colleague, Dr. Jaishankar, was going on a trip to the United States, so he called me on the phone and he says, what do I say when it comes to energy purchases from one part of the world? I said, you tell those guys who are asking you tell them they buy more in one afternoon than I buy in a quarter. I don't know, the phone connection may be bad or so. He must have heard something in the press conference. He said, and my colleague said, they buy more in one afternoon than I buy in a month. Not 1 month, 3 months. So they are in no position, nobody's in a position to tell you where to buy from or not to buy from. But we are responsible global citizens. And if something is sanctioned, obviously there are issues you have to be careful about. But as far as I know, Russia as a country or Russian oil was never sanctioned. They said you buy under a price cap. You know, I don't act like a Bania, but to a Sikh who has great fascination for the Bania ethic, if I'm told to buy cheap, that's music to my ears. So you get me cheaper oil from anywhere else. I keep telling my people, if you have cheap oil, tell us. We are telling everybody. But I tell Guyana, why are you waiting for so many years? You know, enter into a long-term contract now. Look, there is more oil available in the world. Today, what you need is good consumers, and India is a good, steady consumer. So I think they will all come to you. So I'm reasonably confident that this will go on well.
Thank you, sir. Looking at even at the global standards, our per capita energy consumption is comparatively low with the type of population that we have, and all this scenario continues to be there. India intends to play a very important role in the global energy governance, whether it is be International Energy Agency or the G20 or any of these forums. And India envisions to shape the global energy governance, particularly advocating how it's going to be sustainable, how it's going to be environmental friendly, and India is keeping realistic terms, unlike other countries which are just speaking but not walking the same lines. But keeping at the helm of affairs, what is your thought on public-private partnership with regard to supporting India's energy requirements and taking it forward?
You see, I'm a believer that you can't sit one day and work out the scenario in your mind. It has to evolve with the objective realities which are unfolding. One of the very positive things which I should have mentioned earlier was that during India's presidency of the G20, we initiated a global biofuels alliance. When I was ambassador to Brazil, the Brazilian cooperative which deals with biofuels, Unica, their president used to tell me, I'm talking about 2006, 18 years ago, 19 years ago, he used to say that, Ambassador, if apart from Brazil and the United States, India joins the biofuels game, we can have biofuels traded like OPEC and petrol and diesel. And that's a reality. Today, every important country which has anything to do with energy or biofuels is a member of the Biofuels Alliance. All the important international agencies are. And I think it's only a matter of time that if we produce additional biofuels, we'll be able to trade it. I'll give you the example of an entrepreneur in Ahmedabad. He discovered, and he didn't take rocket science to discover that one country in Africa, I'll name the country, they didn't have LPGs or cylinder gas available, which is a product of a refinery, unlike natural gas, which is so what he did was he sold 1 million cooktops from India to this country, Kenya. And he imported 93-octane ethanol from Brazil to do it. Now, this is a classic case of cooperation in biofuel. I think as the Biofuel Alliance takes off, it's only a year old, it was established there. All the signals I see, both in terms of production, norm setting, more avenues of corruption, and there's no entry fee in it. I mean, you don't have to be a biofuels producer or this thing. So you have countries like the UAE, which are major fossil fuel producers, are part of it. Others who would like to enter the biofuels business. And the feeds are increasing now. We used to make it from sugar. Then we entered broken rice. Then we entered maize. Now we are making it from agricultural waste, parali. And now very soon in the Northeast, plant to make biofuels from bamboo. So the world is changing. You're discovering the use to which you can put biomass, etc. So it's a fascinating game. And I think India, by virtue of its human capital, by virtue of the fact that you have a government which will encourage startups in the ecosystem, I mean, when I go to India Energy Week, I hope you all come there. The most fascinating thing for me is to see youngsters from the IITs and other technical institutions coming there and showing their products in terms of startups.
Sure, sir. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't ask this question. This is largely which also resonates with my audience. This is regarding energy pricing and economic growth. On the one hand, rising energy prices, particularly in the global markets, directly affect economic growth and living standards. Now, what measures the government taking to shield citizens from these price shocks? That's first part. Second part is, on the other hand, on a positive note, how can the public participate and contribute in optimizing India's energy policies and foreign policy strategies? Are there any mechanisms for greater citizen involvement and awareness in these domains?
Well, first and foremost, I think one needs to take note of how energy is priced. I'll give you a very simple listing. First is the cost of production or the price per barrel at the point of extraction. Then you add to that the freight cost, the insurance cost, then the refining margin, and then come in the taxes, okay? So I don't think any government anywhere in the world, apart from the OPEC producers, is in a position to say how much the energy per barrel should be at any given point of time. But we have some impact on the rest. So as I said, the central government reduced the excise duty on 3 occasions, twice November 21, May 22. BJP ruled states reduced their state VAT. How much does it cost to extract a barrel of oil? I don't think more than $6, $8. But what would the producers want? They would want it at 80 so that this becomes a budget balancing for them. If they have major expenditures, they want to finance them. Can it be sustained at? My personal view, it can't be, because there is more oil available than is required. So you can hold it back for a point. Plus, there are some other important things taking place. One, other sources of energy are coming on. We bet in a big way on nuclear energy long back when the then Prime Minister almost staked the survival of his government on the India-US civilian nuclear energy deal. We had an India-specific IAEA safeguards agreement, but commercial contract, it didn't take place. Today we are talking about smaller modular reactors. I don't know whether they're going to work, but other energies are coming on. Today you have wind, solar, you've got CBG, natural gas, etc. So going forward, I think we will still be dependent and have our transition anchored in fossil fuels for the next 2 decades or so. But meanwhile, other energy sources are coming in. And how much you consume, frankly, I mean, another statistic I want to share with you, 70% of our vehicular traffic today is 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. And most of them are on batteries which are either swapped or charged at the station. So my point to you is, I was civil aviation minister for 2 years, but I was housing and urban affairs minister for 7 years. You know what the average ridership in a Delhi metro is? On a good day these days, we get 70 lakh people riding metro. So if this kind of today we've got 1,000 kilometers of metro systems functioning in India, another 1,000 kilometers coming. In less than a year and a half time, we will be the world's 2nd largest urban transport or metro system. We are, I think, already overtaken Japan and Korea, if I'm not mistaken. And the US has 1,560 kilometers. We'll be past that. So you'll have India and China. US doesn't need more metro. I mean, it's fully developed. The point I'm making is, as people drive more, ideally, you see, what is good planning? Not to have cars transported around. You should have people transported around. So we have a good public transport system like a metro, etc. Now you've got this RRTS, linking Delhi with other cities, Meerut, etc. It has a phenomenal effect on real estate prices, on green mobility is in and of itself a big achievement. So I think we are getting there.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a message to the audience to use more public transport and help out the government to reduce the dependency on energy. My one last question, sir, with that we'll stop and so that we can have more questions from the audience. The continuity and dynamism in energy policy itself. Now, Indian energy and foreign policies have seen continuity and dynamism under successive governments. How would you assess the consistency of these policies, and what are the inevitable trade-offs that India must accept in pursuit of energy security and environmental goals? We've been doing already quite a few things, including the International Solar Alliance to many other things. Some light on this particular aspect?
No, if you're looking for potential conflicts in energy policy and energy security and climate education, I don't see them.
Okay.
Unlike most people who spent their time following the academic debate, and I'm not alone. When I first went to Davos, and that year it was a summer Davos, I was struck by the fact that in the first 2 days, the entire debate, this is post February 2022, after the Russia-Ukraine thing, first 2 days, the entire, gathering there in Europe was, this is wrong, that is wrong. But next time when we sat inside with the oil companies and the actual decision makers, there was a completely sea change. Look, if I were to listen to my friends in the UN system with whom I've spent an entire lifetime, they would say it's very bad, very bad. So as a result of all their moaning, the financing into traditional energy went down. When the traditional energy funding went down, wells which were already, every year you dig a well today is doing very well, next year it decreases by 7% and so on, it goes on depleting. So prices went up. Look, you've got to ensure that energy is available, affordable, and you're doing the sustainability. You can only do that provided you are simultaneously ramping up the green energy production. If you attack it beyond a point, then economic activity stops. What is the situation in our neighborhood? I don't want to get into that. There's a country to the west of India, they have to close their lights at 8 o'clock. There is no energy. What is the situation in other countries? The way some of them are planning, they will need to be very careful. You either produce your energy or you import your energy. And by the way, this audience will understand. There is no room for altruism or philanthropy in this. It's hard. So people who have their feet firmly on the ground, who know the real world, will be able to tell you, hey, good, we have to keep the prices low, but we have to simultaneously encourage. I have a friend who's a politician in Delhi. He tells me a very interesting thing. He said, जब से electric गाड़ी खरीदी है, हमारा तो petrol bill खत्म हो गया. Yes, if you're going inside a city and you have a car which gives you what, how many hours of endurance, I don't know, but it's more than enough for city. But the electric vehicle manufacturers are now coming up with things which have a 600 kilometers endurance. And look at the electric stations which are coming up all along the thing. My own oil companies are putting up 22,000. Others will put up. Now the PM scheme on rooftop solar is brilliant. Absolutely. I mean, it's very easy to talk about, I'll give you this free, that free. You give the free and then one day you'll come into you'll suddenly find that you're having to tax toilets like in Himachal. But you have to be realistic. So what does the government say? You come and take a subsidy from us, set up a solar rooftop, with the electricity that you produce from there, use 300 units free. Rest you use as a charging station outside your house, you charge your EV. And if you are surplus, we'll take it in the grid. Now the fact that we have a synchronous grid, that's one of our big advantages. My information on the technology front is that we are now moving from the hybrid. I think the car of the future is the hybrid. That is one which has a battery and it goes on petrol. But the next generation is battery and biofuel. But there's still sharper. You see what happens in that battery plus fuel, they're up to 40 kilometers, it's running on the battery and the battery is charging itself. And finally, when it goes beyond 40, you are using the petrol or the biofuel. Absolutely. But that is a battery also which, gets charged in the operation. Now you're getting the plug-in varieties. I mean, you just plug the thing into your socket at home. So the innovation which is taking place is mind-boggling. And I think we're going to get there now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we'll open it up for the audience. I hope some of you must have watched his interview at the CNN. He roasted the anchor by saying, I will not answer any hypothetical questions. So don't ask any hypothetical questions.
Ask whatever you like.
So keep it practical and keep it focused. We have question. Please hand to the mic here.
Just identify yourself so that I know where the question is coming from. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Adarsh Shagde. First of all, I'm your great fan, sir, especially the way you deal with the Western media.
Thank you.
So the question is, please help us understand, like a common people like us. The question is written down. Sir, is India's connection with the Arab countries is dependent solely on oil and natural gas, or is there a much scope beyond it? I'm asking this question because in India today we have more and more electric EV vehicles coming up. So basically, what we common people, Aam Aadmi, think is that the dependency import of oil and natural gas will be reduced. So how will be the diplomatic connection with the Arab and Gulf countries in the future? Thank you.
No, first of all, I think for you, you're very young, and you are perhaps looking at the connection with the countries in the Middle East and the Gulf in terms of what your this thing is. First of all, let me try and place a perspective on it. Our relations with those countries are age-old. They're age-old. I mean, let me start right at the beginning. India is an ancient civilization. We have had civilization here in fully grown form for thousands of years. If you want to put a date on it, I don't know. We could have a discussion between my friends here, Sanjeev and all, whether it's 5,000-year-old, 7,000. Varanasi is 1,000-year-old. We are one of the three ancient civilizations. Which are the other two? I would say the one in China, Yangtze, and the one in the Middle East, Euphrates and Tigris, the Middle East. What were those contacts? I can tell you that there were Arab settlers coming into India centuries BC. Okay? And you've got these trading links on the coast of India. Again, I don't want to get into the dating business because somebody, no, it's not this, it's this. But the fact is, there were Arab settlers coming into even Kerala and other places, etc. And there was a flourishing trade going on. So oil was never on the scene. Equally, today it's not just energy. Yes, amongst the largest suppliers, when I joined this ministry and I was trying to educate myself, I saw, well, we are consuming 5 million barrels of oil per day. Where is it coming from? True, 800,000 plus was coming from several of these countries. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq. 4 at 800,000 or a million, that's about 3.2 to 4 million, and 1 from everywhere. Then suddenly came Russia, Ukraine. We used to import from Russia only 0.2%, but that suddenly went up. Look, as I said, the primary duty of a democratically elected government is to cater to the requirements of its consumers. You know, not many people know. We import sometimes more energy from the US than we do from some of these countries. We buy $20 billion worth of energy from the US every year. And as President Trump takes out, another 9 days to go, I think energy trade between us and the Northern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere is going to be an important factor. I mean, I can't predict which way it's going. But today, if you look at the demographic situation there are some countries where India is not only the largest group of people, I don't want to start naming countries, but the fact, so it's much more than oil now. Indian workers, Indian business is contributing to it. I was in UAE recently and I was told that the percentage of Indian population there is increasing. It will go up to about 40% or so. And these are not children born to Indian people there. These are high net worth individuals who are moving there. So there are a lot of other complicated games. But it's not just an oil relationship. Oil is important. I mean, it would be important anywhere. But it's a very complicated and a very rich relationship. It's also, that's why when in the G20 there was this decision taken about an economic corridor between India and the countries here onto Europe and the United States. I welcome that because that is the trade, you know, connectivity is a great a multiplier of economic activity.
Yeah, thank you. We have a question here, Harsha, I believe. Yeah.
Namaste, sir. This is Harsha here. You spoke about India and
Move away from the speaker. Yeah, that's better.
you spoke about India Energy Week and youngsters and startup. In that context, I want to ask if can tier 2 cities like ours, where
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
can tier 2 cities like ours, where we have innovation, youngsters, institutes, and a lot of effort being done at their level maybe, but do not find the right exposure or are not harvested enough, for lack of a better word, be part of this wave by having the ministry bring the India Energy Week-like events or a mini version of that, like energy conclaves or something that happens in spaces like this, so that we also have an opportunity to be part of some effort like this.
No, I want to, I'm very happy you asked this question, Harshaji. When we did the first India Energy Week, and that was done in Mangaluru, and the next one was in Goa. Now we are building a permanent exhibition facility in Goa. The ONGC owns 240 acres land, which they've made available. We are building a huge conference facility of the kind which we have in Bharat Mandapam or Yashobhumi in Delhi, hotels, etc., so that, you know, entities all over the world can stage their conferences there. It's also a revenue earner. But one of the things that the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned then is that itni badhiya exhibition karte hain, how do our youngsters get to see it? So this time India Energy Week is open every day to youngsters and members of the public. I mean, we probably cannot get you into the closed door sessions, because if policy makers are there, then it creates other problems. But it's open to the public. And this time we made a conscious attempt to, by the way, we're not spending any money on it. So sometimes says, oh, taxpayers. No, this is all from the space bought by the companies who are coming there, and others who want to come there as exhibitors. So it's a completely new experience. So my advice is anyone who wants to, you see, it's not what happens in the closed door room when Sanjeev Sanyal and other bright economists are sitting there and discussing. That's one thing. But the very fact you will go there, you will go to the stalls. Like in Goa, I was very happy that when the Honorable Prime Minister was being taken around, he went to the BPCL stall. BPCL is one of our oil marketing companies, and they were exhibiting a homemade indigenous electrolyzer. Okay? What does it do? It took a bark design, which I was a joint secretary for Navy and the MOD. They separate oxygen from water. So you use that technology, and they've got a small thing that somebody else is producing. So a lot of youngsters come to me and saying, I'm producing this electrolyzer without a membrane. If you meet people there, that is, I think, the cross-fertilization of contact and ideas. That's why wherever I go these days, in the run-up to India Energy Week, which is 1 month away, I encourage people. I said, come there, have a look, etc. Because we started 3 years ago. It was not so modest, but it was a good beginning. Today, it's going to be the largest energy show in the world. And unlike others which are, placed in fossil fuels or other things, this one has technology, all the other components of the startup ecosystem which are related to energy, all involved there. So my serious invitation to you and other youngsters, see what is on offer there, because then you will realize how much the country has gone forward. I can tell you, I am first and foremost a student. When I do brainstorming with my OMCs, when we talk about AI, when I look at the extent to which AI and these are already being utilized, not only in refinery management, it's mind-boggling. So these are the work which is being done. And I think our greatest strength at the end of the day is the human capital. Because given some more support in terms of the startups, the technology, the frontier edge, pioneering work which is being done, you would produce something which is matchless in terms of global activities.
Absolutely, sir. I think with our dynamic member of parliament here,
I'll keep looking at him for that.
who has proved his worth, having 7 versions of the Lit Fest. I'm sure an energy summit here would certainly make a way.
No, we can easily. Yesterday, my honorable friend, the member of parliament, he met the oil marketing companies. If you want to organize an energy security event in here, well, you can go ahead and talk to them. I will support it. I will support it. And it's also useful to do it here and other places in addition to the India Energy Week. But the India Energy Week should be the fulcrum because they will bring in stuff from outside and here, which you may not be able to. Then you can selectively invite people from there. I hope you will be there India Energy Week.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. And we have one...
I'm trying to organize for him and other members of parliament to be coming to parliament every day on a green hydrogen fuel cell bus, which we have produced. So then they will become the advocates of that.
Great initiative, sir. We have one last question. We have a young international relations scholar, Mr. Prajwal. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Professor, for such informative session. My name is Prajwal. I have a couple of questions, sir. My first question is, until 2015, India did not house any intergovernmental organizations when it comes to the aspect of energy security. Approached 2015, India got its first intergovernmental organization, that was International Solar Alliance, which is based in Gurgaon, Haryana. So the question is, what is the significance of establishing such kind of an intergovernmental organization in India? And my second question is, when it comes to the tapping of thorium as a nuclear reactor, why is that no policy maker or no think tanks have come up with any policy regarding tapping thorium?
Coming on what?
On thorium. Because we
Okay.
don't have...
Now, see, your second part of the question, why no think tank, is I think I should not comment on it here because I may be treading into other people's toes. But why are international organizations situated in particular places? If you permit, I can give you some insights which may not be readily available. The current structure of the multilateral world, which essentially has the UN, the United Nations, as its fulcrum, and then it has the Bretton Woods institutions, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the what is called the WTO now. Let me give you the history. The 1945, when the San Francisco Conference was taking place, at that point of time, the Second World War was still going on. Because the Second World War was going on, people had to start already applying their minds to where the United Nations, which was being established, where it would be situated. Now, there was one very famous man who came up with a brilliant idea. He bought off all the marshland in New York, which was marshland was available at a fraction of the cost. And he argued that the United Nations cannot be situated in San Francisco, where the conference was taking place. Why? Ostensibly because San Francisco was too close to the enemy country, which was Japan. Okay, it's a very convenient argument. You are asking why things are situated elsewhere, and I'm going to give you a serious explanation. Then somebody told him, why can't it be situated as in Washington, D.C.? So he came up with another brilliant idea. He said, it can't be in Washington, D.C. D.C. already has 100 of these ambassadors. If you get another 100 UN ambassadors coming there, they'll make life miserable for us. So let it be situated in New York. So somebody said, New York is very good, but what are you offering? He said, I'll tell you what. I will give you the land for the 38-story building, and I will present the Secretary General's residence. For such a small contribution, the Secretary General's house, which he built, which is a very modest system, and if memory serves me right, he provided the land for that 38-story building. Hardly any contribution. They agreed to New York. Okay, there's a book on it, The Act of Creation. I've got it from there and talking to people when I was PR. And he made a killing. Every country went there, came, they bought land. So in New York today, the Big Apple grew up as a result of this one entrepreneur's thing. But that explains why it was headquartered in New York. What happened after 1945 is that some places in the world became UN centers. Clearly New York, because the specialized agencies were not there, but the main UN was there. For the specialized agencies, some other people got off the mark, like Geneva became a specialized agencies thing. Then Vienna became, IAEA and all those people went there. Geneva had the specialized agency, ILO. By the way, the ILO was already in Geneva before the Second World War. ILO predates the UN. Okay, now why you're coming to the question, I'm giving you a background. Because India has come of age and because India has something original to offer, they made the initiative on the International Solar Alliance. Again, we made it because it was the Indian presidency. We made the Honorable Prime Minister on both occasions. So Global Biofuels Alliance is headquartered in India. So countries have to come forward. Now, there were regional commissions set up. Regional commission for ESCAP is in Bangkok. The other one is in Santiago de Chile. Then some are elsewhere. So countries have to also take the initiative. Now, the point is in 1945, when the UN was established, we were still under colonial domination. We participated in those conferences. But, you were not in the thing. By the way, the Bretton Woods, which institutions, what Bretton Woods is sleepy town in New Hampshire, where largely the intellectual give and take between John Maynard Keynes and the American finance, Mr. White, they determined the contours. So everywhere it's individuals. Today, you are there. Tomorrow you set up the new world for the next 20. Most of you are very young. If you set up the next world, you will come up with ideas and that's how the world will be shaped. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are coming to the end of this particular session. Put your hands together for the brilliant Sri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Union Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas.
माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी श्री हरदीप सिंह पुरी का तहे दिल से हमारी तरफ से शुक्रिया अदा हम करना चाहेंगे और also we want to thank Dr. Nand Kishore for handling this session very well.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri for his insightful thoughts on sustainable energy and its significance in India's context within the energy for survival, security and climate debate. His expertise has highlighted the critical role of responsible energy consumption in shaping a sustainable and secure future for our nation. Thank you, sir.
As a token of respect and appreciation from Mangaluru Lit Fest 7th edition, I request Mr. Vivek Alwa from Alwa's Education Institutions to give away a memento to our Honorable Minister, Sri Hardeep Singh Puri. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I also request Mr. Vivek Alwa to give away a memento to Dr. Nanda Kishore, who was the moderator for this session. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you to all the dignitaries as well. The next session we will be having in Audi 1 is about art and craft of building and dismantling narratives. The speaker will be Mr. Vikram Sood and the moderator will be Mr. Prashant Vaidyaraj.
As we continue with the 7th edition of the Mangalore Lit Fest 2025, we now move to the second session of the day, the art and craft of building and dismantling narratives, featuring Mr. Vikram Sood, a distinguished former chief of the Research and Analysis Wing, RAW of India. He is a respected author and strategist known for his profound insights into intelligence, geopolitics, and national security.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ತಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದಾಗಿದೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 2025ನ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಹ್ಯಾಶ್ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ MLR Litfest 2025 and please share your thoughts and opinions on the social media platforms. So before we move on to the next session, we have a question regarding the discussion what has happened just now. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಡೆದಂತಹ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಸರಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬಹುದು. The question for the audience is, this is a statement made by our honorable minister in which he said the particular amount of petroleum used in a day in India at present. He mentioned certain barrels. He mentioned a quantity. Does anybody in the audience know the exact number? Yes, ma'am. He mentioned an exact number. You're pretty close. 5.4 to 5.6 million is what million barrels he has mentioned per day. From 5 million, it has risen to 5.6 to 5.7 at present. So this is what he has mentioned.
An initiative dedicated to exploring international affairs and geopolitics from Bharatiya perspective. Through Samvada World, he also mentors young scholars in understanding and writing about global issues, with a distinguished career that includes serving as bureau chief of organizer and editor of Asima. Mr. Vaidyaraj brings a wealth of experience and insight to today's discussion. Please join me in welcoming both the speaker, Mr. Vikram Sood, and the moderator, Mr. Prashant Vaidyaraj.
Audible? Yeah. The light, can you probably switch off the light, or if not, focus it elsewhere? It's like, those lights, if you don't mind. Yeah, it's yeah. So before we come to the topic, while I was preparing for this, narrative building, there was this thought in my mind. As a nation, we, honor our martyrs, the soldier who is fighting at the border. We duly acknowledge their sacrifices, and then to some extent, I understand that we honor them. But there's a huge number of men and women spread across the world working for India who are unnamed and have been trained by legends like Vikram Sood. So these men and women who cannot be named have sacrificed their lives and times. So before we get into the discussion, can we have them in their thoughts and give them a big round of applause? And as I say that, that is also the introduction of our guest here. His 39 years long service for the country, heading the research and analysis wing. I mean, it's unparalleled. And if we are to build a narrative for India, it is people like him who have been instrumental, and whatever success we see at the international level, it is these unnamed men and women and people like legends like Vikram Sood who have made it possible. A round of applause for Vikram Sood and his sacrifices. As we start with the topic, sir, the art of building a narrative. If I want to start with the fundamentals, like how do we identify a narrative as a commoner? The reason I ask is the recent examples, the narratives which we have been part of, willingly or unwillingly. I can take the example of CAA being anti-Muslim, or the Kashmir being a issue of human rights. These are the narratives which have been going across the world. While we tell a story for ourselves within, the truth is the narrative across is somewhere different. So how, as we commoners, identify a narrative, and if you can take us through the tools or the methods used. I mean, in the book, you have obviously mentioned about the source. It could be the United States, or of late being China. But how do we identify narrative with probably with some of the latest examples of which how we have been victims of it? That's where I would like to start, and along with your opening remarks, sir.
Thank you, Prashant, for your comments. Special thanks for mentioning the unnamed spy who's done his service for the country and gone. Narratives is something that I got intrigued with when I was still working, when I saw that how nations let out a story in the newspapers, in the media, and saying, this is what's going to happen next. This is the likelihood. This is an agreement that was made at a discussion. And a week later, or 10 days later, 15 days later, you find that the thing has come to reality. That means they decided in their discussions that Iraq will attack Iran, and a huge discussion, and the key point was Iraq is likely to win. Okay, and it is announced in the media. So that reaches Baghdad, and 10, 15 days later, you find that the Iraqi troops have crossed into Iran. This is about 1980, 81, when the Islamic Republic had happened and the Shah had been overthrown, and the West was desperate to get Iran back into their fold. And they wanted the Islamic Republic to be dismantled, and they thought this would be one way of doing it. So that's what I would call a short-term situational narrative. For the time being, I need this narrative. After that, doesn't matter. It's taken away. Then you had the same thing in Bush's time. You had them saying, he's got WMDs, he's got Al-Qaeda, he's got this, that, blah, 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 and then the Iraq war started. These are, never mind the facts, never mind the details. This is what you want to be done, and this is what we will get done. That's one aspect of the thing. But similarly, there are attacks on us. There are attacks on us, and I'll explain why this might be happening to us these days, and it will happen more and more in the future. That is that while we are a democratically elected government all through. We've never had a dictatorship. Well, there are two views about that, but it was all democratically elected leadership. But the growth of the Indian economy hurts many vested interests in the world. After all, we got just one globe, we got X number of people, we got X amount of resources. Now, if India is going to be a competitor for the same resource as we are, as the West is, then how will they survive? So, it's good for India to be democratic. It is good for India to be a market or to be a resource country. But it cannot be allowed to become a major industrial hub for the world. So you pick up issues that will bring you down. CAA is a part of that overall scheme. That pull him down, pull this chap down, otherwise he'll be a nuisance to us 10 years, 15 years down the line. CAA, Article 370, which is the other one you mentioned. These are issues that are our own. This only concerns us. It doesn't matter to them if CA is implemented or not. It doesn't concern them. It doesn't concern them if Article 370 is implemented. But it hurts the Indian system because it divides. And when it divides, that suits. It slows things down. Slow down ho gaya na. You succeeded in the NRC and all that thing has slowed down. Your mission has been served. And who does this for you? They don't send in troops from outside. They don't send in, it is the beam of the radio, TV, television, and people here in your country that contribute to this big opposition and protests and demos. So this we have to be prepared for. This kind of obstruction will continue to happen. Narratives will be built against you because it doesn't suit the other side to have a narrative that we might build for ourselves. So, I could go on and on this, but I think that is why these are narratives that are thrown at us. Now you want to react to that? I don't think we should do a counter-narrative per se. There can't be a counter-narrative to CAA in any case. There is no such. So you have to hit them where it hurts. You have to find reasons where it is a kind of a conflict. It's not a I got it. It's not a meeting of happy equals deciding thing. This is, your national interests are involved, ultimately. You want to grow, you want to be counted among the biggest 10 or 5 countries. Your fifth largest economy is actually a worrying thing. Fourth is even worse. So you have to learn to be appear to be a little more modest till your time comes.
As they say, either you create a narrative or it will be too late before you understand you're part of somebody else's narrative.
Yep.
So either we build a narrative or else we'll always be the victims and be crying about it. You have extensively covered about especially in the case of US, especially after the World War II, the kind of institutions they use, the kind of tools, if I may use that word, it could be cinema, it could be the NGOs, You've given innumerable examples. For the sake of the audience, if you can give us few examples of how the US machinery, it could be even the military industrial complex. So the kind of the various machinations which the narrative factory uses to push its narrative, it could be media. I mean, if you can take us through some of those examples which you have highlighted, that would be very helpful to understand, and then probably we can take it forward what it means to India and how we can build our own narrative, sir.
Well, I think for the past 200 years, the West has ruled the world. And they have largely been unopposed. There's been no opposition to the rule, except when the communist system came up, but it was still a Western concept, largely, till the Chinese came. But let's just focus on where the main universal narrative is built. Okay? And the instruments that you use are, I mean, there's no limit to it. It's newspaper, radio, TV. Now, with the internet, everything is thrown in as the means of communication, sending the message. You want to send a message of superiority, military superiority. You publish journals saying that the Americans have got this weapon which will destroy so much in, ICBM capabilities, stealth weapons, stealth aircraft, the drone, weaponize the drone. All these are a military superiority to be attained. You have economic superiorities. You have, I can make genetically modified food. I'm now researching to make artificial food. Because you have to feed 8 billion population. We don't have the food. So I'll give you artificial food. You have to reduce the population, then you have COVID. There is a lot of talk in the West that COVID was not COVID. I'm not sure whether they are right or wrong, but there is a narrative there on both sides that it is there. Then, how do you impress the common mind? You go to New Delhi, if you're familiar with that. You go to Raisina Hill, where the Secretariat is, North Block and South Block, and you have at the end a huge, massive building called Viceroy's House, Palace. Now Rashtrapati Bhavan. That is a signal of power. Okay? And he drives down on his coach with his, in his coach, and his warriors, and he has tall Indian soldiers escorting him. That is the power he has showing you over us. And that's what we accepted for a long, long time. Even after independence, we consider ourselves to be a very peace-loving, never attacked any country, we love our peace, etc. Now that's very good for diplomacy, but it's not good for statecraft. Statecraft is totally different. Statecraft means I must show the others how powerful I am, how difficult I can be, how demanding I can be. In short, it is better in international statecraft and in the world of give and take to be feared, not loved. So we have to learn that tactic. This is in my interest and I will do it. I'm not going to counter every time you say something to me. I will counter you my way. And I will use the same tools that you have used, only I will use them better because I don't now have to rely on the newspaper and so on and so forth. I have the social media, and the next phase should be that you have your data yourself, not anywhere else. But that time will come. But at the moment, we are going to get more narratives thrown at us. Narratives are something not based on truth. Narratives are something based on a perception of truth. How they make you perceive that truth.
We now have kind of an idea, thanks to again social media, the kind of narratives that have been thrown at us. But there's one thing which grabbed my attention in the book. The Indian image in recent years has diminished. This has also been because some vested interests within the country have fed this negativity abroad. So this is an anathema, especially in the case of India. So whatever narrative we are going to build, we have to take this into consideration. So,
yeah.
I mean, how do you foresee, like, not just building institutions, we have such snakes in the backyard kind of thing, you know. So how do we handle that? Who are already, I mean, willingly part of a narrative which is anti-India, which is against the Indian interests. So,
Well, you have these kinds of people in all countries. So either you waste them out, see them out. There is no other way you can deal in a democracy like this. You know, America was built by the rich. America was built by the Rockefellers and the Carnegies. It was not built by by the bureaucrats or the politicians. They came later. And America is still ruled by this class. So we have to incorporate a different kind of vested interest in our rise. That means we must be able to feel proud of an India that is commercially, industrially sound. And you have to rope in, institutions, massive institutions like Bollywood. Bollywood, yes, the theater. Bollywood was, like Hollywood, was used extensively by the Pentagon, by the CIA, for making movies that showed them as the good guys and the better guys and the powerful guys who can demolish anything. One soldier was good enough for 20. So even if you had a failure, you made out a film which pretended to show that they had actually won.
just on a lighter note, every superhero is from the US and every alien lands in the US and they save the world.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
That kind of narrative. And
Yeah.
we enjoyed those movies in our youth.
Yeah, we grew up in the age of Superman and Tarzan, for instance. Tarzan was going around the African continent saving His Majesty's government from this Kaiser fellow. And Superman was the nice neighborhood guy who's actually saving America all the time, or Americans. So those are, narratives built for self-satisfaction, for telling the world that we are so good. Come and join us and you'll be happy. The best thing that will happen to you is if you follow me, if you become like me. So you let in immigrants and see what happens. They don't want to be like you. They want what you have, but they don't want to be like you. So that's going to be a problem for them now. Now, India is rising at a time when the whole world is in a flux of a huge kind. Ukraine, Israel, Iran, Syria, Yemen, Bangladesh. There's a lot of trouble all over. There's trouble of your climate change. There's trouble of food security, race relations, the rise of Islamic radicalism. So we are rising at a time when this is taking place. Maybe they will get involved with themselves and not take too much interest in us, or maybe they will try and divert it by getting more vicious. So, as an intelligent, with my background, I would always opt for the worst option. Then you work backwards and see how you, that this, I think they're going to do this to me, they're going to bomb New Delhi. Then you work backwards and say, no, nothing will happen like this, but something else, smaller, somewhere else might happen. So while we are growing, we have to be alert to the possibility that everybody is not your friend. And nobody is permanent friend in this game. Only interests are permanent.
Essentially, we are on our own.
You're spot on. We are on our own.
You mentioned about the elites, especially in the case of US, which is a democracy. That's what they want us to believe. But in the case of Russia and China, which have picked up their own narratives, especially China, in the last 2 decades. And Russia, ever since World War II, has been fighting US. But whether it was the communist Russia or the modern China, they were not the kind of democracies which we think, which we are proud of. So the kind of elites which the US have, we don't have that luxury. But again, there is an importance for the elites, especially the thought leaders. And this line in your book, for quite some time, India's intellectual elite was happy to see the country dependent on inputs from abroad, which would keep it backward. So that was the truth, but do you see the changing of late? And if it is true that it's been changing, what direction do you see these elite? When I say elite, not just the societal elite, but the thought leadership, the technical leadership. Do you see that they have a vision for India, or this scenario which you have described in the book is changing?
Yes, yes and no. The present young generation, I feel, is much more self-confident about themselves than we were at that age. Because we didn't have a role model. Our role model was British. They gave you the narrative of power. They gave you the narrative of strength. And that's what everybody looked at. And you aspired to be like them. But it takes time for generations to change slowly. And I find that our youngsters are more inquisitive, more knowledgeable. Of course, you can carry all your information on that cell phone. But never mind, they are always alert. So I think while there is a desire for many of us to go abroad and settle there, and we feel there's no life better than the life in America, it's a mindset. And things are not good here. That category is also there. There is also a category which is coming home, giving up and saying, no, I'll go and work in India now. This is not home. So many of my generation or the generation before, left for the West when they were mostly sorry for this. Mostly when they were unskilled labor. They were not skilled. Now you find that the boy or the girl who goes to America is a different caliber, a different category, who will contribute to their economy in a different way. After all, why do you have so many Indian CEOs of so many mega companies? That is a sign of the kind of Indian which is now going out. And I don't expect those CEOs to come back, but at least many of the others will come back. And exchange is always good. It always helps you to learn from the other's experience. Whether that can be applied here or not, that system can be applied. Our systems are different. But it is worth it. There are many who have come back for the good of the country.
I mean, kind of more than the allied, what I read from whatever you said is like, it depends on the youth of the country and how they foresee a future for the country and themselves. Continuing with this, what kind of institutions do you see? I mean, the most of the institutions which build this narrative belong to different fields, whether it's media, cinema, in the NGOs or the think tanks. What kind of organizations do you foresee for India? And also why did we lack in institution building? Institutionalizing an effort is very important for a narrative building. But somehow, how did we lack, and what is that we can do, especially in terms of institution building?
I think this present group that I'm a guest of, the institute which has hosted me today, is an example of what we need to do for ourselves. Okay? And that is how it starts. Start small maybe, but you must have an Indian point of view, and that can come only from Indians who love the country. It won't come from anybody else. Now, the American system is the big ideal to follow. But they have resources, they have money, and their whole system of working is perhaps different from ours. The Council on Foreign Relations, which sits in New York, is also known as the Foreign Office of the Wall Street. A matter of speaking, they help the Wall Street, the commercial, industrial interests to further their economic interests. And it's a powerful body which has presidents and former presidents of the United States, except I think Trump. He's not a member of that. You have the Trilateral Commission, which is England, USA, Japan, based in Brussels, I think. And then you have the Bilderbergers, a highly secret, top level. They all have hush-hush meetings every year and take a decision what they want to do in the next year or two. Sort of decide to lay down policies for themselves. And it works, because then you have a system where you're all aware that they have a free movement from the bureaucracy to the think tank to the commercial section, back to the bureaucracy, and they go around and around. Huh? We don't have that. We work in silos, and we need to break these silos. We need not follow them toward these silos, because governments cannot provide jobs. Governments can only create conditions for jobs. They can give you railways, they can give you education, health, transport, roads. The jobs will come from the private sector, from mega sectors, from those who create commodities. We seem to think that Sarkar ne naukari nahi di. Government hasn't given us any jobs. They're not in the business. They should not be in the business of job creation. It should be the private sector. So if it's got to be the private sector, you've got to involve them with you. And we are not in the game like the Americans were of changing governments all over the world. What they do is a regime change. And regime change don't take place overnight. You have to work at it. And it could take months, years, decades, but they do it. And they do it through an agency called the National Endowment for Democracy and its affiliates. So the Americans are not really involved in changing governments, but there's this agency which does it for them.
You mentioned about regime change operations. China is no different. I mean, it could be debt trap diplomacy, or the way the Russia tried to influence the world during its communist regime. One overarching narrative about these narratives, which they tried to build, whether the US, Russia, or China in modern times, recent times, they wish to impose their model of the world on others. They wish to impose their narratives on the world. Now, my question is, India, when it builds its narrative, is that a model which could be an anathema for our very own civilizational ethos, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the welfare of all, and we also follow the path of Dharma. So, I mean, do we see a dichotomy in what is required, what needs to be done, and what we are as a civilization? So, how do we balance these two?
You know, that's one civilization cannot be compared to the other. There are different values. Now, to the European, for instance, they have several languages, and all the countries are divided more or less on linguistic lines. Religion is the same, Christianity, but different countries depending on the language. The French, the Italian, the Spanish, the Portuguese, Germans, etc., etc. Here you find a country which is their size altogether and speak different languages, have more religions than they have, but they're quite happy about it. There may be the odd unhappy element, but now this is a thing they cannot figure out. EU was the last attempt at an amalgam, but it's a partial success. The Brits walked out and they're otherwise crumbling. So we are looking at two different ways of life. Dharma is good for us, but Dharma is okay. But as a statecraft, I would not advocate that. You have to be hard-nosed about it. You have to, it's my interest, that's it, full stop. And we need not feel shy of being underhand about things. The world does it all the time. Why do you have intelligence agencies then? Don't have them. If you're peaceful and loving and everything is fine, then don't have all this. Because an intelligence agency goes only for the interest, nothing else.
Before we throw it open to the audience, just one last thing. This is one last thing. So, every day when we go through the social media or the news, we have a lot of things which kind of divides us, and it's certainly part of a larger narrative. It could be micro-nationalism, or the language nationalism, or the caste divides. So these are the things which we see on social media when we try to counter, people who are concerned who try to counter. But given all these narratives within India, pushed from outside or inside, are you positive about having our own narrative which is overarching and powerful, which could actually influence the world in a positive way?
Well, there are some days that you feel despondent, but overall I think I would say that one should be positive. For me, I think the youth is the biggest hope, and we are going to be the youngest country and this youth cohort will not come back to India for 300 years. If you miss this, you're finished. So we have to work on that. We have to stay together. There will be attempts to create division. Do you think riots happen automatically on their own? Do you think you can collect farmers on the streets, on the highway for months, and who's to pay for them? Who's to give them food? You ask those questions and you realize that there is somebody else who's doing this. These are not spontaneous movements.
Right.
These are engineered movements, and they don't want that. They don't want us to succeed. They probably don't want. And nationalism in the West, nationalism of others is bad. The only good nationalism is either American or maybe British, not French, not Italian, not German, broadly. So Indian nationalism is automatically converted into Hindutva,
Exactly. Yeah.
which is not so, which is really not so. And barring the officials, some of those people who have vested interests and they want to do it. Now, take the case of this Waqf land. Why was it introduced at the first go? And it has to go. It must be removed. There should be no two opinions about it. So we have to keep at it. It's not going to be easy. People will throw all sorts of things at us.
The message is to be unified. So with this, I think we roughly have about 20 minutes. 20 minutes is fine. 20 minutes for the Q&A. Can I have a rough raise of hands who wish to ask some questions? Okay. So probably we can take one by one. And please, keep the questions related to the topic. Let's not get into some intelligence operations or... So let's keep the questions to the topic and be brief in interest of time.
Thank you, Mr. Sood, for the clear set of, bullet points that emerged from this short interview. Thank you. I was very struck by what you said about to be feared rather than be loved. And I think even I come from a generation that has lived and sought validation from the West for everything that we're doing. How happy you are and how grateful you are and so on, So I'm going to ask you what I fear is an awkward question, but do you know when these mysterious deaths of anti-Indian elements around the world happened for a while, and it was brought up as a thing to embarrass India. But I can't prove it, but it might seem anecdotal, but in conversations I've had, it seemed that people are very happy about it, that it was happening. And, and my question is, now that, because of, mainly, not just Justin Trudeau, although he was an instrument in this, but it seems to have stopped. In a situation like this, going by the principle it is better to be respected than to be validated, what do you think should be the way forward in dealing with this kind of thing when there are rogue elements that can find safe havens in these preaching countries?
There is no real solution to having useful idiots in your scheme. They're always going to be there. And you just have to outwit them, outsmart them, and do things like this. Otherwise, every country has this little bunch who will go against the system just because it is fashionable to be against the system, not because it is the right thing to do. So what solutions? As you yourself said, we still seek validation from the West. If a little boy wins his tournament in France or in USA, it's headlines. The same boy wins something here, he doesn't get the same. We don't generate that self-pride adequately enough. We don't do it. And we only then revert to our past. You know, oh, we were so good 5,000 years ago, but we are talking about today. So unless I sing my song, unless I praise myself, who else will? I think as the saying goes that it's only when the lion gets to give his story will the truth come out. So far it's always been the hunter who tells the story. We have to do it ourselves. This lady has raised her hand quite often. Yes. Next.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Veerabhadra. I am from Advas Educational Institution, Mudbidri. My question to you is that I have heard about the credibility of RA. It has conducted so many operations in eradicating anti-national activities. Could you please tell us the stellar role of advanced technical mechanism in functioning?
I don't think that can be spelled out in the open, but still I leave it to you, sir, if you want to answer.
I don't think I can give you an honest answer to that. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I think he can hear you.
I can't give you an honest answer to that, nor should I be allowed to. So I think we leave RNAW out of this picture. Thank you.
Can we have the mic here, please? Mic here. To the lady. So behind you. Yeah. And please, I request again, please keep the question to the topic. Let's talk on narratives and our role in it, please. Kindly, yeah.
I'll try to stick to the narrative as much as possible. But Meghna ma'am, who's a brave martyr's mother, she wanted to attend Sir's session. And sir, for that I've woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning so that she can attend your session. So I'll...
Thank you very much.
So I'll just take a little liberty of... also, so I'll stick to your profession. Sir, our session is tomorrow. I've written a book on Nagrota attack 2016, the Jaish-e-Mohammed attack that happened on Nagrota camp. And we'll be launching the book tomorrow. And her son forms a part of, you know, the bravery and courage with which he was a part of the operation. So talking about Mumbai attacks, or talking about Nagrota, talking about Uri, or talking about the other intelligence failures that we have, what do you think, sir, you know, though we're trying, again, as an author, my job is to, you know, bring out a narrative of the bravery that the soldiers have shown in that operation. Bring out the bravery of the army. But then, sir, I want to know, sir, where is it that the intelligence failure lies, you know, where we can avoid these Fidayeen attacks that keep happening time and again, and we keep getting affected by the Pak-sponsored terrorism?
Well, I think I would have to write another book on that. But the thing is, there is no guarantee against intelligence failure. It is, after all, a human endeavor that takes place in the assessments and how you play out the story and tell the government what's happening. They say that the recent attack on October 7 in Israel was because of intelligence failure. My understanding of the trade is that a major incursion like this is different from a lone wolf attack. Intelligence agencies do get some information of what might happen at a particular time or in a particular phase of time. Now then two things happen after that. Either your information then becomes woolly or becomes clearer with the days go by, or the establishment refuses to accept it because it does not suit the political motivations at that time. And this has happened the world over on different occasions. Politicians, the leaders of the country have ignored it, let it happen. They say, I haven't seen the proof yet, that even Hawaii, the Americans knew. They did it because they wanted a reason to enter the Second World War. They wanted that narrative. So, you create a situation, you let a situation boil, sometimes it boils too much. You didn't expect it to become so bad, but it does. There is a rationale behind all this. That's the way of life. That's what hard states do.
If I may just add into this question, was India aware of this, the regime change that was being planned in Bangladesh, and would Indian intelligence agencies have been aware of this regime change being planned in Bangladesh?
I have really no idea. I've not asked anybody. I don't ask RAW any questions anymore. So your information and my information in the same platter.
Is there going to be a counter narrative to all the bad, things being said by Bangladeshis against India and having Sheikh Hasina in India, etc.?
I can only give kind of a comment on this, that remember August 6, 1946, Direct Action Day. That was organized by a Bengali Muslim. The ethos of the Bengali Muslim has not changed. Even Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was originally a member of the Awami Muslim League. He changed and removed the word Muslim when it suited him. It became a Awami League. And then he fought his political battles with Bhutto. And I would think that if Bhutto had agreed to let him be the PM, this war may not have happened. So, and the kind of Comilla, you remember Comilla and all those places where the riots took place at that time. What is happening is a rehash of that. It's just a check and repeat. And I'm not sure whether they're genuinely upset with Sheikh Hasina, or perhaps this is a classic regime change. I think it is a classic regime change with our friend coming in from Washington to take charge in a special aircraft the next day. So things don't happen by coincidence. Things are made to happen.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And unfortunately, we've run out of time. I've been asked to wrap up this session. So probably you can interact with Mr. Sood's once the session is over. So as we wrap up, the message is, despite we being part of several other narratives, especially which is against our interests, the first starting point is to stay united. That's the biggest message of this session. we also need to be aware, have our eyes and ears open. And the starting point for that is the book by Vikram Sood, The Ultimate Goal. That's where we all need to stand. And before we wrap up, can we have a big round of applause for the man and his work, which we usually don't see in the mainstream media. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of everyone present, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Vikram Sood for an enlightening session on the art and craft of building and dismantling narratives. As a former head of RAW, his insights into the strategic importance of narratives in geopolitics and national security were truly invaluable. A special thank you to our moderator, Mr. Prashant Vaidyaraj, for skillfully guiding the discussion and ensuring an engaging session. This has been a thought-provoking and impactful experience. Thank you both.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸವಿ ನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಲರಾಮ್ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಜೆ.ಎಲ್. ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲರ್ಸ್ ಪುತ್ತೂರು ಇದರ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಲರಾಮ್ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ಮರಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಕ್ರಮ್ ಸೂದ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ವೈದ್ಯರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. I would like to announce the sessions that will be held after the lunch. At 2 p.m., we are going to Samskritayanam. 3 p.m., process reforms as public policy. 4 p.m., graduating the education policy. 5 p.m., democracy and democratic governance. Thank you, and you all can go off for lunch now.
We request the audience to assemble here at Audi 1 back at 1:55 p.m. so that the session can be started at 2 p.m. Samskritayanam at 2 p.m. We shall now break for lunch.
चमत्कारान्तरमपि स्यात् काव्ये, यथा व्यञ्जनयोः द्वयोः एव प्रयोगेण एकं पद्यम् अस्ति सुभाषितावल्यां। तारतारतरैरेतैरुत्तरोत्तरतो ऋतैरतार्तातित्तिरीरौति तीरे तीरेतरौतरौ इति पद्यम्। अत्र तव्यञ्जनस्य रेफस्य रव्यञ्जनस्य एव प्रयोगः कविना कृतः। पद्यस्य आशयोपि सम्यगेव वर्तते, आशयम् इदानीं न वर्णयामि। एवं कदाचित् विचित्रा कल्पना अपि भवति कवेः। कल्पना नाम अत्र अलङ्कारः इति। तादृशः अलङ्कारभरितः काव्यबन्धः अपि पद्यबन्धः अपि काव्यम् इति वक्तुं शक्यते। एकम् उदाहरणं यच्छामि, अथवा सन्निवेशः अपि भवेत्। नूतनाः सन्निवेशाः कल्प्यन्ते। एकं पद्यमस्ति लीलाशुकस्य, एवमस्ति पद्यं। कालिन्दीपुलिनोदरेषु मुसली यावद्गतः खेलितुं तावत् कर्पूरिकापयः पिबहरे वर्धिष्यते शिखा इत्थं बालतया प्रतारणपरा श्रुत्वा यशोदा गिरः पायान्न स्वशिखां स्पृशन् प्रमुदितक्षीरेऽर्धपीते हरिः इति। कृष्णमधिकृत्य एतत् पद्यं वर्तते। कृष्णः क्षीरं न पिबति, तस्य माता कुपिता सञ्जाता। सा वदति कृष्णं प्रति, कृष्ण क्षीरं पिब इति। कृष्णः पृच्छति, किमर्थं मया क्षीरं पातव्यम् इति। सा वदति, यदि क्षीरं पिबसि तर्हि ते शिखा वर्धते। शिखा नाम जुट्टु बेळियते ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ। शिशुः किं करोति, मातरि विश्वासं करोति। सः क्षीरं पिबति, अर्धमेव पिबति, पीत्वा सन्तुष्टः भवति, शिखां स्पृशति। ओ एतावत् वृद्धा अधुना शिखा सञ्जाता इति। एषः अपि नूतनः सन्निवेशः कविना कल्पितः। ईदृशः सन्निवेशः भागवतादिषु न वर्तते, कविना एव कल्पितः। ईदृशाः नूतनाः सन्निवेशाः अपि काव्यम् इति वक्तुं शक्यते। अन्यत्र यत् भावप्रधानं पद्यं यद्भवति, भावप्रधानानां पद्यानाम् अनेकानि उदाहरणानि भवन्ति। वस्तुतः रसकाव्यम् इति यद्वदामः तदेव उत्तमं काव्यं। तस्य उदाहरणमपि न यच्छामि। प्रश्नस्य द्वितीयभागं, इदानीन्तनेषु दिवसेषु नूतनानि वस्तूनि अधिकृत्य कथं काव्यानि रच्यन्ते इति। तदपि शक्यं। पुराणाः कवयः अपि उदाहरणार्थं मुद्राराक्षसं वर्तते, मृच्छकटिकं वर्तते, ते अपि समकालीनानि वस्तूनि एव आश्रित्य नाटकादीनि रचितवन्तः। मयापि बालिवुड् चलच्चित्र उद्यमम् अधिकृत्य कश्चन बाणः रचितः। बाणः 10 रूपकेषु अन्यतमः, कश्चन बाणः अपि रचितः। एवं प्राचीनां शैलीम् अनुरुध्य अपि अस्माभिः नूतनानि वस्तूनि रचितुं शक्यते इति उक्त्वा विरमामि।
अत्यन्तं रमणीयं महोदय, बहु सम्यक् विवृतवान्। प्राचीनसाहित्यानि अतीव सुन्दराणि, सरसानि, ललितानि। कन्नडे एका उक्तिः अस्ति, ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಹಳೆ ಬೇರು ಸೇರಿರಲು ಮರ ಸೊಬಗು ಇತಿ. ತನ್ನಾಮ ಪ್ರಾಚೀನಂ ಮೂಲಂ ನವ ದ್ವಯಮಪಿ ಯದಿ अस्ति तर्हि वृक्षस्य सौन्दर्यम् अधिकम् एव। एवं प्रयत्नविषये अथवा प्राचीनसाहित्यानां विषये एताभ्यां द्वाभ्यामपि आन्दोलनस्य तथा साहित्यविषये उक्तम् अस्ति। इदानीम् आधुनिके युवकयुवतीनाम् आकर्षणार्थं प्रयत्नाः क्रियमाणाः सन्ति बहुभिः। एवमेव अस्माकं मध्ये अस्ति समष्टि गुब्बी भगिनी। संस्कृते भगिनी नाम सहोदरी इति, अतः वयं सर्वान् अपि भगिनीत्वेन चिन्तयामः। तस्मात् अहं भगिनी इति आह्वयामि। एषा तिरुपतौ पदवीं प्राप्य तदनन्तरं स्नातकोत्तरपदवीं संस्कृते प्राप्तवती। तदनन्तरं विशेषतया आधुनिकसंस्कृते यथा इदानीं माध्यमाः सन्ति, माध्यमाः इत्युक्ते अस्माकं विशेषतया फेस्बुक्, इन्स्टाग्राम्, ट्विटर् एवं बहुविधाः कल्पनाः सन्ति। तादृश युवसमाजे कथं तस्याः संस्कृतप्रचारप्रसाराय प्रयत्नः अस्ति इति अहं समष्टिभगिनीं पृच्छामि। संस्कृतस्य प्रचारः प्रसारः कथं क्रियमाणः अस्ति भवत्या?
सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः। श्रूयते खलु? प्रथमं तु सर्वेभ्योऽपि धन्यवादाः, अनन्तधन्यवादाः, यतोहि अत्र सर्वेपि विद्वांसः सन्ति, संस्कृतपठितारः सन्ति, संस्कृतवक्तारः अपि सन्ति। अहमपि तत्र बिन्दुवत् एव अस्मि, किन्तु मम एव सौभाग्यम् अत्र वेदिकायाम् उपविश्य मम चिन्तनं, मम विचारान् अत्र प्रकटीकर्तुम् अवकाशः वर्तते इति। आधुनिकजगति, आधुनिकसमये संस्कृतस्य प्रचारः, संस्कृतं कुत्र तिष्ठति अथवा वयं सर्वेपि संस्कृतेन कुत्र तिष्ठामः इति अहं केवलम् अत्र व्यक्तं करोमि। बहु सरलमस्ति। इन्स्टाग्राम् इति एकं विषयं स्वीकुर्मः। इन्स्टाग्राम् मध्ये अहं, मम अग्रजः च एकं रील् स्थापितवन्तः। तत्र किमपि नास्ति, ಒಂದು ಇಡ್ಲಿ ವಡೆ ಚಟ್ನಿ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ बहु सम्यक् अस्ति, बेङ्गलूरुनगरम् आगच्छन्तु, एतद् उपाहारगृहं बहु सम्यक् अस्ति इति स्थापितवन्तः। एकघण्टानन्तरम् अहं पश्यामि 1000 व्यूस् सन्ति, 1000 व्यूस् सन्ति। तदनन्तरं मध्याह्ने पश्यामि 10,000 व्यूस् सन्ति। अग्रिमदिने पश्यामि चेत् 10,00,000 व्यूस् आगतम्। अतः अत्र एतेन वयं किम् अवगच्छामः इत्युक्ते, केवलं 30 सेकेण्ड्स् रील्, 30 सेकेण्ड्स् संस्कृतं रील् स्वीकृत्य 10,00,000 जनानां संस्कृतस्य परिचयः जातः न वा? ते सर्वेपि इदानीम् ओहो, संस्कृतम् इति भाषा एका अस्ति, संस्कृतम् इति किञ्चित् वर्तते इति तेषां परिचयः जातः इति सरलरूपेण केवलम् एकस्य दिनस्य अहं विषयं वदामि। तदनन्तरम् आधुनिके ये केऽपि क्षेत्राणि सन्ति, इदानीं कार्पोरेट् इति स्वीकुर्मः चेत् तत्र आङ्ग्लभाषा इति ऑफिशियल् लैङ्ग्वेज् स्वीक्रियते। तत्र विविधक्षेत्रतः, विविध राज्यतः, राज्येभ्यः जनाः आगच्छन्ति इति कारणतः सर्वेभ्यः अवगमनार्थं, भाषावगमनार्थम् आङ्ग्लभाषा इति स्वीक्रियते। तदेव वयं सर्वेषामपि अवगमनार्थम्, इदानीं कश्चित् पुरुषः आन्ध्रप्रदेशतः आगच्छति, कश्चित् केरळतः आगच्छति, कश्चित् तत्र उत्तरभारततः आगच्छति, तेषां सर्वेषाम् अवगमनार्थम् अहम् आङ्ग्लभाषायाः उपयोगं किमर्थं करोमि? मास्तु, संस्कृतं भवतु। इदानीं चिन्तयन्तु, अद्य एव मङ्गलूरु लिटरेचर् फेस्ट् मध्ये केचन जनाः आङ्ग्लभाषायाम् उक्तवन्तः, अत्र स्पीकर्स् अपि। तदेव चिन्तयन्तु, इमेजिन् कुर्वन्तु, यदि वयं तदेव संस्कृतेन कृतवन्तः चेत् कथं भवति स्म इति अस्माकं चिन्तनम् अभवत्। तथैव वयं यत्किमपि कुर्मः, सरलतया वदामि चेत् संस्कृतस्य प्रचारः अति सरलमस्ति। वयं कथं जीवामः, यत्किमपि मम जीवने वर्तते तत्सर्वमपि अहं संस्कृते करोमि। अहं वर्कौट् करोमि वा, संस्कृते करोमि। 1, 2, 3, 4 पुशप्स्, संस्कृतं खलु। अहं बैक् रैडिङ्ग् गच्छामि, किमर्थं गच्छामि? संस्कृतस्य प्रचारार्थं गच्छामि, अस्तु। तदनन्तरं गीतं गायामि, संस्कृतेन गायामि न वा? तथैव अहं किम् इन्स्टाग्राम् मध्ये इन्फ्लुयेन्सर् भवामि, संस्कृतेन भवामि न वा? एतत् वयं सर्वेपि कर्तुम्, अत्र ये केऽपि सन्ति, श्रूयते वा? अत्र ये केऽपि सन्ति, वयं सर्वेपि एतत् कर्तुं वयं प्रयतामहे इति। एतद् वयं कृतवन्तः।
समीचीनम्, उत्तमं। यतः आधुनिकयुगे अत्यवश्यम् अस्ति एतत्। डाक्टर् विश्वासमहोदयः वदति इदानीम्, आन्दोलनसमये भवता सम्यक् एव उक्तं, तस्मिन् समये बहवः विद्वांसः आसन् खलु, तेषां प्रतिस्पन्दः कथम् आसीत्? तेषां सहमतिः प्रोत्साहः वा आसीत् किं? तैः आन्दोलने भागः स्वीकृतः वा? कथं भवद्भिः कार्यम् अग्रे नीतम् इति विषये वदतु।
तस्य उत्तरदानात् पूर्वं भगिन्या यदुक्तं तत्र एकम् अंशं योजयितुम् इच्छामि। बेङ्गलूरुनगरे रङ्गराव् मार्गे एक काफ़ी बार् अस्ति, बहु प्रसिद्धं। तत्रत्य इड्ली बहु प्रसिद्धमस्ति, तस्य विषये सा रील् कृतवती अस्ति। वयं मध्ये मध्ये तद् होटेल् गच्छामः स्म। स यजमानः अस्माकं बहु परिचितः। सः एकस्मिन् दिने वयम् इड्लीद्वयं ददातु इति वदामः स्म। सः एकस्मिन् दिने पृष्टवान्, बेण्णे अನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು इति। बेण्णे नवनीतम् इत्युक्तवन्तः। बेक अನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, आवश्यकम् इति। तदनन्तरं वयं गत्वा इड्लीद्वयम् इति वदामः चेत् नवनीतम् आवश्यकं वा, प्रतिदिनं वदति सः। इत्युक्ते सः संस्कृतस्य प्रचारं कृतवान्। तस्य गृहजनाः सर्वेपि सम्भाषणशिबिरम् आगतवन्तः। जनानां मनसि संस्कृतविषये तादृशं प्रेम भवति, तद् निरपवादरूपेण। पुनः एकम् उदाहरणं वदामि केवलं। सम्भाषणशिबिरं प्रति सर्वे आगच्छन्तु इति गृहं गृहं गत्वा वयं सम्पर्कं कुर्मः स्म। बेङ्गलूरुनगरे ITI मध्ये एकः प्रमुखपदे आसीत्, तस्य गृहं गत्वा सम्पर्कं कृतवन्तः। सः उक्तवान्, महोदय ನೀವು ಸಂಭಾಷಣ ಶಿಬಿರಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿಬಿಡಿ, ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಕಲಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇತಿ. ಕಿಮರ್ಥಂ ಮಹೋದಯ ಇತಿ ಪೃಷ್ಟವಾನ್. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಬೈತಾ ಇರ್ತಾಳೆ, ಅವಳು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿ, ಬೈತಾ ಇರಲಿ, ನಾನು ಸ್ತೋತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇತ್ಯುಕ್ತೆ ಏತಾದೃಶಾः विशिष्टाः अनुभवाः बहवः सन्ति अस्माकं। भवतु संस्कृत यानम् इति कारणतः अहं स्मृतवान्। महोदयायाः प्रश्नः आसीत्, विद्वांसः ये आसन् तेषाम् आशयः कः आसीत् इति। सत्यम्, आरम्भदिनेषु वयं ये एतस्य कार्यस्य आरम्भं कृतवन्तः, वयं सर्वेपि बालाः एव। चमू कृष्णशास्त्री इत्यादयः सर्वेषां वयः 20-25 पर्यन्तं, तावत् लघुवयस्काः। अतः अस्माकं दृष्ट्वा सर्वेषां मनसि एषः बालः इति भावना सहजतया भवति स्म। किन्तु अस्माकं सौभाग्यवशात् महापण्डितद्वयं, विद्वान् महाबलेश्वरभट्टः, विद्वान् सोतिनागराजः, यौ द्वौ इदानीं महामहोपाध्यायौ स्तः। तौ द्वौ आवयोः पार्श्वद्वये दृढं स्थितवन्तौ। तस्मात् कारणात् अस्माकं बलं द्विगुणितम् अभवत्। द्वितीयं, तेषां निरन्तरम् अस्माकं शिक्षणम् आसीत्। पश्यतु, सम्यक् संस्कृतेन वक्तव्यं, दोषः न करणीयः, भाषा उत्तमा भवेत्, तदर्थं निरन्तरं प्रयत्नः भवेत् इति तेषां सूचना आसीत्। तेपि अस्माकं समीपे आसन्। तस्मात् कारणात् आन्दोलनस्य गौरवं वर्धितम् अभवत्। अन्यच्च संस्कृतविद्वांसः ये सन्ति, बहवः महामहोपाध्यायाः, सर्वेषां मनसि संस्कृतस्य सुदिनानि पुनः आगच्छन्तु इति अपेक्षा आसीदेव। किन्तु तद् शक्यते एतेन इति तेषां कल्पना नासीत्। वयम् एकं कार्यं यदा कृतवन्तः, तेषां मनसि कश्चन विश्वासः आगतः, निश्चयेन शक्यते इति। तेपि अस्माकं समीपम् आगतवन्तः। तदर्थं वयं वर्षे एकं कार्यक्रमं कृतवन्तः। कार्यक्रमस्य नाम आसीत् अनुग्रहगोष्ठी। तस्यां गोष्ठ्यां नगरस्य सर्वे ज्येष्ठाः विद्वांसः आहूयन्ते, तेषां पुरतः अस्माकं कार्यस्य निवेदनं क्रियते। ते सर्वं शृण्वन्ति, सन्तोषम् अनुभवन्ति, अन्ते अस्माकम् आशीर्वादं कुर्वन्ति। तादृशकार्यक्रमाः पुनः पुनः कृताः। एतस्मात् कारणात् पण्डितानां मनसि, विदुषां मनसि अस्माकम् आन्दोलनस्य विषये प्रीतिः उत्पन्ना अभवत्। गच्छता कालेन अस्माकं सामर्थ्यम् अधिकं जातम्। इत्युक्ते बहवः कार्यकर्तारः आगताः। संस्कृतस्य आकर्षणकारणतः युवकाः बहवः जनाः संस्कृतस्य समीपम् आगतवन्तः। तदा एतेषां पण्डितानां मनसि अपि निर्णयः अभवत्, संस्कृतस्य भविष्यम् अत्र अस्ति इति। अहं स्मरामि, नागपुरे कश्चन महान् विद्वान् श्रीधरभास्करवर्णेकरः इति तस्य नाम, संस्कृतस्य महाकविः। सः संस्कृतभारत्याः कार्यकर्तॄन् दृष्ट्वा सः उक्तवान्, मम सर्वदा संस्कृतस्य भविष्यविषये चिन्ता भवति स्म। वयं संस्कृतार्थं किञ्चित् कार्यं कुर्वन्तः स्मः, इतः परं संस्कृतस्य गतिः का भवेत् इति मम चिन्ता भवति स्म। किन्तु इदानीं संस्कृतभारतीं दृष्ट्वा, संस्कृतभारत्याः कार्यकर्तॄन् दृष्ट्वा मम मनसि विश्वासः आगतः अस्ति, इतः परं संस्कृतस्य भविष्यम् उज्ज्वलं भविष्यति। अहं निश्चिन्ततया प्राणान् त्यक्तुं शक्नोमि इति संस्कृतज्ञः उक्तवान्। तस्य वचनं सत्यं जायमानमस्ति। संस्कृतम् इदानीं समाजस्य प्रतिकोणं गच्छत् अस्ति। पूर्वं द्वयोः मुखात् संस्कृतसम्भाषणम् अकस्मात् श्रूयते चेत् अत्यन्तम् आश्चर्यम् अनुभवन्ति स्म जनाः। इदानीं संस्कृतसम्भाषणम् आश्चर्यस्य विषयः नास्ति। यदि आश्चर्यस्य विषयः स्यात्, मंगलूर लिट् फेस्ट् मध्ये संस्कृतस्य अवसरः न स्यात्। एतद् सहजं जातमस्ति, तस्मात् कारणात् अत्र अवसरः लब्धः अस्ति। अतः संस्कृतविद्वांसः आरम्भदिने यद्यपि किञ्चित् असमाहिताः आसन्, गच्छता कालेन तेपि अस्माभिः सह आगतवन्तः, आशीर्वादं कृतवन्तः, साहाय्यं कृतवन्तः। एकस्य पण्डितस्य वचनद्वयम् उक्त्वा समापयामि। तिरुपतौ राष्ट्रीयसंस्कृतविद्यापीठम् इत्यासीत्, इदानीं विश्वविद्यालयः। भगिनी तत्र पठितवती इति उक्तवती। तत्र कश्चन महान् वैयाकरणः के.वी. रामकृष्णमाचार्युलु इति, अत्यन्तं महान् विद्वान्। सः चमूकृष्णशास्त्रिणः विषये सः लिखितवान् पुस्तके। एते सर्वे बालाः अस्माकं समीपे पठितुम् आगतवन्तः, इदानीं ते गुरवः जाताः, वयं बालाः जाताः इति। इत्युक्ते अस्माकम् आन्दोलनस्य कार्यकर्तॄणां विषये तेषामपि तादृशी प्रीतिः, तादृशं प्रेम उत्पन्नम् अभवत्। अतः इदानीं देशस्य प्रायः सर्वेपि विद्वांसः संस्कृतभारत्या सह सन्ति इति सन्तोषेण वदामि।
धन्यवादः। यथा विदुषाम् अनुग्रहः, प्रेरणा, प्रोत्साहः च सर्वदा आवश्यकः एव। डॉक्टर शंकर महोदयः साहित्येषु कथं रमणीयता भवति, तत्र विशेषतया तादृशप्रयोगः कृतः वा इति सः सरलैः पद्यैः दर्शितवान्। महोदय, इदानीं भवता चित्रकाव्यम् इति लिखितम् इति श्रूयते। यथा संस्कृते बहुप्रकारकाः ग्रन्थाः सन्ति, तत्र चित्रकाव्यम् इत्यपि एकमस्ति। तथैव चित्रकाव्यं नाम किं? कानिचन उदाहरणानि वक्तुं शक्नोति?
धन्यवादः। इदानीन्तनेषु दिवसेषु कोऽपि चित्रकाव्यं लिखति इत्येव विषयः आश्चर्यस्य विषयः। यतोहि चित्रकाव्यानि ये पुरातनाः कवयः आसन् ते एव लिखितवन्तः। चित्रकाव्यं नाम किम्? अत्र चित्रशब्दस्य अर्थः विचित्रम् इति। यत् पद्यम् अस्मासु विस्मयम् उत्पादयति, आश्चर्यम् उत्पादयति, तत् पद्यं चित्रकाव्यस्य उदाहरणम्। परम्परायां चित्रकाव्यम् अधमकाव्यम् इति गण्यते। काव्येषु उत्तमकाव्यं, मध्यमकाव्यम्, अधमकाव्यम् इति भवति। चित्रकाव्यं तु अधमकाव्यम् इति गण्यते। जगन्नाथपण्डितस्तु चित्रकाव्यम् अधमाधमकाव्यम् इत्यपि वदति। किन्तु चित्रकाव्यम् अत्यन्तं दुष्करम्। उत्तमकाव्ये भावाः सन्ति, मध्यमकाव्ये अलङ्काराः, अधमकाव्ये चित्रकाव्ये तु शब्दचमत्कारः, शब्दगुम्फनचमत्कारः च वर्तते। उदाहरणार्थं पश्यामश्चेत् वेङ्कटाध्वरी इति कश्चन कविः आसीत्। तेन राघवयादवीयम् इति काव्यं लिखितं। तत्र प्रतिपद्यं वयम् अग्रतः पठामश्चेत् रामस्य कथा भवति, पृष्ठतः पठामश्चेत् कृष्णस्य कथा भवति। अनुलोमप्रतिलोमकाव्यम् इत्यपि अस्य नामान्तरं वर्तते। अधुनापि चित्रकाव्यस्य नूतनाः प्रभेदाः आविष्कर्तुं शक्याः। मया एव कश्चन प्रभेदः आविष्कृतः इति वक्तुं शक्यते। आङ्ग्लभाषाभासः इति। इदं पद्यं शृणोतु। पद्यम् एवं वर्तते। गो विन द वार द वे यू नो, गो विन द वार द वे यू नो, मैत्री संसार अवे शिकार, अमास अरोब ऑल आर कोजी, हरी शो सून अवेट द रम। पद्यम् एवमस्ति। यदि पद्यं शृण्वन्ति भवन्तः तर्हि चिन्तयन्ति इदं किमपि आङ्ग्लवाक्यम् इति चिन्तयन्ति। वस्तुतः इदं संस्कृतपद्यं, कृष्णस्तुतिरूपं पद्यं। गोविन्द न गोविन्द, हे गोविन्द इति अस्य अर्थः वर्तते। इदं नूतनतया कल्पितं चित्रकाव्यम्। एवमेव गोमूत्रिका इति कश्चन प्रभेदः वर्तते। गोमूत्रिकायां बहवः पद्यानि, द्वित्राणि पद्यानि तत्र तत्र महाकवयः अपि निवेशितवन्तः। किन्तु मया नलदमयन्त्योः विवाहावधिकथा सम्पूर्णतया गोमूत्रिकाबन्धे निबद्धा। इदं प्रथमतया संस्कृतसाहित्य इतिहासे एवमस्ति। गोमूत्रिका नाम किं? पदस्तु अत्यन्तं विचित्रः वर्तते गोमूत्रिका इति। किमर्थमस्य नाम गोमूत्रिका इति दर्शयिष्यामि यदि अवकाशः प्रदीयते।
अवश्यम्।
इदं मम चित्रनैषदात्, मम काव्यं यद्वर्तते चित्रनैषदम् इति, तत्र सर्वाणि अपि पद्यानि चित्रकाव्यमयानि गोमूत्रिकाबन्धे रचितानि वर्तन्ते। तत्रत्यं प्रथमं पद्यम् इदानीं लिखामि। एवमस्ति पद्यं। पद्यस्य भाषा किञ्चिदिव सुकरा एव वर्तते। प्रायः चित्रकाव्ये भाषा सुबोधा न वर्तते, किन्तु मम प्रयत्नः एवं वर्तते यत् चित्रकाव्यमपि सुबोधं स्यात् इति। पद्यम् एवमस्ति। विष्णुस्तुतिपद्यमिदं। नमो नीरज नाभाय नित्याय करुणाब्धये तमो निरसनार्काय दैत्यानीक तृणाग्नये। पद्यम् एवं वर्तते। आशयः अपि सुग्राह्य एव आशयः। नमः नमस्काराः। नीरजनाभो नाम विष्णुः। नित्यः सः। करुणाब्धिः करुणासागरः सः। तमो निरसनार्काय, सूर्यः यथा तमः नाशयति तथा सः अपि आन्तरिकं तमः नाशयति। दैत्यान् संहरति, दैत्यानीक तृणाग्नये इति। इदं पद्यम् एवमपि पठितुं शक्यते। नमो नीरजनाभाय नित्याय करुणाब्धये। नमो नीरजनाभाय नित्याय करुणाब्धये। इदम् एवमपि पठितुं शक्यते। तमो नीरसनार्काय दैत्यानीक तृणाग्नये। अस्य नाम किमर्थं गोमूत्रिका इति सञ्जातं? यदा गौः मार्गे मूत्रयति एवं जिग्ज़ैग् पैटर्न् करोति। अत्रापि जिग्ज़ैग् पैटर्न् एव वर्तते, अतः गोमूत्रिकाबन्धः इति अस्य नाम। सम्पूर्णापि नलदमयन्त्योः कथा एवं मया लिखिता।
धन्यवादः महोदय। उत्तमं। संस्कृते विविधाः ग्रन्थाः, अनेकानि साहित्यानि एतादृश चित्रकाव्यं विचित्रकाव्यम् इति प्रसिद्धं महोदयः एवम् उदाहरणरूपेण अपि दर्शितवान्। भगिनी समष्टिभगिनी उक्तवती एव तेषां सम्मुखीकरणाय कः उपायः अनुसृतः भवत्या?
एवं केवलम् एकः क्लेशः वर्तते, संस्कृतं प्रति यदि वयं मनसा कुर्मः, हृदयङ्गमं कार्यं कुर्मः, तत्र कोऽपि क्लेशः एव न भवति वस्तुतः, किन्तु एकः क्लेशसदृशम् इति वक्तुम् अहं शक्नोमि। अस्माकं मनस्थितिः, अस्माकम् इत्युक्ते सर्वेषां जनानां मनस्थितिः कीदृशी अस्ति इत्युक्ते संस्कृतपठनार्थम् एकः प्रकोष्ठः आवश्यकः, एकं वातावरणम् आवश्यकम्, एकं फलकम् आवश्यकम्, एकः शिक्षकः आवश्यकः इति अस्माकं सर्वेषामपि मनस्थितिः स्यात्। तस्य दूरीकरणार्थं वयं किं कृतवन्तः? मास्तु कोऽपि चीफ् उद्यानं स्वीकुर्मः, न वा? उद्यानं सर्वेपि आगच्छन्ति सप्ताहान्तेषु, वीकेण्ड्स् मध्ये तत्र वाकिङ्ग् गच्छन्ति, यदा कदापि समयः लभ्यते तत्र एवमेव पिक्निक् इत्यादिकं कुर्वन्ति इति कारणतः वयम् एकम् उद्यानं बेङ्गळूरुनगरे वयं चितवन्तः। तत्र सर्वेपि वयं 8 मित्राणि आस्म। प्रथमदिने वयं 8 मित्राणि, 8 फ्रेण्ड्स् टुगेदर्, वी वेण्ट् टु दिस् पर्टिक्युलर् गार्डन् काल्ड् एस् कब्बन् पार्क्, अस्तु वा? बेङ्गळूरुनगरे कब्बन् पार्क् इति वयम् 8 मित्राणि गत्वा संस्कृतं वदामः, तदनन्तरम् इड्डलिकां दोशिकां सर्वमपि खादामः, खादित्वा आगच्छामः इति गतवन्तः। तस्य पुनः रील् एतत् सर्वं चित्रीकरणं कृत्वा इन्स्टाग्राम् मध्ये स्थापितवन्तः। अग्रिमसप्ताहान्ते नेक्स्ट् वीकेण्ड् 80 पीपल् आगताः कब्बन् पार्क् मध्ये। तत्र वस्तुतः समस्या जाता, सेक्युरिटी इत्यादिकजनाः आगताः, किन्तु चिन्ता नास्ति, सोऽपि क्लेशः नैव। एवं संस्कृतस्य किं वदामः, प्रीतिः सर्वत्र जायमाना अस्ति, किन्तु संस्कृतस्य पठनार्थं किमपि वातावरणं न आवश्यकं। यत्र तत्र तेषां वातावरणम् अस्ति तत्र वयं संस्कृतस्य केवलं परिचयं कुर्मः इति वयं चिन्तितवन्तः। कार्पोरेट् जनाः संस्कृतं वक्तुम् इच्छन्ति वा? तेषां समयानां परिवर्तनं न आवश्यकं, न अपेक्षते। तत्रैव कार्पोरेट् आफीस् मध्ये गत्वा एव वयं संस्कृतं पाठितवन्तः। तत्र 20 निमेषाणाम् एकं सत्रं, संस्कृतस्य सत्रं वयं कृतवन्तः। अस्तु, तदनन्तरम् इदानीं चित्रमाध्यमेषु ये केपि सन्ति, नटाः, नट्यः, नर्तक्यः, नर्तकाः ये केपि सन्ति, गायकाः इत्युक्ते फिल्म् इण्डस्ट्री इति वदामः खलु, तेषां कृते अपि वयमेव गत्वा संस्कृतं पाठितवन्तः, संस्कृतं तत्र अधीतं, न वा? अतः सर्वेपि एकत्र आगत्य तत्र संस्कृतं पठनीयम् इति नैव। जनाः यत्र तत्र सन्ति तत्रैव संस्कृतस्य परिचयं वयं कारयामः चेत् तदेव अलम् इति अस्माकं चिन्तनं जातम्। अतः
धन्यवादः। आन्दोलनकारणतः महती साहित्यसृष्टिः जाता इति वदन्ति। तर्हि डाक्टर् विश्वास् महोदय, भवान् तु स्वयं लेखकः अस्ति, भाषाद्वयेपि अनेकानि साहित्यानि रचितवान्। एतद्विषये विभिन्नप्रकारकाः ग्रन्थाः अथवा अनेकानि काव्यानि सन्ति इति वयं तु जानीमः एव। तत् कथं तत्र भवान् कार्यं कृतवान्?
संस्कृते साहित्यनिर्माणं तु निरन्तरं प्रवर्तमानम् अस्ति, आसीत्, अस्ति च। निमेषपूर्वं शङ्करमहोदयेन सह सम्भाषणं कुर्वन्नासं, किं कुर्वन् अस्ति इति पृष्टवान्। सः इदानीं महाकाव्यमेकं रचयन् अस्ति संस्कृते। इत्युक्ते संस्कृते महाकाव्यरचनं निरन्तरं प्रवर्तमानमस्ति। तादृशकाव्यानि बहूनि आसन्, सन्ति च। एतद् अत्यन्तं योग्यमेव अपेक्षितमपि किन्तु अस्माकम् आन्दोलनतः ये संस्कृतं पठितवन्तः तेषाम् अपेक्षा किञ्चित् भिन्ना भवति वयं तद् अवगन्तुं न शक्नुमः अस्माकम् अतीव सरलभाषया लिखितं साहित्यम् आवश्यकम् इति ते अपेक्षां कुर्वन्ति तन्निमित्तमपि लेखनीयम् इति वयं प्रयत्नम् आरब्धवन्तः विशिष्य अन्यभाषासु या भाषाविषये प्रगतिः अस्ति संस्कृतेपि भवेत् इति चिन्तितवन्तः वयं चिन्तितवन्तः संस्कृते सर्वमस्ति श्लोकरूपेण सन्ति कन्नडभाषायां भावगीतम् इति यदुच्यते तद् संस्कृते न दृश्यते शिशुगीतानि शिशूनां निमित्तं गीतानि आवश्यकानि तानि संस्कृते न दृश्यन्ते न सन्ति इति न सन्ति अल्पप्रमाणेन सर्वम् अस्माभिः लेखनीयम् अस्माभिः प्रयत्नाः कृताः केवलम् उदाहरणार्थं वदामि मया एकं गीतं लिखितमासीत् गुब्बी विषये एषा गुब्बी न चटका चटका रे चटका इति एकं गीतं लिखितं तद् एतावत् प्रसिद्धं जातम् अहं स्मरामि यदा मया अस्सां प्रदेशः गतः आसीत् तत्र कार्यकर्तारः मम परिचयं कारयन्ति एषः महोदयः एषः तत् पठितवान् न न भवन्तः सर्वे चटक चटक गीतं जानन्ति खलु इति सर्वे आम् इति तस्य लेखकः एषः तन्नाम्ना परिचयः इत्युक्ते तथा प्रसिद्धम् अभवत् एवमेव बहु के.एस्. नरसिंहस्वामी महोदयः तत्र शिशोः लालनार्थं यद् पद्यं रचितवान् अस्ति तदत्यन्तं जगत्प्रसिद्धं तद् संस्कृते तादृशं नास्ति किल बहु दुःखं भवति स्म कदाचित् तद्विषये तादृशमेकं गीतं लिखितं पुत्री मम खलु निद्राति इति तदपि तथा जनप्रियम् अभवत् एवम् एतादृशगीतानां लेखनं सर्वं कृतवन्तः बहवः कार्यकर्तारः केवलं मम उदाहरणद्वयम् उक्तवान् प्रवाससाहित्यम् इति यदस्ति कन्नडभाषायां समृद्धं कश्चन यत्र कुत्रापि गत्वा आगच्छति चेत् एकं पुस्तकं रचयति तादृशप्रवाससाहित्यं बहु प्रसिद्धं कन्नडभाषायां बहूनि पुस्तकानि सन्ति संस्कृतेपि प्रवाससाहित्यं श्लोकरूपेण पद्यरूपेण आसीत् किन्तु सामान्यगद्यरूपेण नासीत् सौभाग्यवशात् यदा मम अमेरिका प्रवासस्य अवसरः लब्धः प्रत्यागमनानन्तरम् अहम् अपश्चिमः पश्चिमे इति एकं पुस्तकं लिखितवान् प्रवासस्य अनुभवः तस्य पुनः पुनः मुद्रणम् अभवत् संस्कृते तादृशम् एवं साहित्यस्य ये ये प्रकाराः सन्ति तद् लघुकथाः स्युः कादम्बर्यः इति वदामः उपन्यासाः स्युः नाटकानि स्युः तत्सर्वमपि संस्कृते आनेतव्यम् इति अस्माकं यत्नः आसीत् तत्रापि जनाः पठेयुः इत्युक्ते भाषा सरला भवेत् अहं किमपि एकं पेज् स्वीकरोमि चेत् पठन अनन्तरमपि मम बोधः न भवति चेत् अहं पुनः न पठामि अतः अस्माकं धारणा आसीत् अतीव सरलभाषया लेखनं करणीयम् आकर्षकमपि लेखनीयं यदि तादृशं सामर्थ्यं नास्ति चेत् किं करणीयम् अन्यभाषायां तादृशं साहित्यम् अस्ति चेत् तस्य सरलसंस्कृतेन अनुवादः करणीयः सौभाग्यवशात् अद्य भैरप्पमहोदयः प्रातः अस्माभिः सह आसीत् श्वः अपि आगमिष्यति सः तदा आरम्भदिनेषु भैरप्पमहोदयस्य उपन्यासाः संस्कृतेन अनुवक्तव्याः अनुवादः करणीयः इति अस्माकम् इच्छा अभवत् अनुमतिं प्रार्थितवन्तः तं सः अतीव सन्तोषेण अनुमतिं दत्तवान् मम यानि कानि अपि पुस्तकानि भवन्तः अनुवदितुम् अर्हन्ति इति अनुवदितुम् अर्हन्ति इति तत् कृतवन्तः यदा तस्य आवरणम् इति पुस्तकम् आगतं भवन्तः जानन्ति तदा पुस्तकस्य मुद्रणात् पूर्वमेव मुद्रिताः सर्वाः प्रतिकृतयः समाप्ताः द्वितीयदिने पुनर्मुद्रणं तृतीयदिने पुनर्मुद्रणम् एवम् अभवत् अस्माकं गोष्ठ्याम् एकत्र एषः विषयः उक्तः महोदयस्य पुस्तकम् एवं मुद्रितम् इति बहु इण्ट्रेस्टिङ्ग् अस्ति इति सर्वे कार्यकर्तारः उक्तवन्तः संस्कृतेन अनुवादः करणीयः इति कः करोति वयं बहून् पृष्टवन्तः केऽपि न कृतवन्तः तत् कार्यं मया करणीयम् अभवत् तस्य अनुवादः कृतः अनन्तरं तस्य अन्यत् पर्व इति महत् पुस्तकमस्ति बृहत् गात्रकं पुस्तकम् अत्र भवन्तः द्रष्टुं शक्नुयुः तस्यापि संस्कृतेन अनुवादः कृतः एवम् अनूदितसाहित्यमपि वयं कृतवन्तः स्वयं निर्माणमपि कृतवन्तः अतः स्वयं निर्माणम् अनूदितसाहित्यं तद् केवलं कर्णाटकम् इति न समग्रदेशस्य उत्तमाः याः कृतयः सन्ति, उदाहरणार्थं मराठीभाषायां वी सा खाण्डेकर् महोदयस्य ययातिः इति पुस्तकम् अस्ति, अत्यन्तम् उत्कृष्टं पुस्तकं। तादृशग्रन्थानामपि वयम् अनुवादं कृतवन्तः। तथैव अस्माकं सर्वेषां नायकः चमू कृष्णशास्त्री, तस्य विचारः अत्यन्तं प्रखरः भवति, वैचारिकलेखनानि तस्य भवन्ति, तादृशपुस्तकानि प्रकाशितवन्तः। एवं संस्कृतपुस्तकानां प्रकाशनमपि कर्तुं शक्यते इति वयं कृत्वा दर्शितवन्तः। 2011 मध्ये बेङ्गलूरुनगरे तादृशमेकं संस्कृतपुस्तकं मेला कृतवन्तः, यत्र तस् मेलाभ्यन्तरे 300 नूतनसंस्कृतपुस्तकानि प्रकाशितानि अभवन्। तत्र लक्षाधिकाः जनाः भागं स्वीकृतवन्तः, अनेककोटिरूप्यकाणां पुस्तकानि विक्रीतानि अभवन्, नूतन एक ट्रेण्ड् निर्माणम् अभवत् संस्कृतपुस्तकानां विषयेपि। एवं साहित्यविषयेपि नूतनविधसाहित्यस्य सृष्टिं संस्कृतभारती निरन्तरं कुर्वती अस्ति।
महोदय, अहं भवता सह आन्दोलने आसम् इति कारणात् वदामि, भवान् विरहगीतम् इत्यपि एकं लिखितवान् इति अहमेव स्मरामि। तद् भवतः अनुमतिः अस्ति चेत् अहम् इदानीं लघु एकवारं श्रावयितुम् इच्छामि। एषिकदा मम गेहं दयिते, एषिकदा मम गेहं विह्वलविदुरं मम तु शरीरं सोढुमशक्यं तव घनविरहम्। एहि प्रिये मयि कुरु कारुण्यं, पायय निर्मल प्रेम पीयूषम्। एषिकदा मम गेहं दयिते, एषिकदा मम गेहम्। महोदयस्य संस्कृतकार्यकर्तारः बहवः तं लिखित्वा ददातु नाटकम् अथवा गीतम् अथवा यत्किमपि लिखित्वा ददातु इति पीडयन्ति स्म। तदा एषः 90तमे वर्षे एतद् गीतं रचितवान्, अहमेव गीतवती आसम्। धन्यवादः।
मध्ये एकमेव वाक्यं वदामि, अन्यथा न चिन्तयन्तु। पत्नी बालान् पाठयति स्म, बालकेन्द्रे अभिनयं कर्तुं नाटकानि अपेक्षितानि इति पुनः पुनः मां पीडयति स्म। अतः अहं तस्मिन् पुस्तके मुन्नुडि मध्ये लिखितवान् अस्मि, तदा तदा पत्नी पीडा परिहारार्थं लिखितानि नाटकानि।
धन्यवादः। संस्कृतसाहित्येषु अभिजातशैली नाम का? तया शैल्या आधुनिकविषयाणां निर्वाहः शक्यः किम्? अथवा तत्र कानिचन निदर्शनानि दातुं शक्नोति वा डाक्टर् शङ्कर् महोदय?
धन्यवादाः। संस्कृतभाषा एकत्र सरला अपि भवेत्, अन्यत्र अन्येषां कृते प्रौढा अपि भवेत् इति मम मतिः। ये सरलां संस्कृतभाषाम् इच्छन्ति तेषां कृते सरला अस्तु, सरलानि काव्यानि सरलानि नाटकानि रच्यन्तां तेषां कृते, अन्येषां कृते ये प्रौढां कामपि वाग्भङ्गीम् इच्छन्ति तेषां कृते प्रौढानि काव्यानि अपि रच्यन्ताम् इति। कश्चन मम सुहृद् वर्तते, हरिहर नाम, सः ह्यः अपृच्छत् मां, कस्मात् कारणात् अस्माभिः अभिजातशैली आश्रयणीया इति। अहम् उक्तवान्, प्रत्येकं भाषायाः या अकृत्रिमा श्रुतिसुभगा प्रसन्ना सुबोधा बलीयसी अभिव्यक्तिः वर्तते, सा तु प्रायः तस्यां भाषायां रचितेषु प्राचीनकाव्येष्वेव भवन्ति इति। अतः अस्माभिः तादृशी शैली अपि आश्रयणीया। अपि च संस्कृतं स्वां प्रकृतिं न त्यजेत्। संस्कृतभाषायाः या प्रकृतिर्वर्तते सा तु मम आशये अहं चिन्तयामि सा प्रकृतिस्तु प्राचीनेषु काव्येषु एव वर्तते इति। अत्र एकं निदर्शनं यच्छामि। कस्यचन जनस्य वयं प्रकृतिसिद्धां शक्तिं न जानीमः। सः सम्यक् धावति, सः धावनशीलः धावनपटुः इत्येव न विद्मः। वस्तुतः सः धावनपटुः। तं बलिष्ठं युवानं धावनपटुं युवानं बाल इति मत्वा तस्मै कथं चलितव्यम् इति उपदिशामः। एवं चल, एवं मा चल इति उपदिशामः। स यदा चलितुम् आरभते तदा ओ अयं चलनं जानाति इति मनसि कृत्वा करतालिकाभिः तं प्रोत्साहयामः। एवमेव अस्माभिः संस्कृतभाषायाः स्वभावसिद्धा शक्तिः न ज्ञायते। या सकलभारतीयभाषाणां मातृस्थानीया भाषा भवति तस्यै कथं वक्तव्यम् इति शिक्षां यच्छामः। यदि वयं भाषायाः अभिव्यक्तिं सर्वाकारेण परिवर्तयामः तर्हि सा भाषा स्वं प्रकृतिं त्यजति, भाषान्तरतां च आपद्यते। Sanskrit should not just sound like Sanskrit, but it should feel like Sanskrit. That is what is my very strong opinion. एवं कर्तुमपि शक्यते। मम कश्चन बाणः वर्तते निपुणप्रागुणकम् इति। मया उक्तपूर्वमेव यत् तस्मिन् बाणे बालिवुड् चलच्चित्रोद्यमस्य विषयः स्वीकृतः मया। विषयस्तु नूतनः एव, किन्तु रचनाशैली या वर्तते, शय्या इति कथयन्ति, सा शय्या तु प्राचीना शय्या एव। तत्र यमकादीनां दुष्कराणां तत्र रोजा इति मया कश्चन नूतनः शब्दः तत्र निवेशितः। रोस् इति शब्दस्य मया रोजा इति संस्कृते रूपान्तरं कृतं, किन्तु यथावत् तत्र न निवेशितं। मया यमकालङ्कारे तत्र निवेशं कृतम्। एकत्र सरोजम्, अन्यत्र सरोजम् इति। सरोजं शब्दस्य अर्थः कमलम् इति भवन्तः सर्वे जानन्ति। सरोजं नाम कमलम्। अन्यत्र स रोजं, रोजापुष्पसहितम् इति तत्र यमकालङ्कारः अपि निवेशितः। एवं यमकालङ्कारं निवेशयामश्चेत् नूतन आविष्कृतस्य शब्दस्यापि काचन घनता उत्पद्यते। पद्यम् एवं वर्तते, येषा पुष्पप्रभेदैरनिशमधिगतैर्यावनीभ्यो वनीभ्यो नानावर्णस्य खण्डैरिव हरिधनुषो निस्सरोजैः सरोजै वाचाम् इन्द्रावरोध श्रुतिविहितसुधा माधुरीणां धुरीणां मालाम् आक्रष्टुमीष्टे सुरतरुकुसुमस्तोमलीनाम् अलीनाम् इति। अयं बोम्बास्टिक् स्टैल् इति यत् कथयामः, तादृशी शैली तत्र मया आश्रिता। तादृश्यांशेन तस्य नूतनशब्दस्यापि काचन घनता उत्पद्यते। ओ एतेषु यमकालङ्कारेषु अस्य शब्दस्य निवेशः कृतः, अतः प्रायः एषः शब्दः अस्माभिः स्वीकरणीयः इति कश्चित् यः कश्चित् पठति तस्य विश्वासः जायते। एवं मया तत्र निपुणप्रागुणके अन्याः रीतयः अपि मया आश्रिताः। बहूनि छन्दांसि स्वीकृतानि, सुलभानि छन्दांसि, अतीव विरलानि छन्दांसि अपि स्वीकृतानि। तत्र आदौ मन्मथस्य स्तुतिः कृता, बाणेषु नूतनवस्तु किन्तु प्राचीना शैली इति द्वयोः सम्मेलनम् अत्र कृतम्।
धन्यवादः महोदय। वस्तुतः वयं कार्यक्रमस्य अन्ते समष्टि भगिन्याः राप् साङ्ग् यथा भिन्नभिन्न भाषासु वयं शृणुमः एव, संस्कृते कथं सा तथा तत् राप् साङ्ग् इत्यादि एतद् कार्यस्य प्रयोगं कृतवती, तथा अग्रिमयोजनानि कानि इति सा किञ्चित् वदति। सद्यः एव कार्यक्रमस्य समाप्तिमपि कुर्मः।
अस्माकं योजनानि कानि इति प्रथमं वदामि, तदनन्तरं राप् शक्यते चेत् करिष्यामि। एवं एकः विषयः स्मृतः मया। गतमासे एव मम मित्रस्य जन्मदिनमासीत्। मम मित्रस्य जन्मदिनं, स्नेहितस्य जन्मदिनं। सः बेङ्गळूरुनगरे किं कृतवान् इत्युक्ते एकस्मिन् रेस्टो बार् मध्ये तस्य योजनां कृतवान्। एतद् केक्, तत् अलङ्कारम् इत्यादिकं सर्वं कृतवान् आसीत्. वयं सर्वेपि तत्र गत्वा पश्यामः चेत् ओ एतद् रेस्टो बार् अस्ति वा इति. तदा वयं संस्कृतमित्राणि किं चिन्तितवन्तः इत्युक्ते अस्तु आधुनिक युवकाः कुत्र ते गच्छन्तः सन्ति इति अस्माकं खेदः जातः किञ्चित्. अतः वयं किं कृतवन्तः इत्युक्ते तस्य जन्मदिने एकस्मिन् रेस्टो बार् मध्ये जन्मदिनमिदम् ऐ प्रिय सखे इति वयं गीतवन्तः. केऽपि दृष्टवन्तः, ये केऽपि तत्र आसन् ते सर्वेपि पश्यन्तः, ते एव आगत्य संस्कृतस्य जन्मदिनगीतं गीतवन्तः अस्माभिः सह. इत्युक्ते वयं सर्वेपि संस्कृतं कुत्रचित् श्रुतवन्तः, कुत्रचित् अस्माकम् अन्तः अस्ति संस्कृतं. तस्य किं बहिरागमनम् अपेक्ष्यते इदानीम् इत्येव एतत् स्मृतं. तदनु इदानीं अस्माकम् एकं चित्रं, संस्कृते एकं चित्रस्य निर्माणं वयं कुर्वन्तः स्मः. तस्य नाम अस्ति मित्रम् इति. एकं प्रेमकथनम् अस्ति, आधुनिककथा अस्ति, प्रेमकथनं. तत्र फैटिङ्ग् इत्यादिकमपि अस्ति, अपि च किञ्चित् सैफै अस्ति. यथा सर्वासां भाषाणां फिल्म् इण्डस्ट्री वर्तते, तथैव वयं संस्कृतस्य अपि फिल्म् इण्डस्ट्री रचयामः वयं सर्वेपि मिलित्वा इति चिन्तनम् अस्ति. तत्र इदानीं एकम् अनुवादनमपि कृतवती आसम् अहं बहु पूर्वं संस्कृतगीतं. केसरिया, how many of us have heard about केसरिया? Yes. तदेव संस्कृते इदानीं गीत्वा दर्शयामि. हृदयं तव जीवनाय अर्पितम् प्रिय किमिदं किं वा इदं चेतनम् परमात्मना त्रिलोकसौन्दर्यम् अवतीर्य तव रूपं विस्मयमिदं रचितम् नयनोते अञ्जनेनाहं परिकल्पयेयम् अनवरतं प्रेमकथनं केसरः तव सङ्घः प्रिया तल्लीनं मनः तवागमनेन इति अनुवादः. अस्तु, धन्यवादः. आमाम्, इदानीम् अस्तु. अन्तिमतया अहं रैप् अपि अनुवादं कृतवती आसम्. अपना टाइम आएगा इति हिन्दीभाषायाः एकं रैप् आसीत्, तस्य एव संस्कृत अनुवादः. उत्तिष्ठत्वमग्नेरन्वेषयस्व नियतं प्रसारय स्वपक्षमाकाशः त्वं नमति आयाति समयः आयाति हेमादृशो विवेकिन मिलितुर्न वा मिलति शब्दस्य ज्वाला मम निगडं लीनयति यावत् त्वं वपसि तावत् त्वं खादसि मम स्वप्नमस्ति एवं यद्भयं भाययति जीवितं मम स्वप्नं कथं वा खननति अपहास्येन हि जीवतु अज्ञानेन न चलतु सर्वं सदा संस्मरतु मार्गान् सर्वान् चरतु प्राप्तं सर्वं न सुलभम् एतेन सार्थकं जीवनं खलु अस्माकं टाइम आयाति त्वं नग्नो हि अयास्तर्हि किं वा इतः नयसि कस्यापि हस्तः न शिरसि अयां स्वप्रयत्नेन यावत् शक्तिरदृष्टेन हि तावत् श्रमेण सहमतिर्न हि तृप्तिर्न हि शान्तिर्न हि आवश्यकता उत्सुकतायाः वर्धनस्य सामर्थ्यं हि सारथ्यम् आश्वासनम् आलापनम् आकाङ्क्षायाः प्राङ्गणं प्रेमस्य अभितस्य अभिजयस्य अनुसरणं दैवस्य नास्ति लोभनम् अपहास्येन हि जीवतु अज्ञानेन न चलतु सर्वं सदा संस्मरतु मार्गान् सर्वान् चरतु प्राप्तं सर्वं न सुलभम् एतेन सार्थकं जीवनं खलु. नमस्ते.
नमांसि. एतावत् पर्यन्तम् अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य श्रवणं कृतवन्तः भवन्तः सर्वे अस्मान् प्रेरितवन्तः. विशेषतया भारत फाउण्डेशन् इत्यस्य लिट् फेस्ट् मध्ये अस्माकं विशेष अवसरं कल्पितवन्तः संस्कृतगोष्ठ्याः निमित्तम्. अतः अस्माकं कार्यकर्तृभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः आयोजकेभ्यः अहं पुनः पुनः संस्कृतभारतीपरतया संस्कृतविदुषां परतया हार्दं ಧನ್ಯವಾದಂ ವದಿಷ್ಯಾಮಿ.
ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನಂತ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ನಾನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. ಎಸ್. ಈಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ MK ಶ್ರೀಧರನ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ MK ಶ್ರೀಧರನ್ ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಸಮಷ್ಟಿ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HR ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ರಾಜರಾಮನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಾಂತಲಾ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
So, without further ado, let us move on to the next session of this afternoon with the title Process Reforms as Public Policy.
ಮುಂದಿನ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವ ಮುನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತಹ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಖಾತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್, ಟ್ವಿಟರ್, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 2025 ಅಥವಾ MLR ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 2025 ಅನ್ನೋ ಹ್ಯಾಶ್ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನೀವು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಬೋದಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಹೊರಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಭಾಂಗಣದ ಹೊರಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಖರೀದಿಸ್ಬೋದು. Check. 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 Hello. Check. ಮುಂದಿನ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಂಜೀವ್ ಸಾನ್ಯಾಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ಮಾಡರೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂಗಾರಡ್ಕ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ ಇವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
The topic of this session will be process reforms as public policy. And the speaker of this event will be Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, the Chancellor of the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal was a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India and played a key role in preparing 6 editions of the Economic Survey of India. To moderate this vital discussion, we are honored to welcome Mr. Bangaradka Vishweshwara Bhatt with his profound understanding of economics and the impact of policies on rural livelihood. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bangaradka Vishweshwara Bhatt to the stage, who will introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Sanjayal Sanyal. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, namaste, and welcome to all of you. This session will be on the process reforms. Today, first I am going to start with the introduction of the main speaker of the program, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal. I have collected this detail from the Wikipedia, sir. If it is wrong, please excuse me. Sanjeev Sanyal is a very eminent economist and a historian also. He is a Rhodes Scholar also. In February 2017, he was appointed as the Principal Economic Advisor to the Indian Ministry of Finance. And in that capacity, he has drafted to prepare not one, but 6 Economic Survey of India reports. You know, Economic Survey report is something which is tabled in the Parliament the day before the actual budget is presented. In February 2022, he was appointed as the member of the Economic Advisory Council of Prime Minister in the rank of the Secretary to Government of India. Shri Sanyalji has also represented India at G7 and OECD meetings. Initially, when we were given to understand that Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal is going to address the gathering, I was under the impression that he was going to address about the strategic reforms that are taking place in this country since 2014. So actually, I had prepared some questions based on that only, like Vikasit Bharat, like GST and such other things. But only day before yesterday, I was told that Mr. Sanyalji, Mr. Sanyalji is going to speak about the process reforms. So there is a small shift in the subject matter which I had presented in the Facebook about a week back and what is going to happen today. Because earlier I had explained all those things in the Facebook interview also. Now, what is the difference between the structural reforms and the process reforms? The structural reforms are something which the government takes on a very broad macroeconomic parameters, like huge policy decisions. It could be like GST, it could be like formulas, it could be like IBC. So many such other things have happened in this government. But the process reform is entirely different. The process reform is something which happens when the government announces a big policy decision. The process will be there to implement that policy on the ground level. That will be generally on a very microeconomic parameters based on the issues. So naturally what happens is that when the process is implemented, there will be a lot of confusions in the ground level. Like for example, there will be bottlenecks, there will be red tapeism, there will be what you call policy paralysis and such other things. So Mr. Sanyalji is going to elaborate on these issues during this program. In the beginning, he has told me that he is going to present a PPT presentation here for probably 20 minutes, 30 minutes, explain his thoughts on the PPT. Then we will have an interaction session. So repeatedly, I am telling you the same thing, sir. You are an economist, you are an historian, and above all, you are a bureaucrat, senior bureaucrat in the government. So today, you are going to wear the hat of the bureaucrat and explain the policy reforms that are taking place in this government. Welcome to you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And how are you doing, Mangaluru? Are you doing well? Okay, good. So what I'm going to do today is to give you a flavor of what it is to be a policymaker. I'm not a bureaucrat, I'm a technocrat. The bureaucrats will be horrified to hear that. But what I'm going to do is give you a flavor of day-to-day policy making of a particular kind, which is very often not told to you or not given enough credence. But in fact, I take a great amount of time and pleasure and dedication to doing many of these kinds of reforms. Now, before it, can I request the doors at the back to be shut, because then the noise level will go down a little bit. Okay, so if you can put the presentation up, please. So basically, the reason I want to tell you about this, because you see, recently you may have heard a lot about the fact that, there are some major reforms happening in Argentina under President Milei. You may have heard that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to do DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency in the US. So the fact is that we have actually been doing those kinds of reforms here for some years now. In fact, as you will see, I've been personally involved in many of them. Next slide. So the question is, what is process reform and why do we care about it at all? You see, when we talk about reforms, usually you talk about structural reforms. You'll hear this term, structural reform. Now, what does structural reform mean? It basically means that you do some reform that changes the structure of whatever it is you're working on. So, for example, introducing GST is a change in the structure of our indirect tax system. Introducing insolvency and bankruptcy code is a change in the structure of creative destruction in the economy. Or even the original reforms we did in 1991, they changed the structure of our economy, right? If we had managed to get the farm laws through, that would have been a change in farming in the country. That's a structural reform. However, there is an entirely different class of reforms called process reforms. Now, these are basically nuts and bolts reforms. Some may think they're even boring reforms, but I hope to show you that they're not so boring and they're not unimportant. But they are the nuts and bolts that do not change the structure of the activity, but make it much, much more efficient. So these are the kinds of reforms I'm going to tell you about. Next. Now the problem is that when we talk about structural reforms, these are the nuts and bolts, so-and-so rule number, something, something, something small here, something small there. Very often what happens, people forget that this is what in your daily life gets in the way. Even with GST, the original change in the structure may have been a structural reform. But getting the small nuts and bolts, many of you complain about things relating to, for example, tax on popcorn. These are the kinds of issues that comes under process reforms, fixing these little things. And I will show you that, and many of you may even have experienced some of these. Now, the problem about process reforms is, and this is quite shocking, is how few academics actually write about it. You'll get the odd case study, but, I went through the net looking for literature on process reform, and I was shocked, not just India. Worldwide, there is almost no writing about it. For some reason, academics don't think they are very cool. But I have been writing about them and doing these reforms for recent years. The good news is that although there is very little on process reforms in government, there is a whole literature on business process reform. Now you would think that, the government walas would have stolen this and begun to write about it, but they haven't. So since there was no existing literature, I decided to look at the business process business process reorganization literature, and I discovered that there is a well-set system of doing it. So I'm going to take you through them, then you will understand why. So the first thing to do is obviously to identify a problem that exists in some process. It could be a law, it could be a department that should be shut down, it could be a regulation that is inefficient. Whatever it is, you identify a problem. Then you do the next thing that is important, very important. You then map out the process as it is today. Just map it out. Then what you will discover is that where the blockage in the system is. And now I've done so many reforms, I discovered that 90% of the problem is usually in 10% of the process. Anybody here who runs any large organization will know this. And then you fix that problem. After this, you have to do one more step, which is absolutely critical, is a feedback loop to see whether you manage to actually solve the problem. Very often, people don't do this. But in fact, when you're dealing particularly with large systems, after you've made the change, not only may you discover that you've not solved the problem, you may discover that you have created new problems, unintended consequences of various kinds. So you have to do a feedback loop. Sometimes it doesn't work in 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. After a few iterations, it works. So this is what you have to do. Now, next slide. Now, there are many such kinds of reforms. You can revisit default lists, precedents. You can streamline processes and regulations and legislation. Sometimes I have to go back to Parliament, sir, and we have to get you to change the laws. But very often you don't have to go to the Parliament back. You can change these because they're regulations, things. Sometimes you have to add some capacity in government. Sometimes you have to remove some capacity of government by shutting down outdated agencies. Any large system has large amounts of outdated things in it. You have to shut them down. So I'm going to give you one example from each one of them so you get a flavor of it. Next slide. So the first type of reform is simply to look at the kinds of default lists. In the government, there are default lists. Sometimes they are precedents. Sometimes they are list. It may be something simple. The list of people who are called as guests to the finance minister's consultation before budget. That list has been given on from ages. I used to be in finance minister when I was in the finance ministry. When I was given the list, I discovered that quite a few of those people were dead. But they're still there in the list. So just like that, I'll give you one example of something that I have been working on, which is the list of national monuments. Now we have some 3,000, how many, let me see, 3,695 national monuments. And it turns out that almost all of them were inherited from the British period. Either they were in the list of the colonial government, British government, or they were in the princely states. We have added a handful of them since independence, since in the last 77 years, but most of our national monuments are national monuments already during the British period. As a result of which, it is full of bizarre national monuments. Many of them are graves of obscure colonial officials. Some PWD engineer who got killed in Nagaland, his grave, which is the size of this stage, is a national monument. All the rules that, 300 yards that you cannot develop, etc., all those rules apply to this monument. Nobody knows why he was killed. Nobody knows the name of the Naga warrior who killed him, who should in fact be probably the national hero. But like that, there are literally hundreds of them. Even worse, we actually do not even know where several dozens of these national monuments are. This is not today. There are questions from the 1970s in Parliament where Archaeological Survey has agreed that they do not know where several dozens of these national monuments are. Forget looking after, we don't know where they are. And yet, today, they are still in the list of national monuments. So some years ago, I decided to go through them and begin to clean them up. And so I discovered, first of all, we didn't know where many of them were. I discovered that there were many which shouldn't be in the list, because as I mentioned, there were, graves of obscure colonial officials. But let me tell you the story, if you go to the next slide, please. Let me tell you the story of one of them. Next slide. So this relates to the statue of a British official, a British brigadier general called John Nicholson. John Nicholson was the brigadier in charge of the British forces when they retook Delhi in 1858 after the Great Rebellion. And he was, even by the standards of that time, considered to be extremely cruel. So he carried out a major massacre in Delhi, killed many people. But of course, he was a hero to the British. And so after he died, his grave, which is also near Kashmiri Gate in Delhi, and a statue which was raised to him near the Kashmiri Gate in the old city, both of them were turned into national monuments. Now, when we became independent, we inherited them. But we continued to consider it national monument. But even better, in the 1960s, his hometown in Northern Ireland asked for his statue to be sent there. So the Indian government of that time wrapped up his statue and sent it to Ireland, where in his village it still stands there, and every year there is some event to commemorate him. But the best part is, Archaeological Survey of India did not amend the list. So it was still remained in the list of national monuments. So here was a statue that didn't exist in India, but it was still a national monument. That spot where it used to stand continued to be protected, including the 300-meter radius around it, which cannot be developed. And you can imagine, Kashmiri Gate is an extremely crowded area. So every time anybody who lived in that area and wanted to do some small change in their house, they had to go and bribe the archaeological survey clerk of that, in charge of that area. So this continued till last July, when finally we delisted John Nicholson's statue, finally. Next slide, please. So finally, as of July 2024, John Nicholson's statue has been delisted. This is his grave, which is still a national statue, a national monument. You can see there's still a blue board next to it, which threatens you with grave consequences if you do anything to that grave. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is that there are hundreds of such lists in the government that need to be updated. For example, the list of what is considered infrastructure. We do not have many things which should be, like ships are not considered infrastructure. So we need to keep updating these things. And so one type of process reforms is simply updating these kinds of things. And I have been doing this, as you can see, by simply going through default lists of the government. Next. Now I'm going to talk about administrative streamlining. Now this relates to a type of process reform where basically you don't change the rules, you don't change the regulation, you just change the process by which whatever activity is happening. So this relates to a reform that I was involved in, which is about voluntary liquidation of companies. So companies shut down because of insolvency, bankruptcy, etc. But most companies are shut down just because the people have simply got bored of running that company for whatever reason. Maybe they've become old, their kids don't want to run the company, it may be the subsidiary of a large company, they don't want to do that, whatever. 80% or more of companies around the world that shut down happen for voluntary reasons. Now, nobody's objecting to their shutting down. And still, let me show you how difficult it was. Have anybody here in this room ever tried to shut down a company? Yeah, there are a few people here. You would know shutting down a company voluntarily in India used to be till very recently an extremely difficult activity. Many years would pass. Now, remember, this is voluntary. It's not because it's liquidating. Nobody is objecting to it. And yet, you had to go through either Section 248 of Companies Act 2013 or Section 58 of IBC. The first one is more widely used, so I'm going to talk about it. And you had to get an NOC from the tax department, from labor, from blah, blah, blah. And for some reason which nobody knows, you had to do it in a particular sequence. You couldn't do it in parallel. And then when you had got all the NOCs, then you had to go to the registrar of companies. And then the registrar of companies was supposed to put out an advertisement saying that this company is supposed to shut down. Fair enough. But it could take you years to get that advertisement out. I'm telling you this because this is not because anybody is objecting. It is just that they wouldn't put the up. So when I was researching this issue, I went and looked into it and discovered we actually had to pay off the registrar of companies some money to shut it down. In fact, I even got hold of a rate card. So now, having figured this out, I made a presentation to the Honorable Minister, Nirmala ji, who is also the Corporate Affairs Minister. This is in the year 2002, or was it 2001? And so we began to change the process. Next slide. So what we have now done, as of May 2023, we created a website called CPACE. And in that, what happens is that you can, if you want to shut down a company, you just load your details in. And the system immediately sends emails to messages to all the departments that are supposed to be giving you an NOC. And does it simultaneously. Next, if after 21 days nobody gets back, then the system itself generates an NOC and sends it to the registrar of companies. Now the registrar of companies now has a list. They can object to shutting them down, but then they have to give a reason. If they do not do that, then automatically advertisement comes out. And this entire process now, next slide, happens really quickly now. Let's show you what has happened as a result of this. It used to take, on average, 499 days to shut down a company in India, voluntarily in India. Now it takes only 90 days. This is the fastest in the world. It's faster than Singapore. And it can't be faster than this because you do need to have leads and lags in case there are some objections to it. So we are basically going to market it at 90, but this is the kind of change that you can have. Next. Now I'm going to talk to you about another kind of change, which is where the regulations have to be changed. So finally, we actually have to change something. Now, this relates to something called the Revised Terms and Conditions Other Service Providers 2008. Sounds like some obscure thing. But let me tell you that this regulation, which was in place till 2021, effectively meant that any of you who were working from home were doing so illegally till 2021. Because this law basically stated that you had to specially get permission from the telecom ministry in order to do any work using a telecom system. So if you were doing any commercial work using a telecom system, that is work from home, and you had not got special permission under this regulation, you were actually violating the regulation. Now, the telecom officials were clever enough not to go and bother average citizens about it. But what they used to do, they used to go to all these IT, BPOs, IT-enabled services and all these kinds of companies and harass them. And as you can imagine, crores of rupees had to be paid to various officials in rent-seeking of various kinds in order to get past these regulations. And some of the regulations are absurd. For example, you were expected to have, if you were using telecom systems for commercial purposes, you were supposed to have an EPA BX machine in your basement at every location. So supposing you went to the cafe and were working from there, you were supposed to have an EPA BX machine at that location. You had to register it. There was restriction between doing business which was domestic and international. Now, let me show you how absurd these things can get. Let's say I am Singapore Airlines, yeah? And I happen to have a BPO in India. Now, an Indian national buys a ticket in Singapore, flies to Mangaluru, let's say, has a problem with the ticket, and calls the line to solve it. Now, are you an international or are you a domestic? Point is, who knows? Who cares? This is a completely pointless distinction. And this is the kinds of distinctions that were there, and as you can imagine, a lot of bribery and rent-seeking used to happen as a result of this. Now, I discovered this completely by chance. You see, when the lockdown happened in March of 2020, the telecom department came out with a notification. It said that we are holding this OSP regulation in abeyance till December 2020 in order to allow people to work from home. Now, I'm a suspicious sort of chap. Moment I read it, I realized what it really meant was the telecom ministry was telling the companies that, we are letting you work right now, but do remember, this law may be absurd, but it applies. That's what they were really signaling. So I began to work on it. Next slide. So, in 2 rounds, first in November 2020 and then another round in 2021, these laws were completely repealed. Now, there are still some rules, but by and large, they do not really matter anymore. These OSP regulations are gone. Now, anybody here who runs a BPO IT-enabled service will, before this thing was removed, will know how big a deal it is. So let me show you. Next slide. A survey was done by NASSCOM in, next slide please. A survey was done in December 2021 by NASSCOM asking people how many people benefited from the removal of this OSP. And they said 92% of BPO and IT enabled services saw their compliance burden go down. 92%. 28% of them said it went down 50%. So can you imagine the efficiency gains from doing this reform? And yet, most people in this country will not even know that this rule exists, even though IT and IT-enabled services are such a big deal in this country. And yet, this kind of absurd rules were still around till very recently. Next. Now I'm going to tell you about something called the Legal Metrology Act. This is still in process. But let me see how many of you even know what legal metrology is. Okay, there are two or three people here who know what weight this is. This relates to weights, measures. Also, I'm additionally adding here labels. Now, every country in the world has weights, measures, labels, laws. Nothing wrong with that. You need them. Except in India, the laws are set up in such a way that on the first instance, if you do something wrong, you're given a small fine. But on the second instance, you can be sent to jail for 7 years. Okay? So now imagine what happens, and I've given the data here. Effectively, every year, about 1 lakh such cases are found on legal metrology on the first instance. Okay? But on the second instance, you get only 3, 5, 11. Now, the legal metrology people claim that this is a great victory. Look, once you have given them a fine, nobody ever dares to do anything wrong again. But in fact, that is not the case. Basically, what is happening, let's say I am a small manufacturer, I do some label or something, some small change, and I make there some error. And some of the errors may be completely trivial. You know, the spelling of gram is G and not GM or some silly thing like that. They will then fine you 2,000 rupees. You'll say, oh yeah, 2,000 rupees here, get on with it, change the label. But now, you are the slave of the system forever. The next time some small error is found, you can be sent to jail for 7 years. So get what happens. Large parts of the system effectively have to pay hafta to keep themselves out of jail. So, next slide. So, as a part of Jan Vishwas bill, we did manage to remove some of these, of the worst clauses. But sections 30, 33, and 36 that account for 80% of the cases are still on the, and I am working very hard to get rid of them. Thank you, I need the support. Because officials in charge of legal metrology are not happy about my attempting to change this. But anyway, but you can see the kinds of things that go on. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to tell you about all this while I was trying to reduce state capacity. I will tell you about an area where you actually need to increase state capacity. This is type 5. Now, you all know the property rights is important. Yeah, in the modern knowledge economy, everybody agrees property rights, we need to do well. One of the key things you need to do in property rights is patents, right? Now, as recently as 2016, right, that's 7-8 years ago, India used to not even do 10,000 patents a year. For a country our size, that's an absurdly small number of patents. In comparison, at that time, already US was doing 3 lakh patents a year, China was doing 4 lakh patents a year, and look at where the numbers have gone up. US is now doing 3,15,000 patents a year, China is now doing 9 lakh patents a year. Now, many of those patents are not very high quality, so that number is exaggerated, but nevertheless, I think it's reasonable to say they are doing at least 2-3 lakh patents a year that are of decent quality. Now, when you're playing in this game, clearly, you have to do something about it. One is the process itself had to be changed, and we have made some changes. Next slide. But the real problem which I discovered when I was going through this was that we just didn't have enough people. So we basically had very, very few people working in this sector. So China had some 13,500 people working in the patent office. America has 8,500 people in our patent office. We, till very recently, had only 400. Now, how on earth do you expect our guys, even if they are very efficient, to be able to perform? So basically what was happening is, there are two levels in patents. One is examiner level, one is the disposal controller level. Anytime we sped up one, the other one just piled up. But there's just not enough of these people. So in the last 1 year, we have just doubled the number of patent officers. So we hired 500 more people. They are just now being deployed. They've gone through their training. They're now being deployed. We have now beginning to already think of hiring more. And as a result of this, in the last financial year, we did 103,000 patents. That's a 10 times increase in the number of patents processed in a 7-year period. And now we have a new problem, which is the number of applications that are coming in. If you go back to the previous slide, I will show you. The number of applications right at the bottom, up to we were doing. So look at 2023-24. So that one, we have full data. The 24 number is still not updated. It's not completed, obviously. We have a problem that the number of patents we are now pushing out is larger than the number of applications. So the old backlog has been cleared, and we are not getting enough. So any of you are inventors, etc., please come to us. The patent system is waiting for you. We need this process. We are willing to process you really fast. The amount of time taken to process patents in India, which used to run into 5-6 years, is now come down dramatically. We are doing it within 2.5-3 years, which is as good as any in the world. So this is another major reform done. Next. Next slide. This also I've done. Yeah. Now I'm going to talk to you about type 6, which is removing a state mandated agreement. Oh, yeah. Those of you who run companies know that one of the major problem that we have created for ourselves in India recently is the problem of mandatory mediation. Now, mediation in itself is not a problem. So let me explain what mediation is in case you don't know. It's basically a pre-litigation process. So in case supposing I and he have a problem, instead of taking it directly to court, we go to a mediator, and some sort of a reconciliation happens. Nothing wrong with that. I am in favor of this. So, but what happened is that in 2015, we introduced a law which made it mandatory for all commercial disputes. Now what happens, you can imagine, the moment you make something mandatory, the people who are supposed to provide that service have no reason to basically give you a good service. So naturally what happens now is that all the cases have to go to through the process, but our experience is that mediation leads to no great outcomes. So in order to look into this, we actually did a survey of the number of, went to the courts, commercial courts, to look at how many of these cases were getting resolved. And you can see that 97 to 99% of the cases go through mediation and don't come to any positive outcome. So the point is, why are we bothering to do this? If all that happens is that the companies have to pay the mediator for 6 months, the whole process is delayed, lawyers have to be paid, and in the end, 97, 98% of these will end back in the courts. 6 months have been wasted. So I am in favor of getting rid of this as a mandate process in order to. So this is a reform where I'm actually removing something which we only had introduced and removing it out. So that's why I keep telling you, feedback loops is absolutely critical. Next, this is the last type of reform, which is, please, next one. So we are now working towards removing this compulsory and making it voluntary. So that's basically the point. Now, this is the last category, which is restructuring outdated government or closing and merging outdated government agencies. Now, there are a whole bunch of, In any large system, there will be agencies, bodies, etc., which at some point may have had some use, but has now run out of use. You have to keep shutting them down. This is a natural thing that you need to do. This will be even true of in even a large university. It will be true of large companies, and certainly true of Indian government. The Indian government has 840 odd autonomous bodies. Okay, these are not ministries and departments, autonomous bodies. Now, some of these have some use, but there are literally dozens of them which have outlived their utility, and we need to shut them down. Now, the point is, somebody has to go and do this. This is what Elon Musk is also saying he's going to do. But we have been shutting many of these down in the last several years. In the last few years, here are a bunch that I have been involved in. There is the Tariff Commission, the All India Handloom Board, the All India Handicraft Board, the Central Organization for Modernization of Workshops, the Rashtriya Mahila Kosh. There are several more. I can keep Children's Film Society, etc. These have been shut now for several years. Has any of your lives become worse? No? But unfortunately, it's not easy to do, because very often they become sinecures, places for retired civil servants to hang out after they retire. Very often there's some incumbent who is taking advantage of it. So they will fight you tooth and nail when you shut it down, even though there is no known use for them. So I'll give you one example. There was the All India Handicraft Board. Okay, now be very clear, I love handicrafts, I have no problem with promoting them. But the question is, when there are so many other handicraft-related agencies, both at national and at state level, do you also need an All India Handicraft Board? So we shut it down. Now there was a lady who was running it for many, many years, who was heading it. She then got very annoyed that this thing was being shut down. So she wrote in one of the, I think it was the Mumbai newspapers, saying how this government is fascist, it doesn't love artisans, etc. Why is it shutting this down? So the minister in charge, she was Smriti Irani ji, she was Minister of Textiles where this thing came under her. When this was brought to her, she tweeted that, Madam, if you can provide minutes of any meeting that has happened in the All India Handicraft Board in the last 16 years, then we will reopen it. I'm still waiting for those minutes. So there are literally hundreds of these kinds of organizations, departments, etc. inside, and you know, there are many such that need to be also relooked at. For example, we have, you'll be surprised, there is actually a UPSC service called the All India Salt Service. Did you even know this? Yes. It is the oldest service of the government of India, started by the East India Company in the 1800s. It still exists. And there are many such. I mean, I can keep going. I can have one full session just on the list of these strange services that exist. And so how on earth do I know if they even exist? Well, because when the budget comes out, everybody looks at budget at a glance. Those are 10 pages. Please bother to look at that thick potha. And when you go inside them, go by ministry, underneath them you will find all these, okay, obscure departments. You will find, you know, there is some, right in Mangalore, there may be some national institute driving, you know, they've got nice 10-acre campus with a, you know, and nobody knows what goes on inside it. So these kinds of bodies need to be looked at. Now, some of them may have some use, some of them may need revival, but a lot of them need to be simply shut down. And we have to do this. With that, let me come to an end of the last slide. Basically, the point I'm going to make here is every large system needs periodic cleaning up. We have to be willing to do this. The American government, the incoming Trump administration, is going to create a big effort called DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency under Musk and Vivek, and they're going to do this. There is a major cleaning up going out in Argentina. But I just wanted to give you a flavor of the fact that here in India, we have been now doing it for several years and with very, very good effects. Thank you very much.
Sir, process reforms is something which we have never heard of here. This was never a part of the syllabus also in the colleges, even up to the post-graduation level. How far it has evolved in the developed countries, and in Indian context, how critical it is in making India a Vikasit Bharat?
This is absolutely critical because you see, in many people's mind, the idea is that big changes require, big sort of improvements require big reforms. But the point I am trying to show here is, in fact, much of what gets in most of your lives, it may be personal lives, business, etc., are not big things. They are mostly small things that get in the way. I mean, you can't improve your house because there is supposedly a national monument 300 meters, 200 meters away, which in fact shouldn't even be a national monument. And yet your own life is influenced. You cannot upgrade your house, or you have to go and bribe the archaeological survey clerk. I mean, these are the kinds of absurd things we have. So I am a big believer in small reforms. Yes, occasionally you need big reforms, but much of what you need to do to improve your life is small reforms. Some rule number 43C, subsection D, something will be there, which will get in your life. We need to pay attention, systematically change them. Now, doing this requires, one, paying attention, two, having the political clout to carry it through. Because remember, each one of those is there because somebody actually takes advantage of it. Sometimes it's there because nobody was paying attention. But a lot of them are there because somebody actually is benefiting from it. Even if there is a wider, getting rid of them will benefit many people, but a small group of people who benefit directly from it will hold on to it and perpetuate it. So a willingness on the political leadership, which I have had the backing of, to do these reforms. I mean, without Prime Minister Modi's backing, I would not be able to make any of those changes. I mean, nobody is making those changes. I'm not making those changes because, suddenly people are saying, yeah, this is a great idea and do it. I'm able to do it because I have the backing to do them.
There were many strategic reforms taken up by this government since 2014. Like, for example, Skill India, Startup India, Make in India, or probably GST also. Many of them have not really taken off properly. Do you think that is it because of the lack of process reform that have been there in the
So
country?
this is an important point. You see, just because you've done a structural reform does not mean that it will work in the first route. You need to continuously adjust it along the way through through these process reforms. So introduce a big change, but then you will, after introducing it, discover many small glitches by definition. So fixing those are absolutely critical. Now, those of you who do software know what I'm talking about. It's called agile. Nothing genius about this. This thinking already exists in many other areas. For some reason in government, this does not happen. Or when you do it, people think, oh my God, there's something bad about this. No. You have to be willing to allow continuous small changes to be done. And some of them will go wrong also. Then you may have to backtrack. That's okay. Point is, you need to allow continuous process reforms to happen. So, for example, let's take GST. GST as a structural reform is a massively good thing because in case you think there are problems with today's system, the earlier system was much, much worse.
It was worse, I agree.
So let me explain, just a sec. But does not mean that the system we have today is perfect. So we have to continuously adjust small things along the way. Now the critical thing here is that we need to make sure that whatever the changes we do lead ultimately to simplification. Otherwise, you see, we will end up with the popcorn problem.
Sir, but do you feel that the GST was brought little too early without proper preparation?
No, I actually have the opposite view.
Because since 1996, the GST was on the minds of all the governments. Nobody dared to take it up, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. Our
Not
government took it up,
1996.
but do you think that our software and our preparation was not enough during that time? Because at that time, all the economists, I don't know whether you are of the same opinion, were feeling that the GST, the introduction of GST will result in a fall of 1% of the GDP for the first year. But it continued for 3 years.
So let me tell you that we needed to have some kind of unified GST-like system for a very long time.
Yes.
This was true when I was in college in the early 90s also, because in case you have problem with GST, do remember that the previous system of state taxes, octroi, etc., what used to happen, lines of trucks used to be stuck in front of each state border. It was actually easier for Mumbai to trade with Shanghai than for Mumbai to trade with Delhi. So, in a sense, GST was needed because we needed to create a unified common market. GST is a free trade agreement India signed with itself. Okay? Now the question is, was the introduction hurried? Now let me tell you, no matter when we introduced it, it was going to be a problem. So, if we were trying to create a perfect system and then introduce it, then let me tell you, we would be having this debate even today. So the only way a GST-like system can be introduced is to more or less make the contours of the system, introduce it, and then fix it, which is what we did. Now, as a result of which, we managed to create a system. By the way, you see GST was introduced in many countries. In every single case, it caused all kinds of disruption. Now, you're saying for 3 years it caused slowdown. No, I wouldn't say that, because do remember that it was introduced in 98, or 97 or 98, and then we ended up at COVID. So those years shouldn't be counted.
2017, I remember.
Yeah, so in 1920, so there was some squeeze on that, I agree. But I would argue that by and large, it got reasonably smoothly set up. So if we had not introduced it and fixed it afterwards.
Sir, I would put it differently.
Okay.
We were clocking about plus 7% growth in the GDP up to 2016, I think. All of a sudden in 2017, our GDP growth fell for the first time, below 7%. We thought it was an accident or temporary.
No, there were several things.
One minute. But that was repeated in the 2018 also. It was also 6.4 or something percentage. Then everybody got scared of that. When we were expecting something better to happen, 2019, India's GDP growth was, if I remember correct and according to the MOSPER, the Ministry of Statistics, it was 3.9%.
So
2018.
So there was undoubtedly.
Not sir. Do you think GST was in a way responsible for all this?
So there were several things that happened simultaneously, all of which are contractionary things but are good things. First of all, we introduced GST, that's true. We began to clean up the banks. Remember that. Cleaning up of banks is an extremely painful contractionary activity. We've also introduced GST. We did demonetization. The global economic growth in those years was also lower. So in a sense, people can argue that, we did too many things together, but it is true that all of these things are major reforms. The cleaning of the banks is not a trivial thing. Since I am the person who was in charge, I was not the person who introduced GST, but the cleaning of the banks was something I personally did. And let me tell you, and you have many banks here, very painful thing. So what did I have to do? One thing was we could keep creating a bad bank, put all the companies in the bad bank, like BIFR of the old days, it would all fester around for the next decade. All of the taxpayers would be paying to get it down. Instead, we used the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code and bankrupted some very large companies. Remember that? Yeah, 12 very large companies we bankrupted. Remember that? They're called the Dirty Dozen. That's the name I gave them. And after that, what happened? It dramatically improved creditor culture in the country. Cash began to come into the banks. As a result, despite COVID, we ended up with a banking system which is today among the best capitalized and most efficient in the world. But at the time that I was cleaning it up, what happened? I was liquidating large companies. That is contractionary. So growth will get affected. If I suddenly, you begin to liquidate large number of companies, it will be, in the long run, it's a good thing because you have liquidated bad companies, the banks have got back their money, new owners have taken over those assets and are doing things. But at the point that you're liquidating them, growth is affected. So the same thing, at the same time we were introducing the GST. Of course it's disruptive. Was it disruptive? Absolutely. But at some point in our history, we had to be willing to do it. So at the result of this, we have now got a good banking system. We have a GST, which is not perfect. I am not making the case that it's a perfect system, but let me tell you, it is a good enough system that 30 years from now, we will probably, hopefully have gotten rid of all the glitches, will be working efficiently, but 30 years from now, the rough contours of the system that we have created will still be functioning.
Sir, let me come to the Vikasit Bharat 2047 target of Government of India. As I have told you, since 2019, forget about the COVID year, we have never clocked a good GDP growth, except 1 year in 2023-22 post-COVID, because the benchmark was very low. The World Bank has already observed that India is sort of caught in a middle-income trap. To become a developed country, now what is developed country? Developed country is something, as far as I know, is a country where the per capita income is $13,750. What is a poor country? Poor country is something which has the per capita income of less than $1,750. With all the bravado and everything we are speaking about, we are only at $2,350.
No longer. We are almost at 3,000, but that's a different.
Around 3,000 now. 2,350 according to the MOSPI in the 2023. Probably this year it could be 3,000. But it is very far off from...
No doubt. But
the question is, with a growth rate of around 7%, is it possible for India to scale the height of 13,750 in 21 years?
Yes. So let me tell you why. First of all, do remember where we have come from.
1 minute. The simple mathematics says that with a 7% growth, it will take 13 years to double the GDP.
First of all, you have the wrong maths. I'll tell you why. Because this is a nominal number, not a real number. When you're talking about 7% real growth, you have to add inflation. It's a dollar number. So you have to allow for the inflation, US inflation, or you have to take our inflation minus depreciation, whichever one you prefer. But basically, you are looking at a 10 percentage point compounding. So it's dramatically fast, speeds up. So first of all, that is an important thing.
Yes, we are optimistic.
Yeah. So point is, 25 years. Just so that you get a sense of this. Back in the year 1991, when we began to do these reforms, that's about 30 years ago, our per capita income was not even $300. Okay. So we have done a 10 times increase in 30 years without even those high growth rates. Because during that entire period, we had the slowdown from 1991, we had the slowdown from various other slowdowns along the way. So despite that, we have done a 10 times increase in our per capita income in this 30 years. We have now 24 odd years to do that change. My own sense is that we can dramatically increase our per capita income. Even China's per capita income has slowed down. It has not forget slowed down. Even in its height, it was only a few years when it did 10 in real terms. So my own sense is that we don't need to do every year 10 years. Very important that we keep somewhere around 7 during the difficult periods. Right now is a particularly difficult period in global growth. But there will be phases where we will get the road clear, where we'll be able to do 10%. But very important, and this is where economics is important to understand, do not attempt to grow at 10% when world growth is not allowing you to do this. It is very, very tempting for rhetoric, say, oh, we should be aiming to do 10%. Well, yes, if we attempted to do 10% today, right now, you know what would happen? The rate at which we are importing would go up so fast that our exports would just not be able to keep up because the rest of the world is not growing. So what would be happen? We'll get 2 years of good growth and then a crisis. Now, if you want to know what that looks like, go back to the 90s. All these countries of Southeast Asia were at that time considered the high growth countries of the time. They grew for a few years, very high growth rate. Their exports grew very fast as well, but their imports grew even faster. And at the end, it blew up. So the important thing I want to tell is that maintaining macroeconomic stability through this period, especially when you have great amount of uncertainty in the world, is very, very important, because that allows you to stay alive for the good times. Right now, we are managing growth somewhere close to 7%. This year, maybe a little slower at 6.4, but this is still decent. We need to grow at around 7. I would prefer the growth rates go back to somewhere in the 7 range. 7% growth rate is equivalent to about 11% nominal GDP growth rate.
But 7% is minus inflation, sir.
Yeah, that's of course. So that's why, but the number you're giving of per capita income is a nominal number. It's not a real number.
Yes.
If you're talking in terms of purchasing power parity, our per capita income is 11,000. So purchasing power wise, it is much higher already. But anyway, point I'm making is maintaining discipline during periods where there is uncertainty in the rest of the world is an important part of economic policy making. This is what means that we accumulate foreign exchange reserves, we allow the rupee to adjust smoothly without too much volatility, and also make sure that there are no overheating in the foreign exchange markets, overheating in our banking system, overheating in our stock market. So, for example, when the stock market became too exuberant, you have to be willing to increase taxes to lower it. None of this makes you popular. None of this makes you popular. But you have to be willing to do it, because only then will your economy will be alive for the good times, and they will come. The good times too will come. I cannot predict when it will come, but the world economy goes through cycles. So some point, just like China got 6-7 years of really high growth in the 2000s, when we also grew quite well, but they grew really fast, we will also get 6-7 years at some point. At that point, press the accelerator. But do not attempt to press the accelerator at any and every time. Just like driving a car, when the road is bad, you have to handle it with care.
Sir, one short pointed question to you only, then we will ask the audience to ask the question. Somebody contacted you earlier to speak on this Lit Fest program, and they gave you a subject, welfare economics. And you told us that I am not a liberalist, so I will speak about the process reforms. My pointed question is just why? One minute. Or to put it in a different way, is it possible for somebody to become a good policy maker without really being a liberalist?
Absolutely. I have always been of the Kautilya school of economics, not of the Ashoka school of economics. So, if you read Kautilya, Kautilya believes in maintaining, providing, what is the role of the state in the Kautilyan state? The role of the state is to do the following things. 1, internal security. 2, external security. 3, provide defense, provide infrastructure, maintain money supply, make sure there are business practices and are regulated. These are the kinds of things that the Kautilyan state does. Ashoka added all kinds of other activities in the name of welfare. In fact, Ashoka is the inventor of the Mai Baap Sarkar, because he talks about, in his edicts, he talks about how he hands over his subjects to Rajukas and the Dharma Mahamantas. So he was advocating, but what did Ashoka achieve through it? Kautilya built, along with Chandragupta Maurya, he built the Mauryan Empire. Ashoka's empire collapsed while he was still alive. So be very, very afraid of all this welfareism. Ultimately, either the state will collapse or you will get taxes on your toilets, as Himachal is currently doing. This is absolutely critical to remember. Yes, the state does have a role in terms of providing safety nets. So, yes, some transfers to the very poor. Yes, help during national calamities. But introducing all kinds of giveaways is a very bad idea. Because, as everybody should know, there are no free lunches. Every free lunch is paid for by somebody. And there are no non-tax players. Even if you are not paying income tax, you're paying GST, you're paying all kinds of other fees and charges. Ultimately, at worst, you'll be paying inflation, which is also a tax. So be clear that somebody pays for it, and it's you. So when a politician says that I am going to give XYZ amount of money to so-and-so cause, they're actually saying, I'm going to make you pay for that.
Yes.
So therefore, when you said you want to do a full session on this, I said I'm very welcome to answer one question on the topic and make it clear why I am against this Revadi culture in politics.
Yes.
Sir, thank you. Any question from the audience?
No, since we are out of time, so we'll not be
time?
having the audience queries. So thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, for your enlightening presentation, and thank you, Mr. Bangaradka Vishweshwara Bhatt, for moderating this insightful session. I request Mr. Sai Sharan to give away the mementos to our panelists here on the stage. Mr. Sai Sharan from the Mangaluru Lit Fest team to give away the mementos to Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal and Mr. Bangaradka Vishweshwara Bhatt. Thank you so much.
Next one. I'll tell them this. Audience, we also invite you to join in on the conversation on your social media platforms using the hashtag MLRLitFest 2025. We also encourage you to check out the bookstores placed outside and also scan the QR codes which are placed near the exits.
So now, as a part of the ending of this discussion, we have a question for the audience. It's a very simple question. I think many of you can answer, but let us see who raises the hand first. The question is, which reform is referred to as the nuts and bolts reform? The answer is process reforms. Okay, since many of you have given the answers, you can choose among yourself. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅಂತ ನೀವೇ choose ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. Process reforms is the right answer. So we have one. Yeah. So I have a tiebreaker question as well. Which is the most overworked reform which he mentioned?
Jenish, a new moment.
The most overworked reform, he said. Business process reform. Open this. Third. Yeah. Three more books. Three. We'll now turn to our next session, which is titled Graduating the Educational Policy. We are privileged to have two esteemed speakers for this session, Dr. Santishri Dulipudi Pandit, Vice Chancellor of JNU Delhi, and a former professor of political science at Savitribai Phule Pune University. We also have Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, a member of parliament as well as a former Rajya Sabha representative for Maharashtra. Moderating this session is Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati, the chief consultant at Chanakya University. Dr. Banavati has played a key role with his contributions to the national educational policy. May I now invite Dr. Vinay Chandra to the stage to introduce our speakers, Dr. Santishri and Dr. Vinay. Okay, so there is a correction. Dr. Santishri Dulipudi Pandit won't be a part of this panel discussion. So we welcome Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati and Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe to the panel.
Sabhaye Namaha, Sabhasadbhyo Namaha. It's a wonderful opportunity to invite you, sir, on this platform where we'll be discussing on graduating national education policy. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಕುರಿತಂತಹ ಈ ಸಂವಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. It's also a privilege to briefly introduce Shri Vinay Sahasrabudhe ji, again a man who doesn't need any introduction on this platform. A political scholar, has been close at the heart of political movement yet not sucked into it. Formerly, he has been the member of Rajya Sabha from Maharashtra. He was also the president of ICCR, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, from 2017 to 2023. And he currently is the vice chairman of Rambhav Malagi Prabodhini, a center dedicated to train public leadership for doing its service, giving its service for a long time in Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. Given the educational scenario, starting from the Macaulay's minutes of 1835, which clearly read as something we need to prepare, we need to do our best to prepare a form, a class who will be the interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern. We have come a long way in 2020 with the new education policy, which very clearly articulates that we need to have an education system which is second to none and which gives quality education, the highest quality education, which is accessible and affordable to everyone. So this is a long journey that we see in the educational landscape of India. Initially, I would like to hear your remarks on this journey of 200 years old, and then we can take up various minute aspects related to this, sir.
First of all, I must thank the MLR Lit Fest, the Mangaluru Lit Fest organizers for having me here. I have been hearing about this Lit Fest, which is perhaps very prominent in Karnataka, and to be invited over here, I believe is a great privilege. So thank you for that. And thanks for picking up a subject like education, because although the subject is extremely critical, important for our future, hardly we discuss it with due seriousness and kind of profoundness which the subject merits, in fact. To answer your question, I must tell you that right since 1947, in fact, it was required that apart from several other reforms, the government of the day in those period should have paid adequate attention in bringing an education policy
which has the fragrance of the soil of this land. Unfortunately, that was not paid any attention, in spite of several commissions, starting from Kothari Commission, Ramamurthy Commission, in between Radha Krishnan Commission, and so on and so forth. The task was not completed. Basically because there was some kind of an inertia, and it was perhaps in all departments of public. See, to tell you about in nutshell, the approach, and there are mentions in the documents about new education policy where they have in a very crystallized manner mentioned what are the objectives of it. And there are 2-3 very important objectives. One of the objectives clearly mentions that teacher-taught relationship is something very, very critical, and I consider it as the centerpiece of Indian philosophy of education. Guru Shishya Parampara is what we call. And therefore that has been given due prominence. At the same time, teacher education, because if you give importance to teacher-taught relationship, naturally your teachers will have to be well equipped today, considering the changing expectations of the new aspirational India. And therefore that is one of the critical changes that have happened. At the same time, methodology of evolving this education policy, practically from every district, suggestions were sought, and they came also in good number. A panel worked for more than 3 years and gave a very brilliantly drafted and crafted education policy. And insofar as unfoldment is concerned, of course, one cannot be unmindful of the fact that education is a subject of concurrent list. And therefore, much more depends upon the states. How do they look at it? Simply center on its own cannot ensure that the new education policy, the National Education Policy 2020, is translated into reality in letter and spirit.
Sure, sir. I'll come off a couple of lines. We had been convinced, or we had been told that prior to British there was no education, but our own texts, our own lineages have some other story to tell, right from the Smritis, which says Etad Desha Prasutasya Sakashad Agrajanmanha, that people from different walks of life used to come here to learn about their tradition and heritage. School, dedicated school which had access, or towards which all the kids had access. So this was the educational heritage, and somehow we also seem to lost it. But while it was there, it was really a timeless tradition that was there, probably running thousands of years. What were those important elements of that tradition would you identify, which we need to bring it back to our system today?
Well, as I said, the first and the most important was the teacher-taught relationship. I mean, if Rama and Krishna decided to go to the Guru Gruha, it was not because their apartments were just one bedroom kitchen apartments and they were very small, and for tuitions there was no place. That was not the case, because our philosophy told us that learning and teaching by examples, by illustrations was given extreme importance. If you go through the description about how Takshashila and Nalanda universities were conducted, I mean how education was conducted over there, you will find references that one teacher, in a way surrounded by 10, 15, 20 shishyas, a guru in between, and then they used to have day-long discussions, debates, so on and so forth. And therefore, that was the key to Indian education, I would say. Secondly, in our ancient scriptures, as has there been ample evidence about, we were basically a nation with a knowledge society. I mean, Jnanarthi Samaj, that was the right description of Indian society. But then our Jnana Parampara, our knowledge traditions were majorly oral traditions, which is why we find references like Shruti, Smruti, but Shruti comes first and then Smruti. Whatever the things in writing, perhaps one can say they came after the Puranokta thing also figured in our description of our knowledge traditions. So, oral tradition, teacher-taught relationship, learning by illustration, examples, these were the key features of Indian education. At the same time, I believe we also gave importance to education within the four walls of our homes. Family. Today people are talking about homeschooling. But that was very much here. You know what our scripture said insofar as the relationship with a grown-up child with his parents, how should it be? Our scriptures say, prapte tu shodasha varshe, putra mitravat acharet. So that was our youth policy, I would say, traditionally, which we have kind of worked through. And therefore, there was a particular, well-articulated, crystallized thinking about how education should be in a knowledge society that India wants.
Thank you, sir. Coming back to the earlier question about the policy formulation itself to NEP 2020, one thing that surprised many of us who have been closely observing the policy making is that of all the other educational policies or changes that were being brought in, this faced least resistance across ideological spectrums. So what was something special about this education policy which had such a greater and wider receptivity and acceptability? Anything that you would say will stand out?
Very important. Basically, the democratization of the process. And I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that from several Gram Panchayats also, suggestions were sought, focus group discussions were held. Many people went and approached the committee that was formulating the national education policy. I was a member of parliament, and the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, of which I was the chairman, we also discussed it threadbare and how it should be implemented. The element of new technologies was also discussed. I mean, 5 years before it was not so very prominent, but even then it was discussed over there. And more importantly, I believe the education policy has taken care of, which is why there is least political opposition to the content of the new education policy. I believe it takes care of the new emerging India and its growing aspirations. And this is very required. In lighter vein, I'll cite one example, how the younger generation is thinking. And we must be conscious about this fact. In 2014, as a party functionary, I was in the campaign. And in one of the campaign meetings with the youngsters, a 20-something boy, after listening my presentation, approached me, and he very bluntly asked me questions. Sir, do you know what our generation is looking for?
Okay.
I was a little startled, taken aback, but I said, perhaps, my friend, let me know. I know what your generation wants because my son is also almost of your age, but tell me, enlighten me, what your generation wants. And very bluntly, he told me, sir, in Hindi, he said, simple hai, sir, hamare fundas bahut clear hai. We want 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This was 2014. Huh?
Okay.
I said, what is this? I didn't realize. What is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? He said, simple hai, sir. We want 5-figure salary, 4-wheeler, 3-bedroom hall kitchen, 2 kids and 1 wife. Now, one would say that how blunt the child is and how materialistic is his thinking. But I would desist from commenting in this way. I would say how focused he is, whether right or wrong, he knows where he has to go. And that is the changed India about which we will have to be deeply conscious. And I consider that the new education policy, take the example of emphasis on mother tongue, education in mother tongue.
The foundation level.
Yeah. Basically, our matru, our mothers, our matru bhumi and our matru bhasha, everything we require to be respecting. And for example, if a French person takes engineering and medicine education in French language, or an Italian takes it in Italian language, why should a Kannadiga not be taking it? It should not be made available to him in Kannada language, or in Marathi, or in Gujarati. And now it is happening. So there was perfect logic behind whatever was presented through the national education policy, which is why I believe those who wanted to even to politically find some fault in it and oppose it, unfortunately, could not do so. Unfortunately for them.
There was, of course, some controversy related to the language policy, but again, it was immediately corrected and it was well received. But coming back to this language issue, while the national education policy very clearly says about elementary education to be provided in the mother tongue and also recommends higher education also to be provided in the mother tongue, still at the ground level, I think it's taking time to pick up or to receive, have that receptivity. What are those challenges and how do we, what can be done beyond policy also to bring in that kind of
Number of
change?
things. I'm happy you raised this issue because whether people here in Karnataka speaking Kannada or maybe Telugu or Marathi, Gujarati, I really feel very disturbed when I see that people consider speaking in your own mother tongue something below the status. I'll cite one example. In Mumbai, many of you must have visited Mumbai and how jam-packed are Mumbai local trains. But in a local train, if you are lucky enough to get a seat to sit, and then somebody in front of you is reading a Marathi newspaper, I'm just giving an example, and I'm peeping through right in front of him and wanting to have that newspaper once he has finished it. Now he's reading a Marathi newspaper, so he's a Marathi person. I'm a Marathi person. Because I want to read a Marathi newspaper, naturally I'm a Marathi person. So once he finishes reading the paper and folds it and keeps it away, I ask him in Hindi, "Jara padhne ko denge?" I mean, what kind of inferiority complex is this? Many times it so happens that in our country, when people indulge in some kind of a gali galoj, they use all galis which are in Hindi, not in their mother tongue. I mean, a weird mentality. So, unfortunately, we have not respected our mother tongues, and therefore we have to speak, we have to use our mother tongue. See, languages are the vehicles of culture.
True.
I mean, I always cite one example that if you want to understand what Shakespeare has written, say for example in Hamlet, everybody knows the plot of the very well-known theatre act, which is Hamlet, the drama. Now in Hamlet, there comes a sentence to describe the queen, which is so very loudly protesting the murder of the prince. And therefore, a kind of a coinage came into existence in English, which says the lady protests too much. Now, to understand the meaning behind lady protests too much, you have to understand Shakespeare, you have to understand Hamlet. Tomorrow, if Times of India uses this phrase and says that the behavior of XYZ leader is akin to the lady protests too much, I would start wondering, who is this lady? There are so many ladies in Indian politics. So I would not realize that to which lady is the Times of India editor referring to. So there is, I mean, this is the importance of our languages. And therefore, if we want our culture to, I mean, the stream of our culture, the continued stream of our culture, indigenous culture, to be taken forward and to be handed over to the next generation with some value addition at our end, we have to pick up the habit of speaking in our mother tongues.
True. So taking from languages and going more towards culture or the larger element there, I think one of the highlights of this education policy is also the emphasis it lays on bringing in rootedness in Indian culture and tradition, also to bring back that pride. While it has been articulated very well throughout the NEP document, many still feel that this was too little and too late. The government took nearly 10 years or 8 years to come with these ideas, what they could have done earlier itself. What are your thoughts on that?
See, after all, when you bring a new policy, there is a process that is required, and naturally people sitting in the committee are also very learned people. They have their own views. To arrive at some consensus also requires some time to be given. So there need, and then it was done in a very democratic manner, which is why there is no murmur about that. At the same time, when you say too little, too late, I must tell you that this going back to the roots or making the younger generation, the students, give a sense of rootedness. It's something very important, but then for this feeling of rootedness, perhaps we have to have that top-down approach. And today I am happy that the leaders in the government are really rooted in the Indian culture, which is why our Prime Minister doesn't feel shy of giving a copy of Bhagavad Gita to the King of Japan whenever he visited. And not only that, I was President of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations. I'll give two important examples. We regularly started conducting 2015 again, an international Ramayana festival.
Okay.
And you know, there is a whole lot of countries which are having a continued influence of our epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata. I would in fact go one step further and say that let us, like SAARC and UNCTAD and ASEAN, have a group of countries like Rama and Mahabharata countries. Even if we decide that, I'm sure there are going to be 20, 25 countries who still believe in the traditions of Ramayana and Mahabharata. So once in 2018, I believe, when we invited the government of Brunei, along with all Southeast Asian countries for that matter, there was some discussion in our office that getting a delegation, a cultural troupe from Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Myanmar is easy because there are groups of Hindu people who are there and therefore we will get some good people over there. But how can we expect a Ramayana presentation from a country which has 100% population following Islam? But much to our happiness, they sent a troupe and they performed very well. They presented a Jatayu Vadha story of Ramayana. And after their performance, when we were having a cup of tea, one of our officials said that we were wondering whether you would come or not. The group leader very firmly, very resolutely told our official that, boss, you are making a mistake. We have changed our religion, not our culture. This is the feeling all over. Take the example of Iran. In 2018, the president of Iran visited India. And in his discussion with the Indian leaders, Prime Minister and others, he referred to the commonality of our traditions, especially in the context of the contribution of Maharshi Panini as a grammarian. Panini created the grammatical structure of Sanskrit as well as Persian. So the government of Iran wanted to celebrate Panini and his contribution as a grammarian with some kind of a joint activity. So ICCR organized an international seminar at Tehran in Iran about Panini. And several people came from across the world. As president, I was there. So while I was having a cup of tea before the inaugural session with the Vice Chancellor of the Tehran University, he very inquisitively, in a way, he was curious to know, and therefore he asked me, Mr. Sahasrabuddhe, in Tehran University, we teach Rigveda and Upanishad. Tell me, in which university in India Upanishad and Rigveda are being taught? I had no easy answers immediately to be given. So, unfortunately, we have forgotten all these things, and I am happy that the government, right since it took over in 2014, has been giving emphasis on Indian traditional languages, Indian culture, and everything that goes with our rich civilizational heritage.
So since you mentioned about ICCR and the work it's been doing, I think not many here would know about the extent to which it is dedicated to bring about awareness about Indian culture and tradition through multiple modes of activities, including establishment of chairs, centers. So we'd be happy to hear about the work that ICCR has been doing.
Well, Indian Council for Cultural Relations also works in education, and therefore I don't mind telling a little bit, although the main subject is different, but still. See, what has happened, and everybody of you would agree with me, that India, although very attractive because of the colorful culture over here, and then India is also an enigma to many people because of their ignorance maybe, and therefore people are curious to know about India, generally speaking. Also, save for a couple of countries in Africa and elsewhere. But generally, I haven't come across all over the globe, wherever I had some interaction, any group of people or any country where people over there do not love India and Indians. India enjoys a huge amount of goodwill across the world. But in a changed global scenario, goodwill, although important, is not enough. True. We have to translate this goodwill into a real and proper understanding about the idea of India. Without that, the soft power element cannot be accrued to India. Unfortunately, India is one of the most misunderstood countries because of many people like maybe George Soros and his friends, and there are many organizations in academia, in media, so on and so forth, who perhaps wantonly portray India in a particular color. Maybe some of them are doing it as a design, but there are many who are ignorant. And unfortunately, they are ignorant about their own ignorance, sadly. But I was aghast when some 20 years before in California, in South California University, and this has been commented by Sri Lankan social scientist Sushanta Gunatilake in one of his books. He refers that in South California University, somewhere at the beginning of this millennia, there was a seminar on, the subject matter was bride burning and son preference traditions in India. Can you imagine? This is how people are indulging in portraying India in black color. Not only that, I'll give you my own personal example. I was there in Kyoto in Japan, and those of you who would get a chance to visit Kyoto, beautiful city, there is an ethnography museum. And it's a big museum, so naturally I was taken to visit the South Asia Gallery. For namesake, it is South Asia Gallery, it is all India, everywhere. And everything that you associate with the idea of India is present over there. I was deeply impressed. But I saw a signage over there. It mentioned that India is the home of several ways of worship. And prominent among them are Hinduism and Brahmanism. Now, what kind of misperception is this being cultivated, I would say? But then, unless and until we, the people of India, also come forward and contest all such misperceptions, things are not going to be taken care of. Government, it is my experience, unfortunately is a very important player, but the strength of government is woefully short to take care of meeting the challenge of misperception. If India is to be perceived properly, globally, it is for all of us to take more pains and work over time.
True, agree, sir. Just one last question, then we can open it up for our audience. One of the other hallmarks of this education policy is also the way it has tried to bring in flexibility and multidisciplinarity. In fact, it counts it as one of the foundational principles of this policy that no silos should be allowed. Those who are pursuing science should be able to navigate with humanities and arts. So what is the importance of this, and especially also being part of ICCR, which promotes cultural relations? What role does art play in this whole promotion of civilizational values?
Well, I would say definitely, the openness that the national education policy has brought in, it's something very, very welcome. It is not something which is not happening right now, it is happening today as well, that if a BSc student in certain universities wants to also have Bharatanatyam as one of the electives, apart from core subjects of his major stream, that is allowed now. So a BSc with chemistry and Bharatanatyam, this is not something imaginary these days. True. So this openness is very welcome, and today you can select as many subjects beyond your core stream, and there is a bank of credit which has been established, you know all that, and therefore multiple experiments are now allowed. But I will also have a word of caution, because centers of higher learning, especially our IITs and IIMs especially, we have started humanity courses over there, which is not a bad thing per se. I mean, a chemistry or microbiology or maybe nuclear sciences student can also take a course in languages or in maybe dramatics or music, fine. But to have a particular department and to be running a course in humanities, I would say requires to be given a second thought. Because I have seen many IITs where the art stream students who have ample time at their disposal, generally speaking, indulging in all kinds of political activities, which otherwise were a complete no-no in our IITs and IIMs. I am not against political activism, but the science students do not have that luxury. So if just one particular group of students is trying to kind of set the agenda for the public activism as such of the students and teachers as well, I think that may vitiate the atmosphere. And many directors of some IITs, when our committee had visited, the Parliamentary Standing Committee, also agreed and shared their concerns about opening humanity courses in a big way in all the IITs and IIMs. So this is a word of caution. I'm sure the government is conscious of the fact, and as an experiment it has been done. I'm sure the experiments will be assessed and reassessed as well.
Thank you, Vinayji. On this note, we'll open up for questions from the audience. If there are any questions, you can please raise your hands and then we can take them up.
Vinayji, it's a pleasure to see you here in Mangalore. I had a question about this Indian knowledge system. There's been a new effort that in the last 10 years this government has been making. So where do you see this Indian knowledge system effort moving forward? What do you think will happen? Because you mentioned about this universities, the old universities, Takshashila, Nalanda and all. So, I mean, in the case of research, I'm sure there were some systems by which the Indian knowledge systems by which PhD level of research would have been done in those universities in the olden days. But of course, we lost the Nalanda University to the huge fire, set by the invaders and all that. So, but there are other universities in the country, Kanchipuram University. There was a university in Kanchipuram in Tamil Nadu. So the knowledge systems for higher research do exist. But is there an effort to kind of find out and revive those research systems, knowledge systems, so that we can actually change the pattern in which the PhDs are done in India? Because we follow the Western PhD research system right now. That's my question.
So the Western dominance has to be done away with. Many people here who are interested in geography, I would suggest them that after going back, just do some Google about the Mercator cartography and John Peters' projection of global map. And you will find a description. And once I visited the United Nations, where I came across with a map. And the map published by United Nations says that the Mercator maps are done with a Eurocentric mentality. So the maps that we are generally using are Mercator maps. But there is a parallel system which is called as Peters projection. And those maps considered more scientific because they are based on equal axis and equal area. Now, such things are there. I mean, I'm giving a different example, but insofar as traditional Indian knowledge systems are concerned, for example, our Vedic mathematics, or what you may not call Vedic, whatever our traditional ancient mathematics, let us put it that way, is still very, very relevant today. Globally, people are interested. There is an Indian who is studying, who is teaching in a Canada university. He has evolved the idea of Indian psychology. Because in India, our worldview has always been holistic. integrated kind of an approach. We never divide the things. We are not fragmentationist in that way. And therefore, everything in every other sector, I believe, there is some very original Indian thought. Let's take the example of sustainability. Is it not a fact that every morning there are many in the older generation in our families today who start their day by offering a prayer to Mother Earth saying that Vishnu Patni Namastubhyam Padasparsham Kshamaswame. Now this gratitude towards Mother Nature is starkly different from those who are talking about conquest over nature. We never. We always talked of confluence with Mother Nature. Is it not Indic knowledge system? It is. It is our approach. They are talking about sustainability. Now see how beautifully Prime Minister Modi has come out with the idea of lifestyle for environment. Life as what he describes. Because everything boils down on that. No matter how international lengthy seminars you organize about sustainability and things like that, if that is not reflected in your day-to-day conduct, what kind of saving of Mother Earth are you talking about? So, doing away with the hypocrisy, visiting our past, trying to find a continuity and linkage between our traditional knowledge and the modern day challenges, I think there lies the test of our efforts to revive our traditional knowledges.
With your permission, if I can just add, post NEP 2020, the government not only came up with its position, but also has dedicated resource towards it. It has set up a IKS division under the Ministry of Education, and through which every year they are supporting more than 50 to 60 centers to pursue research, another 50 centers to teacher training programs, and now they have started one more initiative to produce and develop MOOC courses which will all be put up on Swayam or Swayam Plus platforms, and each institute will be mandated to offer these courses for their students. So gradually the UGC's guideline is that in next 2 to 3 years, 5% of the content should come from IKS. So we hope it's taking in the right direction, and there is much more to look forward to in the coming days in this direction. Thank you. We had one question there. Yeah.
Sir, the question is, actually NEP is the thing which we wanted as a student, but unfortunately we didn't have that. Right now I am working as a psychologist. My question is, sir, there are few states like Tamil Nadu. They said no to NEP and also NEET exam. And they wanted to, pressurize or put on their political agenda into the education system. And children or the students are becoming a victim of their political agenda. In this case, what alternative steps can be taken, like at least Supreme Court or President of India, who can help, or based on a student's life, can they impose NEP on such states like Tamil Nadu?
It's a good question, and it's a genuine concern that you are sharing. But unfortunately, in a federal polity that we are, nothing could be imposed, and much less a policy. After all, we have a federal setup, and every state will have to be convinced, and gradually they will also get convinced when they will realize the importance of it. It may take a little longer because of their serving petty political causes and giving more importance to them. But eventually, I'm sure they will also fall in line. They cannot keep them away. At the same time, when they would compare their own students with, let's say, Kendriya Vidyalaya students, or their own university graduates with, let's say, Central University graduates, wisdom will dawn to them. They will realize that they are making a mistake, because their approach is very myopic, very short-sighted, very narrow, and I'm sure it will take some time, but they will realize the importance of national education policy. I am very optimistic.
Good evening. Just to add to what Dr. Vinayji said, fortunately, our education system is under the concurrent list. That means the central government also has some say, and especially through the regulatory bodies. Like UGC is bringing radical reforms in higher education, whether they accept a national education policy or not. Even with the SAP, even Karnataka discarded national education policy and they have come up with state education policy. But nevertheless, certain guidelines provided by UGC have to be followed. Funds are linked to it, compliances are linked to that, and many regulations have been linked to that. So in that way, I think we are in the safe hands.
Sir, this is, I think, is audible? Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I think. Sir, don't mistake me. I am just wondering, always we refer India, our nation as India. Shouldn't we at least between us refer it as Bharat?
No, very well taken, and we should be kind of bringing that reform, no doubt. अभी हो क्या रहा है कि for the sake of linkage, we are depending upon English. Gradually, I will be also able to speak Kannada, I'm sure, and you will be also able to understand Marathi. So once we reach that stage, till such time, and there is historically some reservation about Hindi, which I respect and understand as well, which is why we embrace English. And once we do that, naturally, instead of Bharat, habitually we refer to our country as India. But your suggestion is very well taken. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Good evening, sir. My name is Karthik. I have one question in 1860, Indian Penal Code, IPC, was introduced to punish Indians, but not to give justice to Indians. Likewise, in 1830, the Macaulay's Minute, what do we call, it was created to create working class, not to create officials and officers that level. So if that is focused on creating working class after industrial revolution, what we call, so what is NAP is focused on? So I am concerned about if every one of us will become officials or fully graduated, so who will take the initiative of ground level works, what do we see in common life? Asking because in countries like Russia and Japan, their highly graduates are also doing this cleaning works and small clerk works. So what do we want to learn from them to initiate NEP better?
Very good question. I think the national education policy, of course, I don't have the papers, I cannot quote it, but I must tell you that national education policy gives equal importance to higher learning, at the same time skill development. Now, a whole lot of skill universities have started, and it will not be too long, not so much in the distant future, but in another couple of years, you will find courses in all kinds of trades and skills that normally we acquire within the four walls of our families, and they will be recognized. So you will get a certificate. For example, if somebody is traditionally working as a carpenter, or in automobile industry, we have many automobile and car repair shops where even children work. Now, it may go against the rules of child labor and all those things, which is important. But at the same time, they get hands-on experience about how to handle the automobile engines. Now, their skills acquired within the four walls of their family, traditionally, because they have come from their forefathers, they will also be recognized without they going for any school. So this is the importance. In a way, what Mahatma Gandhi ji had talked about, Shrama Pratishtha, which has been very well recognized in the national education policy, and it will not be too far that we have these mechanisms already in place. In Maharashtra, for example, a skill university has already started. Here also there is a skill university. In many other states also, skill universities are coming up, and with that we will adequately recognize the menial labor-related work that many of our brothers and sisters in the society have to undertake. So, in the days to come, there won't be that distinction, there won't be that discrimination on the basis of what kind of work you do. Of course, in an ideal situation.
Still, I thought I will ask. I've done my engineering, okay, and after that I'd been to Mangaluru for work. During that time, what I felt is cooking is something we do not know as men generally. So why is it not included in education system? Because that is a real important thing which we need. And to add to that, one more issue, what I've observed is a lot of deaths happen due to accidents. And right now in Mangaluru, the traffic has gone really bad. People don't follow rules. Why it is not included in our education system? Because if you teach them when they are in probably 10th standard or PUC, so it will be really helpful. You can save many lives. That's
No, I mean, of course, your suggestions are very pertinent, but let me tell you, again, my examples are from Maharashtra because I belong to that state, but in Maharashtra, there is a quota in the state transport organization, Maharashtra State Transport, for tribals in the to occupy the position of drivers who can drive the buses. But unfortunately, they are never filled. Why? Because most of the tribal area students, for them it is very difficult to clear class 12 examinations with mathematics and English as compulsory subjects. So now the government has removed that compulsion and has allowed driving to be taken as an elective for their 12th class examination. So he will be a 12th standard student with driving as one of the subjects. If that happens, things will definitely fall in proper line. And this can be replicated elsewhere also. Insofar as cooking is concerned, I believe, well, your suggestion is well taken, and there are already institutes of home science and things like that. Nutrition is also an important part of it. But at the core of the whole thing, as I understand, it goes a little beyond education, but I may reflect on that as well. See, unless and until men decide to consider that the traditional jobs within the families done by the women are equally important, this mindset change may not happen. And therefore, even if we start courses in cooking, unless and until our mothers and sisters tell their male children that cooking is an important part and you will have to learn it, things may not perhaps improve. So, it is for all of us. Again, I am not putting the entire responsibility on women. It is the responsibility of the men as well. And men will have to kind of bring that reform in their mindset. The traditional chauvinistic mindset will have to undergo change. Then only real Ardhanari Nateshwara, which is the model of gender justice in India, can be brought into reality.
Good evening, sir. Also, while referring to the NEP refers to the 64 kalas, and as a part of it, the Paka Kala is also mentioned there, which needs to be encouraged among children. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Vinay, and my question might sound little childish, but it's related to children and childhood. So my question is basically on the concept of pre-KG, nursery, and LKG and those stuff. My question is, children have to enjoy their childhood, to explore more, to know more, to have their critical thinking. But present education system is basically it's bringing out preschool things like a KG, kindergarten. It's not only, I feel that it's not only making them pushed into the competition world, but also making them a sort of a materialized person. I have been a part of an education system, quite a number of schools, which is, well, to put forth bluntly, I can say that every children who is in the nursery, like 3 years old, 4 years old, they come to a certain class which is not their classroom, even though it's a play school. yet they come to class and the only thing they feel that they are some sort of a freedom. I've been giving them karate classes, so I see them how they react in classroom and how they react in their karate class, which is very free. So isn't it necessary for the children to, that's first thing is that isn't it necessary for the children to know what they are in childhood itself? Second question is that why are they pushed into the competition mode, even though it's not the motto of it, but yet a lot of institution does it. My third point is that let the competition of school marks invisible. Let the grade system be like pass or fail rather than 70, 60. Even in the schools, there are competition in the classroom. So instead of that, isn't it better to have a pass or fail system in school system, and remove all the grading system in the preschool? And also my suggestion or my point is that the concept of pre-KG, which starts from 3 years, they just started walking. You are expecting a child who just woke up from sleep and they know how to walk and don't know basic speaking, and they're pushed into schools where they have to face strangers. It's too young age for facing a strangers. It's a 3-year-old kid. It's not only affecting their psychological development, also it will affect their further futures. So that's my point.
Well, I mean, your points are well taken, but let us also understand in the changing society, people are growing up at an early age. For example, even at the age of 8 or 9, girl children are becoming major in biological sense of the term. So likewise, a 2-year-old today in many houses, and I'm sure this is not something a part of your experience as well, you will see that the 2-year-old easily handles a mobile phone. He knows which button is to be pressed to watch a particular video. This is happening. Now, whether we should hand it over to him or her or not is a big question, but these days the changing lifestyle has made this such a compulsive kind of a thing. Isi nahi kar li duniya mutti mein. That is the sad part of the whole thing. So, that your point is well taken, whether we should expose them to this. But then situation is such that they are already exposed, which is why the good thing about new education policy, national education policy, is that it has integrated primary education with pre-primary education. Earlier, there was some distinction. Now, it is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 kind of a thing. So that 5 is a holistic approach. And therefore, before the age of 6, he is not going into any kind of a formal education. Post that, the class, formal in the sense primary education. It is only after 6th, acquiring the age of 6. And there are ample number of researches that are available which tell us that at the age of, when a child is, below the age of 6, he is more capable of learning many languages. That is also, there is an evidence to suggest that, which is why in many states, I'm sure here in Karnataka also that might be the case, people have started English medium right from first standard.
It's not about educating them, but their childhood.
No, I agree. But then education system alone cannot control their childhood. There are several social factors within the family and even out of it which are governing their childhood. Government alone cannot be blamed, and government alone cannot even be controlling it. Now, there are many families which are single-parent families. They have different sets of challenges before them. Today, we are in nuclear family era. Again, that is a different, how can you compel people to stay in a joint family? Although there are benefits of it, but then there are limitations as well. And government cannot enter into every other sphere and issue dictates to behave in a particular manner. That is not the job of the government. It is for the society to consider that.
If I can just add, for the first time in the educational policy consideration, early childhood education has been brought into the ambit. Otherwise, so far, all our regulation, anything can be regulated only if it is there within the ambit of governance. Earlier, governance was only considering from first standard, that is beyond age of 6. But now, the approach that has been brought by the new education policy, it starts from the age of 3. First 5 years is called foundational stage, where the primary, pre-primary, and pre-KG education is also considered. Unless it's brought under the governance ambit, there's no way one can regulate. So there's definitely a possibility of bringing in those considerations. And also NEP mentions that the entire process should be aligned with the neurocognitive development of the child. So taking into those considerations itself, the education has to be provided. I think this policy has taken the first right step in that direction to bring these areas also into light. Thank you very much. I think with this, we would like
Can
to...
I have a, may I ask a question?
A quick question.
Yeah,
please.
yeah. It's about NEP, the benefits of all that has been spoken about, sir. You spoke about Skill India, you spoke about a youngster who spoke about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, everything. How about inculcating values in our youngsters? Knowledge, yes. Skills, yes. Values, where are the values going? It's more of a utilitarian society that we are bringing up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 that you spoke about.
No, again, I would say that value education, I mean, not for the first time, I mean, even when I used to go to a school, there were some lessons about value education, not that our system has completely overlooked value education, but value education, and I'm not avoiding a direct answer to your question, but I would sincerely urge that everything expecting from a governmental system, I think, is an erroneous approach. We cannot, see, many a times it so happens that when a child, there are many reputed institutions in every city, like Mangaluru, for example, and they have schools right from kindergarten to higher education, even college or maybe university. And once people, I mean, parents try to find some opportunity to take admission, even at the age of 4, 5 for the kindergarten or pre-primary, whatever it is, they believe that putting him or her, their tiny child, in that school, which is a big establishment, is like outsourcing of the parenting, which is an erroneous thinking. Parents cannot shrug off their responsibility. If value education is so very critical, it is for the parents to provide that education to their kids. Schools definitely can play a role, but there are limitations. And therefore, parents will have to, and in the national education policy, there is emphasis given on parent-teacher, parent-teacher interactions and their coordination as well. And I believe that is something very, very critical. Take care of our families, our education system will be automatically taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes the session on graduating the education policy. Thank you, Dr. Vinay Shasabudra, for your powerful perspectives and engaging discussion. And thank you, Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati, for moderating this session with such depth and thoughtfulness. I would now like to call upon the reputed author, Chana Shankar Rao, to distribute the memento to both of the panel.
Thank you, everyone. We are gearing up for the next session as our speaker is yet to arrive to the venue. In the meantime, ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದೇ ಸಭಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗಳು ಕೆಲವು ಇಂತಿವೆ. 11
In the meantime, we invite the audience to engage with the discussion on your social media handles as well as provide your feedback in the QR code provided outside the halls. The next topic we'll be discussing on the panel is democracy and democratic governance by the speaker K. Annamalai.
Tomorrow in Audi 2, we'll be having the following discussions. 10:15 a.m. Himalayan geopolitics will be the topic. 11:15 a.m. Nagrota under siege. 12:15 we have women, gender and society. 2 p.m. we have Ambedkar Mattu Samvidhana Satya Mithya. 3 o'clock we'll be having Yuva Kavi Goshti. Harate Katte, tomorrow at 11 a.m., we'll be having an interaction with Dr. S.L. Vairappa and a book release as well. Dear audience, thank you for your patience. We are privileged to have Mr. K. Annamalai, a well-known former Indian Police Service officer and presently Tamil Nadu State President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who will share his insights on today's topic. Vanakkam, sir. The topic for discussion is democracy and democratic governance, and the session will be moderated by Sri Jaideep Shenoy. Dr. Jaideep Shenoy is the lead in corporate communication at Mangalore International Airport and a former assistant editor at the Times of India. Dr. Shenoy, I request you to begin this discussion today. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the MC for making me an honorary doctor. So without doing anything much, I become a doctor. Extremely thankful to you. Well, I can see that the auditorium is literally overflowing. And even before we entered the auditorium, the number of people in the auditorium and the number of people outside the auditorium, I think they matched. So that probably explains the popularity of our guest, and who doesn't need any introduction. And please give a big round of applause to Mr. K. Annamalai. In the auditorium, I was just having a quick glance, and there are a few of his old colleagues also who have come to listen to him. Anyways, not that he needs any introduction, but from a perspective, if you look at the way things normally progress in politics, a person becomes a leader after a very, very, very long struggle. But here we have a rising star in politics who has made his mark within a very short span of time and is captivating the way the Indian politics actually is moving forward and the direction that it is taking. And we have also seen the fact that the way he goes about his business in a very serious manner, and how he has taken upon the role and responsibilities of leading a major political party in a state like Tamil Nadu, and the kind of impression that he is making with his audience and with the people around. So, coming to the topic for today's discussion, that is democracy and democratic governance. India, by population, is one of the largest, in terms of democracy, is one of the largest in terms of population. And from the time of our first elections in 1951 to the general elections, we have seen a whole lot of generational shift that's happened in terms of how our democracy has progressed. So how would you define democracy and democratic governance in the context of India and your home state, Tamil Nadu?
Firstly, thank you so much, sir, for having me here. It's a great pleasure to participate in the Mangalore Lit Fest. Each year it is growing very big. You're getting some of the best speakers here, and Mangalore, of course, has got some of the best knowledgeable people in the world and very smart people, and I think it's a privilege to come here and talk. It's slightly a question which I want to give more emphasis to the word called democracy. I just finished a course in Oxford. I spent about 3 months there in a fellowship, and everywhere I go, the first question I hear from people is, oh, democracy is backsliding in India. You look at the press index score, it is going down. You look at this index, that index. So 3 months, most of my time went in defending in Bloodvanting School of Government and different places, to tell them, first you don't understand Indian democracy. For any Western person who's looking at Indian democracy, so we have 250,000 gram panchayats where there is a direct democracy, 250,000. So every 5 years, a group of people in a village, we select who should be our village headman, a panchayat leader. And we have 4,041 municipalities where we elect every 5 years. We have 4,120 member of legislative assemblies. Like our Captain Brijesh Chota, we have close to 543 member of parliament. It's a very unique exercise. And anybody outside our country can never understand how deep-rooted democracy here is, sir. And also the breadth of democracy. And if you look at an MP in UK, he has got an average voter of 1,20,000. An MP in France is 1,10,000. An MP in India, an average voter is 25,70,000. So we are 25 times more in terms of breadth. For example, the House of Commons in UK has got 650 MPs. Such a small country, 8.5 crore, like Tamil Nadu's population. Each MP is 1.1 lakh. So Western people, we need to spend that extra time to tell them, look, India is always democratic. Democracy is in a fabric. But what we are trying to prove, sir, what the current government, what Mr. Modi and everybody are trying to do, in a democratic space, the country can grow. That's very important, sir. Normally, if you look at the great tiger economies, Singapore, Taiwan, or the China's growth in the last 25 years, in the last 50 years, you take all the great countries that has grown in the world, no country is democratic. So we are the first country who's breaking this myth. As a democracy, we can grow. In 1985, sir, if you take the year, India's per capita GDP and China's per capita GDP were the same, $295. Both were same. An average Indian $295, an average China $295. China is almost hitting $10,000 now. They're about 4.5 times more than us. So 1985 to 2025, if you compare 40 years, China has grown 4 times bigger than us. We are a 4 trillion, they are 18 trillion. Now people tell us, look, China has got something right. I keep telling them, no. In democracy, the way you grow, it is not easy to just grow. Sorry, sir, I'm taking long answer to your first question because I want to set a context. China wanted to build a dam called Three Gorges Dam, Yangtze River. They want to displace 12 lakh people, 458 villages, 14 towns. They did it in 8 years. For us to build a Sardar Sarovar Dam, displacing 1 lakh people, it took 65 years. So democracy inevitably has got a lot of challenges. You take everybody along. That too in a country like federal democracy, there is a state, there is a country, there is a language problem. Half the time there is a fight. So that is why India's democracy is very, very peculiar. It is very unique to India. And we are very happy to be a democratic nation. Anybody trying to judge from outside, I only tell them that probably you don't know Indian democracy. Thank you, sir.
So given that you said that we face a lot of challenges in terms of maybe a geographical diversity or linguistic diversity, but still to make this nation function, so what do you think are the key drivers that actually keeps the nation moving forward?
A sense of belonging, sir. Even if I don't speak a language my friend in Nagaland speaks, even if I don't speak a language an Assam friend speaks. But since this is a very unique country in the world where with a sense of belonging, we are still functioning. I still remember the House of Commons debate when they wanted to bring the Independence of India Act, when UK wanted to bring it. Winston Churchill very famously said, India is a country that is a country like a line as an equator. And this country will break in no time. The argument Winston Churchill gave us, so much diversity, so much language, plurality, there's no way this country is going to hold together. But we have proven them wrong after 75 years that we can hold together despite not overt commonality. If there is a Naga brother and sister or a Tamilian person wearing a dhoti, speaking a different language, food is different, everything is different. But there is a sense of belonging that this is a very unique Bharat civilization. It's a very unique space. And there is something that is binding all of us together. And this country is not a democracy that was just created, sir. It was there democratic for a long, long time. Even 1947, when you became democracy, it is 17 provinces, 584 principalities, they came together. So there is a unique spirit behind it. That is what we keep telling Bharatiya spirit. That spirit believes no matter what, we living in this particular space have a way of life. There is an Indian way of life, which we call the Hindu way of life. Immediately the Western audience will have a confusion. And the moment we say Hindu, they say, no, it's a religion. They don't even understand Hinduism is a way of life. Hindu way of life, which is along with nature, because our civilization goes with nature. We respect human beings as equal as an animal. even beings which can't speak. So this is the uniqueness about our country that keeps the democracy ticking, sir. Number two, and this country always finds a way to overcome a challenge. When there is an emergency for 18 months, this country will find a way to overcome it. And people will come together. When there is Mahatma Gandhi, people will come together. Jai Prakash Narayan ji, people will come together. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, people will come together. When there is Narendra Modi, people will come together. They could be from some state, some language they'll speak, no connection to some state, but people will march behind them. So in India, this kind of movements, what happened in 2014, Mr. Narendra Modi's election is not an election, sir. It is a movement. The whole of country participated in a movement like the Dandi March. They said, we need a change. We need a powerful person who can take the country forward with a vision. It's a movement. It happened in a democratic process. It did not happen like anything. It happened in a democratic process. So leaders will come, sir. Every 20 years, we get some Purushottama, some Mahatma from part of this country who will keep uniting us by a common motto, keep taking us forward.
So when you say a movement, democracy is also about the simple fact of democracy. It's a game of numbers. So do you think that in the current setup, since numbers rule, we have an idea that since I have the numbers, it's either my way or the highway. So is that the kind of feeling that we get when you look at the way things are moving in the larger context?
Well, I think the current Prime Minister has broken that norm. Meaning, normally it is a numbers game. I still remember when the state to which I belong, DMK, when they had 40 MPs in 2004, in 10 years they almost had 14 ministers from one state with 40 MP. They had lot of power portfolios with them, surface transport, telecommunication, chemicals and fertilizers. They said, look, I have numbers, give me this. Or some party like Mamata Banerjee from West Bengal, she said, I have numbers, give me railways. Or somebody said, I have 20 MPs, you give me this. So I keep telling this in Tamil, it was like a human body was divided like how a butcher divides an animal. Somebody said, I have 20 MPs, give me liver. Somebody said, I have 15 MPs, give me heart. Somebody said, I have 9 MPs, give me on leg, give me on hand. So we saw a country that was completely dysfunctional. And the first thing those people thought is, okay, what can I do for my state? The railway minister's first job was to open a railway station in their hometown. The aviation minister's first job was to open an airport in their hometown. But Modi ji has disproven this theory in 2014. First time in Indian democracy we are seeing that even a state like Tamil Nadu was not contributing much in terms of MP, 2014 and 19, even in 2024. But Tamil Nadu per capita you compare, it almost got 10 years, 11 lakh crore, which is equivalent to any state what it should get. Karnataka gave 25 MPs, now it gave 18, 19 MPs. So first time we saw a government that started treating everybody equally, be it a distant part of Nagaland, be it Tamil Nadu, be it Punjab. First time we saw a government that said, look, everybody is important, everything is important. We value you giving us more MP. At the same time, we will make sure wherever the development needs have to go, we will not just look at numbers as a game. That is very important. That is why they say the route through Delhi always goes through UP. Because it has got 80 MP, such a big state, and they decide more prime ministers from that. So Modi ji has broken it not once, not twice, for the third time. That everybody will have a sense of belonging, that it is not a numbers-based game. Because if you look at things, and any of my Western friend tells me that Indian democracy is dysfunctional, I keep telling them, look, we have 64 crore voters who voted. 90 crore voters were there, 64 crore voters voted. That percentage is 66.1%. America, the recently concluded the election where Trump won, the total voting was 63.8%. UK, where the economist and everybody keeps talking about Indian democracy, in the last elections, 59.8. That is the participation. The major economy, the highest participation happened in Germany, which is 76%. So India, among the democratic countries, we are number 4 in terms of voter participation. Very high, sir. America around 63.8, England at 59, we are at 66.1. Germany is at 76. So this country is not only big, but people participate. That is very important, sir. If you look at UK, in the 2023-4, the just completed elections, the voting percentage dropped down by 7% to previous 2019. 7% drop. Because people said, look, unstable government, you have changed 3 prime ministers. I will not trust you. Why should I come and vote? No motivation. But in India, we have proven such a big country with language, dialect, everything different. Still, the participation is number 4 in the world. That is why I keep telling it's a thriving democracy. Though it's a numbers game, though it's a numbers that still decide, but being Mr. Modi there sitting in Delhi, he's looking at the whole landscape very differently. That gives a lot of encouragement to states like Tamil Nadu or a Punjab or a Nagaland or an Assam or a Jammu and Kashmir.
So is this a fact that numbers, even though they are important, the fact that we have a prime minister who looks at the entire India as one makes our democracy more vibrant and thriving?
What happened, sir? I still believe a former UN Secretary General, there was on Boutros Ghali, he made a very famous statement. He said, poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. So poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity anywhere. If we get into this mode of development which is urban centric, or regions which has given me 20 MPs or 25 MPs, more money will go there. If we get into that mode, what will happen, sir? One part or the other states will start rebelling. Because DMK till 1963, they wanted Tamil Nadu to be away from country. Till 13th Amendment came, DMK felt Tamil Nadu should be a separate country, should not be a part of India. Till 1963, when Government of India brought the 13th Amendment and said any political party that is talking of secession, you will lose your right to contest election, then DMK said, no, we will exist within India, but still we have a problem. So that is the current template they operate. So Punjab is also the same, Northeast was same, sir. So I believe unless we have a holistic model in democracy, which we don't very parochially look at how Congress was looking for 10 years. If you look at the growth pattern of Congress 10 years, very clearly you can plot out more MPs, more money, less MPs, no money. That will only create a breaking India force. So I think Modi ji is looking at it very differently, more money to states, and anybody who keeps telling me the government is getting centralized, they have to understand when Modi ji took over as India's Prime Minister, the money that was coming to the state was 32% of the total collection. Now after Modi ji became the Prime Minister, it is 42%. The next Finance Commission report is due in December 2025. It might be more than 42%. Now 42% of money is being channeled back to the state. State is getting more money, twice, thrice of what Congress was getting in different sector. So that is why I'm very confident Indian democracy will not only continue to thrive, it will encourage a lot of youngsters who are sitting here to become champions of our democracy.
Now that you've mentioned youngsters, do you think Indian youngsters are actually participating in democracy in the manner in which they ought to?
A positive and a negative view on this question, sir. I personally believe if there is an Indian youngster sitting here, young boy, young girl who's sitting here, who's below 35, young is at heart, sir. Even 60 you are young and 50 you are young, sorry. I don't want to call you wrongly by doctor, same way I don't want to call you wrongly by age. And whatever age you are young at heart. But the point I'm trying to convey here is, sir, if there is anybody who's young, they should know some details about Indian democracy. Many people believe democracy is 5 years once. I go to a polling booth and there I stand in queue. I take it as a burden in a hot sun in Mangaluru, going there, voting and coming. So they have to say democracy is a 5-year everyday engagement. For example, I was coming, sir. I came late only because there was a severe traffic jam just before entering Mangaluru because they are putting a road on a Saturday in the peak time Saturday. So the whole traffic is blocked for 45 minutes. So democracy is about we telling the MP who's sitting here, because we have to bring it to his knowledge, or an MLA who's here, to tell, can the road putting thing can be done at 2 o'clock in the night, can be done at 3 o'clock in the night. So that in the daytime, unless we tell them, how will they know, sir? It is an engagement. So every time we think, okay, somebody will tell somebody, somebody will tell somebody. Nobody will tell anybody, end of the day. So it is like, the only appeal to youngsters is, you keep engaging. When you have very professional people who are public representatives, you just have to engage. It's an everyday process, sir. And second, they should actively participate in debate and discussion. It's a house full. The topic is democracy and democratic governance. Very surprising. A lot of youngsters have turned up because they don't understand how many times Indian constitution is amended, what is emergency, what is this, what is that, What is Modi ji's vision? Is one country, one election good for our country? So this kind of topic should evoke curiosity among the child. They should not see this as boring, heavy topic, academic topics. I'm not getting any interest in it. That is why in Tamil Nadu you see, sir, when a big actors, for example, Mr. Vijay, when his movie gets released, trailer, it hits 1 million in minutes. 1 million, it's just minutes in Tamil Nadu. Minutes it hits 1 million. For us, YouTube, you see some Tamil song, it is 140, 150 million views. I don't know, 150 million views. But a hardcore subject you want to push 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 views in the same time is very tough. So sometimes you also need to get our priorities right. For the youngsters, my appeal is you should deliberately participate all 5 years, all the time, so that every day you learn, you improve yourself. Whether you participate in politics or not, that is different, sir. Politics is secondary. But participating in democracy is a fundamental duty, is what I would say, sir.
Do you see more anomalies, or we have a young MP here also. So do you think the emergence of people like you will also motivate the youth to not just dabble in the democratic systems, but also possibly consider a role in politics and try to bring about a change?
Sir, as I said, 250,000 gram panchayat. I keep telling people that the best way to make change is to become a panchayat president. That's the best way to make a change. And you have close to 2,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 vote. You are born in that area. You are young, 30, 35. You need not give 24/7. For example, the captain, the MP who's our MP in Mangaluru has to give lot of his time. Every day is available. Delhi, session, half the time here, party work, Bangalore. So a panchayat president is not called anywhere, sir. He's only there. And 90% of panchayat money is directly getting into their account now, which the new, after the 1991 Act. So you have 250,000. People should not look at so-called the TV things. Oh, captain comes in TV, or Annamalai comes in TV, or somebody comes in TV. But many a times it is the silent work that happens behind that scene. In a panchayat is where the change happens, sir. And I keep telling people, look at panchayat as an option. Oh no, sir, I'm an IT engineer. How can I contest as panchayat president? I tell them only then you should contest as panchayat president, because you're educated. Do one term in panchayat, local body governance, understand it. Then probably 1-2 years role, then you become an MLA if you want to take a political role. So I think the key is to motivate our youngsters to look at panchayat as an option where they can serve well, sir. Because it is more accountable, a lot of money is going there. That is a fundamental change you can bring. Because you have 250,000 spaces there, 250,000. And second, sir, I would say, they have to understand politics is, in India, it's more like a boxing game. It is not a neat professional sport. And abusive, attacking, defamation, everything is part of the game. And I think yesterday Mr. Modi ji was talking in a podcast, and he differentiated two things. Being a politician is different from being an elected member. Being an elected member is something different. But somebody thinks, okay, I'm standing for an ideology. There could be people here. I am standing for an ideology. I want to become a part of a political process. Then they should be prepared for the hard road ahead. There's nothing simple. It is a hard road, sir. And that needs a lot of willpower. And now in this age and time, what is happening, sir, is we immediately get upset when somebody speaks bad about us, somebody abuses us. Social media, you say, somebody will put a comment. I still remember my young colleagues in the party, they'll say, Anna, I said this, you see negative comments have come. I say, are you that jobless to go and read the comments who are putting, what is it putting? You take it as a thing. There are bots. People do it every day. People have companies who do it. So youngsters have to keep a very clear mind, sir. Very important in politics. And they have to look at very long, not short. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Because Modi ji, if you look at it, till the age of 51, he was not even a panchayat president. But he kept the vision long. Pracharak, 35, he became Gujarat Organizing Secretary. 16 years later, at the age of 51, he became Chief Minister. Then 64, he became the Prime Minister. Now he's on. So the Modi ji's best time is after 60. That is his best time. And now youngsters have this problem where everything needs to happen very young. And they have to be patient, long-term view. Moment I think they have this in mind, I think they should be okay, sir.
India recently welcomed the first child of the beta generation. So do you think the country is ready for the transition from maybe the millennials, from the Gen Z to Gen Alpha. So are we ready for this entire transitional shift that's happening in terms of our demography, in terms of our demographic dividend?
I'm happy you asked this question, sir, because India is going through a very unique demographic shift which no country in the world has seen. The Americans post-World War II, they saw a baby boomer generation which drove the economy like anything. India, multiple things are happening at multiple levels at the same time, which no country has gone through, sir. We have the largest number of Gen Z in the world here. And when somebody says you go to work on a Sunday, people get angry. When somebody says you go to work more than 8 hours, people get angry. Rightfully so, that individual opinion, sir. So social media, you see, no. L&T chairman is right, Mr. Subramaniam. Sunday, whether you will sit at home, watch your husband or wife, what are you doing at home, come and work. And L&T had to officially issue a statement yesterday, because it's a Gen Z which is driving the internet and social media. That is one side. Other side, India is also going to have the largest number of people above the age of 60 in the next 15 years. It's a graying population also, though we are young. But Tamil Nadu is not young, sir. We have just crossed the demographic dividend. We just finished it. Bihar is entering into it. So we are just graying. We are becoming slightly an older state. Simultaneously, you are having the largest young population. Simultaneously, you are going to have the largest old population. So both their thinkings are very different, sir. Simultaneously, you are having the largest middle class in the world, which we are calling the name called neo-middle class, emerging middle class, probably $3,500 per annum there. So you have the simultaneous rise of middle class, simultaneous largest number of Gen Z, next 15 years, largest number of old people possibly in the world. So this is a challenge for any country, sir. Any country in the world is a challenge. Because the old people, our mothers and fathers, their needs are completely different. All they want is a good park to walk, clean air, a good health thing, public transport. Gen Z needs a stable working hour, 8 hours, social life, not too much Saturday, Sunday kind of work. Middle class wants to become more richer. They want to work more. So it's a challenge, like you said, the policies that we bring. That is why you see Modi ji goes in a podcast also, because there is Gen Z. Modi ji does traditional politics also. There are people like you and me. At 73, he's straddling all three. He's here, next day he's here, next day he's there. So that Gen Z is saying, oh, Modi ji belongs to me. People like you and see, oh, Modi ji belongs to me. He's the only political leader probably in the world who's straddling. So I hope and pray that he completely knows where exactly the country is heading and individual needs of this generation, sir.
So, what role do political parties play in actually promoting democratic systems and democratic governance? So, is it their role to drive it, or is it everyone's business to be a part of it?
Sir, any of my friend who is here, whenever they make a tour to Tamil Nadu, they come to Chennai, my only request to them is they should take a 90-kilometer tour towards Kanchipuram. There is a place called Uttaramerur in Kanchipuram. There is a place called Uttaramerur. And the reason I'm mentioning this place, Uttaramerur, is 1,250 years back, 1,250 years back, Parantanka Chola, in inscription, he mentioned what is a democracy, what is a village democracy, how a democracy should function. In an inscription around the temple. In that, very detailed he goes. In a village, how election should happen. What kind of people are eligible to contest in that election. What is a sin in a democracy. When you make a mistake after getting elected, how will people recall you back? This is 1,250 years back. In Uttaramerur, it is there. So I believe democracy, end of the day, is more a local collective thing, sir. Political parties are there. Political parties might think short term, might think long term, might be a combination of both. It is people at the bottom, like a village council, Gram Sabha, ward, apartment complexes, association. They should have a spirit, it is my area, it is my place. I have to keep it clean. I should segregate my waste. And somehow in our country, what has happened, sir, we always want to have an authority to tell us what to do. I will fine you, so please keep your garbage clean. So they'll fine so that. So Mangalore consistently ranks one of the best Swachh Bharat cities in the world because of the nature of democratic process at the ground level. Mangalore is very unique. Dakshin Kannada is very unique when compared to the rest of Kannada, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu because here people are very self-sustaining. Grama Devata, Bhutakola, it is all very organized. VIP culture is not there. Even a cinema star comes in Dakshin Kannada, nobody bothers for a selfie. And this is a very unique place. Very, very, very intellectual crowd. Since I have served here for some time, sir, but it is not the case across India. It's a very unique place. I keep observing why this place is very unique. And the level of democratic participation at the ground is so strong in Dakshin Kannada for various reasons, sir. Always that is unique culture. So that is why in all indicators this is topping. In every single indicator in Karnataka, 10th standard, 12th standard marks, the ability of a panchayat to deliver better results. You are a person who knows it much better, sir. So I believe it should be people should have a collective spirit. This is my area, my land. That is the important part of a democracy. That right now is missing, sir. Many places it is going down. Apartment complexes, urbanization. When so much urbanization happens, people don't have the belief they are my people. Because in apartment, I don't even know who's my neighbor. I don't even know who's my left side guy. I don't even know who's standing at the top. In Pongal, in our village, we go and give Pongal to 10 people around us. They come to our home. Here, there's a sense of anonymity. So this is the biggest problem for democracy. Where there is a sense of anonymity, democracy starts failing. So in India, more urbanization. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. India, I hope more urbanization would not generate a feeling between you and me that you are from Belgaum settled in Mangalore, I am from Udupi settled in Mangalore, only namesake we are neighbors, unless I have a joint feeling. Even at night 1 o'clock, when you have some medical problem, you should be confident my neighbor will be the first guy with the car who will take me to the hospital. That is missing now, sir. So this is the number one challenge I see because of the rapid urbanization. The second challenge I see, the political parties have to become more statesmanship approach. If you look at Parliament, what happens, sir? Parliament, what happens? Somebody brings a red color book to the Parliament. I'm not taking anybody's name. I am being neutral to all political parties in a forum like this. And half the time it is like this country is backsliding, democracy is bad, constitution is bad. And they want to say divisive. When is the caste survey will happen? Will it happen tomorrow? Will it happen next week? Sir, we are talking of a country that is at 4 trillion now. Our demographic dividend is only there for the next 25 years. That's it. China had it from 1980 to 2005. Japan had for some time. India, it is only 25 years. If we miss it, we are gone. Next will be Nigeria's chance and some other country's chance. So this is the time when we have to talk about development, unity, taking the country forward. That should be the debate in a parliament or in a forum like this. Now the debate is about caste survey. Debate is about will it happen tomorrow morning? Will it happen next week? So that is where my second problem is, sir. The political party's language. What do we speak in a public forum? The third one, people will start losing respect on a political party when the political parties don't actually represent the people. We should speak their language, live the life of a common man. People should connect that he's my guy. So that is missing now. The politicians are becoming more elite nowadays. Slightly they are becoming more elite. Gone are the politics of 1960 and 70 where you are one among them. These three things I see as a big challenge, sir. The political leaders who are coming are becoming more elite now. The second challenge, urbanization, is a challenge. Next, the conversation in politics is not reflecting the ground reality. It is reflecting 1960s of our country. That is the three challenges I see. Thank you, sir.
So despite your feeling that politicians are becoming elite, our Prime Minister has a diametrically opposite view to that, in the sense that he doesn't want this entire VIP culture to be there. So do you think that the politicians are not taking a cue from the example that he's setting?
So PM is very clear, and PM, I think he thinks far ahead, is a very deep thinker. Exactly that is the point is going through. India has to be free of VIP culture, and no red color bulb and everything is remote, sir. He's taking that strain on himself to do that, do it. The second, a PM can control how many people, sir? PM is a living example. He lives his life like that. He lives his life of Sankalpa. That's a living example. It is for us politicians to take a cue from a person like Mr. Modi ji. Take a cue. How does he live his life? Are we more, how many politicians stay in a village, sir? How many politicians leave their home? Can we say 15 days outside my home, randomly in my constituency's home? That is what I'm talking of the VIP culture. Am I with them? Padayatras, eating food with them, staying with them, understanding their problem, farming with them. So this a prime minister can't come and do, sir. He has done it. That is why he is the prime minister. The next generation of politics. In BJP is what, sir? Among the Indian politicians, you look. If you look at the 2024 elections, 751 political parties participated, sir. In our 2024, 751 political parties, 12,500 candidates gave their nomination in 543 seats. That is 23 candidates per seat. But BJP can put only 543. But the total candidate is 12,549. There are 12,000 more candidates than what a party like BJP can put. So I'm making an overall comment. There is Congress, there are regional parties, there is DMK. You are seeing somebody's dynasty, somebody's son. So we are looking at the overall politics of our country. There could be one BJP somewhere here. But for one BJP, there are 10 parties combined that is also equally in the other side. Dynastic parties like a DMK, dynastic parties like a DRS. So overall, for every of us to keep democracy alive and kicking, it is important the elite culture should not come in, and Modi ji is a prime living example of how to lead a democratic life.
You made a reference to you having served here in the past as an IPS officer. Predominantly you served in this part. So how much of that has been an inspiration to what you have been doing now and where you are right now?
Sir, I think every place that you live, you take a part of it with you and you leave a part of you with them. So that is how life is always. And for me, this part, Dakshin Kannada, Udupi, Mangalore, Chikmagalur, this specific part, as I said, it's deeply democratic, and VIP culture is very less. And people question authority. People don't mind questioning authority. People just question authority, not like other parts of Karnataka. So that always makes you to keep humble. So you always stay humble, even powers and everything is with you. And more importantly, sir, this is a place where everybody is a high achiever in different fields, art, culture, professorship, everywhere there is a high achiever. So you're living in a high achievement space. This whole place is a high achievement space. So this naturally inspires you to become better every single day. Can you improve your best version of yesterday to a better version tomorrow? And second, sir, more importantly, I am more fascinated by the cultural assimilation of this place. Local, like I said, a Bhutakola or a function, or the small gods who reside in our villages. People have an affinity. People still trace their roots back to Goa, go and come back, certain people who live here. And the village festival that happens in a big way. So that is very important. People don't forget their roots. And third one, sir, and this is also a place where a lot of people go abroad, and comparatively to other parts of Karnataka, other parts of India. But when I go outside, sir, I can very distinctly see a Mangalurian or a coastal Karnataka person because his affinity to his hometown is so high. In Dubai or different Kuwait, I keep seeing in different associations, they keep tracking what is happening. They keep coming here. In the village festivals, they participate because for them, the soil is everything. So this is an inspiration for me. For example, when we did a yatra called My Soil, My People, En Man, En Makkal, when we took that yatra across Tamil Nadu. So we had to do a 7 months yatra across all 234 assembly constituency. So nobody has done 234. You can walk a straight line, but you have to cross all 234 in 7 months. That was a very unique experience because a lot of inspiration came from here. The way people are associated to their soil and cultural icons. This is a place that respects its cultural icons. It celebrates, it adores. So that is also very important for a growing person like me, that the roots are more important. The culture to which you belong is very important. You are an Indian first, of course, no doubt. At some point of time, your culture and your soil is also equally important. Indian first. Your culture and soil should come second or third or fourth somewhere. And everybody cannot be a global citizen to say, oh, borders doesn't exist. I am comfortable in America also, comfortable in London also, comfortable in Delhi also. That will not work, sir. You're an Indian first. At the same time, your culture and your soil should also find a prominence there. So that Dakshin Kannada keeps doing it.
on a level, there is a general perception that despite all the political differences and everything, at some level, adjustment politics also keeps happening. So, is this a view that you subscribe to, say, in the sense that I oppose you on the face of it, but at some point, because of our various business dealings or because of some other dealings, we come together?
So politics is essentially the art of compromising, sir. And no politics happens in a straight line, and politics is always an art of compromise. Mahatma Gandhi got independence only by compromise, and he never said, non-cooperation movement, something happened, he said, I'm calling back. Quit India movement, he said, I'm going to handle it like this. I am also going to treat the British with respect, at the same time I'm going to do this. I'm willing for a negotiation by attending roundtable conference in London, at the same time I'll oppose this. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is also a classic example. People say Subhash Chandra Bose is a very hardline guy. No, sir. He is a great, masterful tactician. I'm just hoping and praying a good movie will come on Subhash Chandra Bose ji very soon, because the youngsters get connected more with movies than with the book. To show he was also essentially a person who was hard as well as soft. So politics is essentially compromise. And let us take Modi ji as an example, sir. Let us take Article 370 as an example. 2014, we got a majority. Modi ji did not remove 370. And everybody is like, no, every manifesto, every time BJP will say we will remove 370. Now you got majority, why you did not do? When did we remove 370, sir? We removed 370 in August 2019, right after the first 5-year election got over, 2019 starting. But to remove 370, you had to have an alliance with Madam Mufti. You have to become a part of the government. So you started there. In a long process of democracy, you ended here. So I keep telling my people also, if BJP was not part of the Jammu and Kashmir government at one point of time, possibly 370 would not have happened. Removal would not have happened. So there is a time and place for everything. Sometimes the nature creates that condition. You just have to wait. Because knowing Modi ji, this party, Jansangh, lost our first leader, Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, 50s, waited every single time. Look at Vajpayee ji, sir. Vajpayee ji had so many alliance partners. Jayalalitha madam walked out. She said, I'm walking out. Government fell. That too an opposite party like DMK. Tamil Nadu, DMK and BJP are like North Pole and South Pole kind of party. DMK was part of our alliance for 5 years. 99 to 2004. And when people ask, oh, you are part of, what is the difference between BJP and DMK? Both of you are part of an alliance at some point of time. With the due respect to Vajpayee ji, what he must have thought is, let me show to this world what a BJP government can be in 5 years. Because till then it was only a Congress government, or a Janata government, a mostly Congress government, or a Congress supported government. So a person like Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji has to patient, tolerant, take everybody along, such a big group, run it for 5 years. Only then Indian people knew, oh, BJP government is different. They are non-corrupt. They put development first. That made Modi ji to come to power. If Vajpayee ji did not form a government for 5 years, if Vajpayee said, no, politics is straight line. I don't want your 14 MPs, get out. Probably India might not have seen what a BJP government is. I keep telling them, for a youngster like me, that is also a lesson, though I don't compromise much. But it is also a lesson I'm trying to learn. Sometimes in boxing also, sir, you take a back foot because your front foot punch comes stronger. Because you can't always be in the front foot. So I am also learning it. I am not a big compromiser myself, but I am trying where it needs, take a back foot. Because in the long-term perspective, for the nation, for the state, sometimes putting your head down is actually not a wrong thing. And Vajpayee ji put his head down. Only then he was able to give 5 years, sir. Now we are enjoying the fruits of Modi ji for 10 years and many, many years to come.
Okay, before I throw the floor open to the audience for questions, one personal question to you, Mr. Annamalai. When will we see you back wearing your footwear?
Sir, leaving a footwear, I don't know, sir. The best way to answer this question is, I think as a politician, you get triggered by many things. You get, because you see so many things, you're not supposed to hear so many things. At many a times, you feel helpless. As a cop, at least you can do something to help people. So many a time you work within a system, you're also frustrated. Sometimes first gear, sometimes fifth gear, sometimes reverse gear. You put all kinds of gear, you drive a vehicle. But this Anna University thing, it really affected me personally, sir. Why it affected me? Because every day, other day a friend was saying, oh, you removed your chapel, you have beaten yourself. Don't you think it is right? Because every day one rape or the other happens, every day one murder happens, every day molestation happens. If you start beating yourself for every rape, then what, where is the course? Don't you think you are emotional? He asked me this question. I said, look, I agree with you. In a country like India, such a big population, crimes do happen. Any crime, offense against a woman is shameful, it is bad. But many a time you are always in the reactive side. After it happens, you go and arrest the accused. Sometimes you can create a safe place. But what happened in Anna University is, this is a student right inside Anna University, in the campus, sir. In the campus, that is 2 kilometers from Raj Bhavan, 3 kilometers from CM's house. Possibly there is the only space the girl could have felt comfortable. Oh, my college, my space, my compound wall. Who is she walking with whom she is talking is not my business. That is her private life. 23rd of December 2024, a person enters Anna University, goes inside, all the CCTV cameras are off, molests this child, girl, walks out brazenly. 2 days later, FIR gets filed. Because the girl did not make a single mistake, sir. She is in her safe space, inside her university, not in the street also. Not at night 12 o'clock, at 8 o'clock in the evening. Then the worst part, the FIR gets leaked next day. FIR, whatever is there, it is there online. You know the girl's name, you know the girl's father's name, you know the address, you know the girl's mobile number. Every single thing, whole of Tamil Nadu knows. Whole FIR is leaked. My anger is, the system has failed. Political parties can fail, sir. Every 5 years there is a change. CM can fail. People will throw the CM out after 5 years. That is not a problem. But here, the system has failed. The police have failed. You are supposed to arrest that accused, but knowing fully well he belongs to a political party, you have leaked the FIR. The same accused has done the same crime in 2014, in the same space. You did not even put a watch on him. This fellow brazenly, he commits 18 more offenses. Not molestation, 18 other different offenses. First being a molestation. Again, 20th offense, he does this. So where is your record? Where is the Tanedar? Where is your station rowdy register? Third, you do so much drama because he belongs to a ruling party. So my act was an act of desperation to tell to Tamil Nadu public, wake up, wake up. Here, system has failed. You and me can say to our daughter, please study well, go to NIT Surathkal, please study well, go to whatever college in Mangalore. But what happens in NIT Surathkal is not your control and my control, sir. So as a parent, I can take my child to NIT Suratkal's gate. The system has to take care inside. Here, the system has failed. That is where my anger is coming. So now I believe whatever I did is an act of penance. In deep rural villages, people do it. And punishing yourself is an extreme form of penance is my thing. So I've left my chapel. So my thing is very clear. This ruling party has to go. Next party has to come. Systemic reforms have to come in. Tamil Nadu has to change. It takes 1.5 years. It takes 7.5 years. I don't know. Whatever time it takes, I'm not going to wear my chapel, sir. I hope it gets soon.
Well, we have heard, one second. We have heard a wide range of ideas come out of Mr. Annamalai. And he has also very clearly said that he's here in the game for a long run and that is not looking at a short-term approach to be where he needs to be. With this, I would like to take questions. If the volunteers can please pass the mic. I know a lot of hands are going up, but the volunteers, please.
Vanakkam Manna. My direct question is, I think yesterday or day before, CM of Tamil Nadu gave one statement saying that he mentioned the girl's name who committed, he said that she committed suicide because of the phobia of NEET exam. Okay? When he has so much of Vishala Hridayam, why he can't take 1 minute, at least forget empathy, sympathy sake, why he's not taking care of Anna University? One question is that. Other question is, recently Governor of Tamil Nadu walked out of the parliament because national anthem was not respected. And CM Stalin did a strike against the governor. Every time they are the one who say secularism, secularism. I don't think it's a secularism, it's a secularism. Sick mind, always people think about secularism. So what is your point of view?
I'll take the second question first. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. I'll take the second question first. Tamil Nadu is a very deeply emotional state, and I always keep telling, in Tamil Nadu to do politics, you got to operate with heart, not with mind. And it's a mind that connects more, because it's a state which respects heroes, adores them, and people do, for some leaders, birthdays, people put goat's blood, milk, and even I was surprised initially why all these things happen. Until it happened to me at a point of time. After the Coimbatore elections, loss of mine, 2-3 cadres cut their fingers and threw it off. They just cut their fingers and threw it off. Then people shaved their head, people took their thing, and people walked barefooted. I felt so bad, so embarrassed. And I shouted at somebody, I told this is not done, this is unfair. And cutting your finger, I think, till I die, that will be in my heart that somebody has cut a finger. And probably he has got a wife, he has got a son, and he's going to live without a finger in his hand. It's a very emotional state. Emotional sometimes is good, sometimes is bad. And not all the time it is good, not all the time it is bad. So in that context, I will take the governance issue. Tamil Nadu Assembly, like Karnataka rightly has a state anthem and a state flag. Tamil Nadu in 1960 chose to have a state song. In 1991, when Madam Jayalalitha became Tamil Nadu's chief minister, she decided to make state and national anthem as part of the assembly. State anthem as a part of the assembly. So 1991 onwards, the state song started singing in assembly. The governor is also right that he believes in the MHA guidelines, wherever the governor goes, at the starting, national anthem should be sung, at the ending, national anthem should be sung. In Tamil Nadu, at the starting, state song is sung, at the end, national anthem is sung. It is not that national anthem is not sung. National anthem is sung at the end, all the time. So governor is like, national anthem should be sung at the beginning, it should be sung at the end. Let the state song be first, national anthem be second in order. Finish the proceedings, end with national anthem. Nothing wrong. So it is a question of pure ego. And Tamil Nadu respects national anthem so much. When our former CDS, the Chief of Defence Service, he died. From Ooty to Coimbatore airport is almost 60 kilometers approximately, 65 kilometers. Almost 80% of the roadside, people stood. People stood. People stood to the left of the road, right of the road, in crowds. And when CDS body was passing through the road, people said, Veera Vanakkam. Veera Vanakkam is brave salute to you. And this is a state that has produced largest number of freedom fighters for a long time, Veerabandi Kattabomanta. It's a deeply patriotic state. It is just an aberration DMK has come for some time in between, because human history, when did dinosaurs live 140 million years back? How big is the earth? It is 6 billion years ago. And how long is democracy? 3,000 years. In that 40 years is DMK. That's how you should see democracy. And 40 years is an aberration. It is not that they are going to change, and it's just a matter of time. It's a deeply patriotic state. And very soon you will see changes once the new government comes. Coming to the first question, it is very unfortunate a state that is used to give a lot of people to civil service. We have come down. We have come down to 40s and 30s. IIT is coming down. IIM is coming down. because the quality of education is coming down. I keep arguing among the southern states, the last ACER report, ACER is a study that is done class 3, class 5 and class 8 to see the quality of a child's education. Tamil Nadu ranks last among the south states. We are last among Karnataka, Telangana, Kerala. So I keep telling, look, focus on that. The government schools are dilapidating, the quality is coming down, and in that, you have created a fear of an exam. You have created a fear of an exam. Already the quality is coming down. You have created a fear of an exam. Politicians, by our stupid speeches, just before NEET, every politician will say, no, NEET will not come this year. I will make sure NEET will not enter Tamil Nadu. NEET will come, NEET exam will happen. So just the day before exam, suicides happen. The day after exam, suicides happen. That is becoming a recurring pattern, unfortunately. I told in a public speech also, when the first time opposition leader Mr. M.K. Stalin said something and a suicide happened, you should have booked him for abetment of suicide. You should have arrested him. Since you did not do that, he became a chief minister now. When normal people you book abetment to suicide, why politicians you are not booking abetment to suicide? It is a politician who provokes, who vitiates. Then what happens? There was a problem between syllabus, that is, Tamil Nadu, for your kind information, last year the All India topper came from Tamil Nadu. In the top 10 ranks, 4 ranks came from Tamil Nadu. Top 100, many ranks came from Tamil Nadu. But still the politician wants to take a odd 1% here, 1% there, and then say this has happened, so Tamil Nadu rejects NEET, which is a very unfortunate political narrative they are trying to set.
Namaskar and Vanakkam, sir. Here, on your left. First of all, my name is Prajwal, and my biggest pranams to you for perfectly balancing out the intricate interplay between dharma and politics, sir. And my question is very straight, might be personal as well. During the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, I was in my final month of my post-graduation, and we were talking about Tamil Nadu politics, based on the Enman and Makkal Yatra as well. And we saw Annamalai somehow becoming the flag bearer of BJP and winning elections. What was that aspect which made Annamalai lose both the MP and the MLA elections, sir?
Oh, thank you so much for the question, brother. I'm happy that you asked this question. I think politics in Tamil Nadu, you have to make a choice. How do you do politics in Tamil Nadu? For example, please have a seat. For example, I said, in Coimbatore, I will not pay any money for votes, which I said on record. I said anybody can come and check, and I'll not pay money for votes. So where it takes me, because somewhere a change has to start. Let me put a seed. I cannot make a statement here, but when you come to Coimbatore, you can say, when the parties who wants to be there in Coimbatore defeat a person at any cost, when you pay 300, 500, then another 500, 3 installments you pay, 1,300. It right or wrong, it sways people. It sways people. That is where I have a problem with the Election Commission also. It sways people. And second, you are taking on, so my job in Tamil Nadu right now is, like many leaders, it is like flying a plane. This engine is on repair it. Suddenly they say a passenger is complaining, no water. I go inside, give water. Then they say the left engine is on fire. I have to go to the left engine. When they say the pilot is missing, go take care of the plane also. Then they say it is turbulent, somehow land the plane. So all these things we are doing. Build an organization, put people in the booth, create a narrative, bring nationalism, anti-nationalist fellows, keep them out, then win elections also. So since you are doing everything at every single point of time, not me, all the leaders and everybody, they are doing for ages. Now this is an election we consciously said we will contest alone. We'll contest alone. Because broadening the party at the point of time is very important. Our national leadership also felt, let us expand. Tamil Nadu, for your kind information, in the last 20 years, I'm talking of after Vajpayee ji, okay, I'll go back 28 years, right from 1996. BJP has contested only in 20% of geographical space. 80% we never contested. We never put a candidate. Because in 80% it's an alliance partner. We used to contest 5 seats, 6 seats, 7 seats. That is our, out of 39. And where you don't contest, the leadership is not developed. Winning or losing, when you contest, there will be a booth president, there will be a mandal guy, there will be district level people. They will get trained about elections. Then 5-10 years down the line, they'll become a fighting machine. Correct? So this time we are very happy. From 20% geographical area, we reached 70% geographical area. We have crossed 70% now. So 70% the party contested. 2026 also, it is not a certain I'm going to win. 2026 also, it is the same path I believe I should take. Every party will come, they will do adjustment politics with candidates. Moment I am announced as candidate of Coimbatore, DMK said, till then it was communist, but we will change our candidate to DMK. Communists cannot stand. 20 years communists were standing. If communist stands, BJP will win. So DMK stood after 20 years. So they will do all kinds of drama. But I keep telling people, we need only 5 years in Tamil Nadu. Whenever we get that 5 years, we will change Tamil Nadu. Only 5 years. We might get it next 5. We might get it the year after 5. But we need only 5 years. Once people see us for 5 years, Tamil Nadu will never leave BJP from then. So we just need that 5. To get that 5, it's a work in progress. You got to fight, struggle, get that belief in people that we will do the dharmic way. Now let us imagine you take the shortcut. Okay, I'll pay vote for money, I'll pay do this. I will also do whatever they are doing. Probably the base will not be strong, brother. I personally believe in Tamil Nadu, Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast fires, only then people will realize the full potential of Bharat. Full potential of Bharat is when Tamil Nadu, Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast fires. Fully, it should be like full engine on. Like Karnataka engine is on, full fired, double cylinder, 25, you can push it to 25, 28 MPs, just a matter of time. Karnataka can always get 28, just a matter of time, because it's a different kind of flavor of state. It supports Modi ji, big way. And that has to happen. So, patience. And first is mobilization. And first, yatra and politics is mobilizing, bringing people. In politics, first is narrative. People should not talk about you. After talking, only conversion will happen. I hope that we are in the talking space now. 2026 conversion will happen and possibly we should win seats. And once we win, then there is no looking back. Thank you, brother.
Sir, good evening, sir. This way. Sir, I have a question regarding the Hindi as a national language, which has been a burning issue since many years, since the BJP government has come to power. So recently, we all know that in the media, different media networks, that what cricketer Ashwin has told, that it is not a national language, it is just a language to speak with different people. To which you have told that it is a link language as well as it is a language of convenience. So what I have to say, if in case it is a language of convenience, a person from Tamil Nadu may say that, okay, see, Tamil is a very old language, so let Tamil be a language of convenience. Similarly, a person from Bengal may say that our national anthem is in Bengali language, so let it be a language of convenience. So what's your take on this regarding Hindi as a language of convenience?
Ashwin is a good person and he represents our country at the highest level for a long time. Very nationalistic, very patriotic person. I know him very personally well also. He's a dear friend. And he has represented our country. We have to understand that he put his heart and soul to play for India. When Ashwin speaks something, knowing him well as a person, it is not that Ashwin speaks like a political party person from Tamil Nadu to say, no, we are different, you are different. It didn't come from that context. I think Ashwin's answer came from a context where he did not want to bring down Hindi. He did not want to bring any language down. At the same time, he wanted to give more respect for his mother tongue. I think that is the context. With that, I'll answer. Because normally when we see in the TV of somebody speaking something, without context, we might understand something. So Ashwin is a highly patriotic, a person who represents our nation at the highest level. Last year in Kashi Tamil Sangamam is, the Prime Minister does this every year, where a group of Tamil people go to Kashi and PM comes and then they travel around Kashi, get a flavor of a typical Varanasi culture. So PM introduced that technology. So everybody who was there, PM gave a earphone, Bhashini, using a software called Bhashini. PM's speech was getting real-time translated. All of us were wearing it. And that's the first time in India. First time in India, a PM chose to give a tool to all the people who are there. And PM speaking in Hindi is being translated to Tamil with 1-2 second lag. After that, PM sir asked the feedback. How was the feedback and everything? We said that feedback is good. It's great, sir. This is what it is. Improvement and everything. So we have to understand the mindset of our PM. The PM is very clear. As far as he is concerned, all languages of our country are national languages. That is the importance they are giving. It is not that government of India says this is bigger, this is smaller, this is not right. Now the problem, you and me have to find a solution to this age-old problem. Now we have two options in front of us. I can take the mic and become like a DMK guy and say, anybody writing a LIC clerk will write a letter in Hindi. Some guy mistakenly will write one Hindi letter to Tamil person. It will be LIC lower division staff. For which CM will write a letter to PM. You are imposing Hindi in Tamil Nadu, I will not accept. If you find out who wrote that letter where, it will be an LIC second division clerk writing to an office correspondence. CM will be writing. That is one option we have. Second option is to solve this problem in our generation. So I believe no language can be a common language of everybody over a point of time. So Karnataka is a very unique state because the kind of Kannada pride I've seen here, I haven't seen in any other state. Own flag, own anthem, and kind of respect people give. Likewise, Tamil Nadu is also. So, language of convenience, when I come to Mangaluru, for me is Kannada. When I go to Delhi, for me is Hindi. So, that is why PM, in the new education policy, he has made a big shift to say, learn your mother tongue, learn your English, speak one Indian language. PM is not saying speak Hindi. In the 1968 first education policy, 1986 second education policy, Hindi was compulsory. Compulsory. Third language is Hindi. PM is saying, okay, you want to learn Hindi, learn Hindi. You want to learn Urdu, learn Urdu. Tamil, learn Tamil, Kannada. In Tamil Nadu, even that is opposed. All political parties don't want a three-language formula. We want a three-language formula. We are like, okay, Tamil we are learning, English we are learning. There are a lot of Kannadigas in Tamil Nadu. They want to learn Kannada, their children. A lot of Telugu people in Chennai, they want to learn Telugu. So that is the trend we are moving. Let us start learning new languages, but nothing should be out of force. Nothing should be out of force. Nobody can come and put something in my head to say you learn my language. That will never work in our country. So Ashwin came from that space to say, there is nothing called a national language. At the same time, let us respect our language. Unfortunately, in the media, it got blown out of proportion is my answer.
We have already exceeded the time given to us, and I am very certain that every person in this audience would like to ask Annamalai a question. So before, this will be the last question that we'll be throwing open to the audience. The gentleman has been standing there for quite some time. Audience, I'm extremely sorry. I know a lot of hands are still going up, but we need to stop it here. So that will be the last question for the gentleman in the white shirt. Oh, sorry, we have one more.
Good evening, my highly respected Annamalai sir. This is Veerabhadra. I am learning in UG first year degree at Alvast Educational Institution. I am over the moon to ask few words in front of you because when I was small kid, you visited our school for the visually impaired in Chikmagalur. But I had no opportunity to interact with you. But today, I am very fortunate fellow. And I have been waited since 6th standard for this moment. I am so grateful to you. My question to you is that the term socialist, we cannot come across in the original constitution. Later, it has been added through the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. Could you please let us know about its impact on Indian democracy in future?
So that's a
Thank you, brother. Can you please sit down? Yeah.
Thank you, Veerabhadra.
Wherever you're comfortable in your chair, wherever you're comfortable. Thank you, thank you. Brother Veerabhadra, it's a great pleasure to kind of finally meet you. I think in Chikmagalur, I remember the school have come. Thank you so much. It's a long journey. Both of us are meeting after multiple years. You're studying in Alvas. I'm a farmer now. Thank you so much. It's a great privilege to answer your question. When the constitutional debate was happening, a senior member of the Constituent Assembly, in 1948, he said the terms socialist should be part of the preamble. Because the preamble till the 42nd Amendment was sovereign democratic republic. Madam Indira Gandhi, after the emergency she imposed on 25th June 1975, she brought the 42nd Amendment to add 2 words to the preamble. She said, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. She used 2 words she added, called secular and socialism. 1948, when somebody proposed to add socialist to the preamble then, I am only repeating Dr. B.R. Ambedkarji's answer, what he gave in 1948. He said, it is not right to add the word socialist to the preamble for the simple reason. The people of this country should choose the kind of economic condition they want to live. It could be socialism today, it could be something else tomorrow, it could be something 30 years down the line. It is not right in the Constituent Assembly to use socialist as the word and force people to operate in a certain way. This is B.R. Ambedkarji's answer, and people respected him, and people chose not to add the word socialist in the original preamble. Then Madam Indira Gandhi in 42nd Amendment chose to bring these 2 things, and which is very wrong for 2 reasons. One, our country, we lost lot of growth in the initial 50 years only because we had a 5-year plan which was copied exactly from Russia, which was more a communist form of government. First 5 years we said the priority is industry, all money will go to industry. Second 5 year, the priority is irrigation, all money will go to irrigation. Third 5 year, the priority is public enterprise, all the money will go to public enterprise. So we basically killed the entrepreneurship spirit of our citizens. India as a country in 1730, if you look at the global GDP, our contribution was somewhere around 22%, 1730. For more reading, there is a person called Angus Madison from Cambridge. You Google and read his research. We had that much, 22% of the global GDP with us. So right now we are having something like 2.3, 2.4%. Because we killed the entrepreneurship spirit of this country for the first 50 years by bringing this 5-year plan where there is no zeal for a common man to do it. Then 1975 emergency, you want to bring socialism on top of preamble also, which we are living with that now, and which deliberate insertion into the parliament, which was against the wishes of Ambedkar. Now it is broken after 1991. The economic liberalization, the current Modi ji government, now it is broken. So nobody is telling you the resources are allocated, or license Raj system, government red tapeism. Of course it is still there, it's not completely gone. But Modi ji has made sure at least 80-90% is gone. So maybe once Veerabhadra passes out of Alvas and starts a company in the next 5 years, and you will see the remaining 10% will also go. So probably you will get into a country where the country will recognize you for your spirit. Thank you so much.
And the final question.
Great privilege. Thank you.
So, sir, I have a question. I am Advocate Sachin Nayak. Sir, my question is, since we are a secular state, why is there interference of government in temple administration only? Also, be it a BJP ruled state or non-BJP ruled states, everywhere none of the governments are doing anything about it. Because when we are a secular state, why only the temples are being administered by the state? That is my question, sir. Because temples should be administered only by the devotees more than the state, is what I feel.
Again, sir, secular word in preamble, when it wanted to come, please have a seat, Sachin, sir. Yes, sir. When it came, Ambedkar ji gave a beautiful explanation during the Constituent Assembly debate. He said, India, by its very nature, is secular. When somebody wanted to add the word secular to the constitution, he said, by very nature, this country is secular. That too, this is coming from a person like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who has faced untouchability at its worst form. If anybody has read through Ambedkarji's life from 1891 till he died in 1956, I don't think anybody has gone through untouchability like what Ambedkar has gone. Even after studying from Columbia, studying from London School of Economics, Grayson, still he came back to India, people refused to sit with him and have food, which he writes beautifully. And even Ambedkar felt secular is ingrained in our country's ethos, which is a Hindu way of life, though he never mentioned overtly a Hindu way of life. In a Hindu way of life, secularism is a part of our life. But now we inserted a word called secular, and again during the emergency 42nd amendment to say this is a secular country. In Tamil Nadu, we have made a promise. We made the promise in front of Srirangam temple. Srirangam is the number one among the 108 temples people go. We made a promise the day BJP comes to power in Tamil Nadu, the Temple Administration Act will be thrown to the dustbin the day we come. The reason is very clear, because each state might have a peculiar thing. But for Tamil Nadu, I can answer in the next 2-3 minutes. Because, one, it is very unfortunate you have an endowment department which controls temples only, not the other religious places. Very unfortunate. Second, even there, you want to use this department to suppress the feelings of Hindu. 2 weeks back, there was a comedy in Tamil Nadu. A person wanted to put money in a hundi. We advise people not to put money in hundi because the state is looting, don't put. But this guy bravely wanted to put money in hundi. In the process, his Apple iPhone fell into the hundi. Then it became such a big ruckus. It became a political point. Then we said iPhone should be given free to him because it is his iPhone. The Tamil Nadu endowment minister said, no, it's Lord's property because anything falling in hundi is Lord's property. I will not give thing. Then we made a joke. Even you don't give the gold to Lord also. Lord's gold also you are stealing. So how will you give a cell phone? Do you know the solution it was arrived at? The temple administration said we will auction the cell phone after a week, last week. The first right will be given to the person who lost his cell phone. And that guy, same cell phone, he gave 10,000 rupees and took it back. So it got 10,000. So ridiculous things are happening. You proved it is your cell phone, your photo, your proof. Even for retrieving your accidental cell phone, you paid 10,000 in the thing and give. And Tamil Nadu, I think you know, we have more than 4,25,000 acre under the endowment department. 4,25,000 acre. Tamil Nadu endowment department doesn't submit to CAG. The CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General, audits everything, SIRS Airport, everything it audits. But only thing in India that doesn't come under CAG is Tamil Nadu's endowment department. Because in the books you see, in Tiruchendur temple alone, close to 8,000 cows are missing. People have given cow dana. Cow is nowhere to be found. Either they sold it or some fellow went and took the cow away. All the temple gold, they want to put it in a thing and make it into a gold bar. So a lot of confusion. So we have taken a very practical administrative viewpoint to protect the interest of a certain community. It has to go. The second option is, again, the union government has got power to enter into endowment. I think you're coming there. You are a lawyer, you know it. If anybody reads the constitution very carefully, the union government has got powers to interfere into an endowment. It has got powers. If any state government thinks the central government cannot enter into endowment, they are sadly mistaken. The constitution gives the power. I'm forgetting the entry number now. I hope Kalladaka Prabhakar Bhattji is there, such a senior leader. And for Article 370, they waited so many years. And who knows, maybe next year the central government can put their hand on endowment. Anything can happen. So let us be patient. I think everybody is watching. Central government has got powers. As a lawyer, you know, tomorrow nobody can say you cannot come into my Kuke Subramania, you cannot come. They can always come. I hope and pray if the state government is failing, the central government should come. But again, I said, my brother, politics is patience, politics is compromise. Not everything can happen on one day. but everything will happen in one day. So let us wait for that day.
Well, sorry, we have totally run out of time. We were supposed to start at 5, end at 6. We started at 5:20 and it is 6:50. So that explains the popularity of Annamalai. That explains the clarity of his thoughts. That explains the purpose of his being here, his vision. And we hope for greater things from him in the future. All the best to you, sir. And thank you. Thank you, audience. You have been patient and wonderful. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Annamalai, for sharing your thought-provoking insights and also engaging the audience throughout the session. And also special thanks to Mr. Jaideep Shenoy for moderating this dynamic session with such expertise. ಇದೀಗ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು 2 ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಆಚಾರ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. We should also be thankful to all the audience who was such a support throughout this session, throughout this discussion. So kudos to our audience as well. ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸುನಿಲ್ ಆಚಾರ್ ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ரொம்ப ನನ್ರಿ ಸರ್. Thank you once again to all of our distinguished speakers and moderators for today's stimulating panel discussions. We hope these conversations inspire continued dialogue and reflection on the important topics that we have addressed today. And to all of you in the audience, thank you for your active participation.
Huh?